Tech and 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 started to show us.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First standby. 10-4.
2 1 started to show us.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close by this result, let me know. 10-5. 33.
3-3. Let us supervisor know that I have location for arrest attached.
1830.
Yeah, possible Sheridan and Wilson.
First standby. 10-4. Is Blair still on? 47 Fulton. I'm sorry, wait, I copy you. Okay. Got it.
Thank you all for joining this video. This premiere is a collection of shows when WSU Mom Kim joined us back in June of 2023 regarding the Idaho 4 case. Drop your comments. Please hit like if you haven't yet. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. And make sure you hit that notification bell so you know whenever we go live or drop a video regarding any of these cases that we cover. The date for each recording will be displayed on the screen below. And I wanted to just say thank you all for being here and enjoy this show. Good evening, everybody. We got a special guest tonight. WSU Mom Kim is going to be joining us. She's got a very important message in the beginning. A very important message just to send out to everybody. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and introduce her. Good evening. How are you doing? And thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for your comfort and your time.
Oh, of course. First, I just really want to put it out there that Dave came out and said something because he's brave, and he didn't have to say anything. He could have just stayed quiet, but he put himself out there, and he's been brave about it. He's really remarkably so, when so many kids aren't. So I would like to just ask everybody, and not just the people listening, but if you've got a kid in a school, or if kids are listening, you students are listening, any of the fraternity brothers are listening, in his house or in the other house, if he's in a house, whomever, leave him alone. Don't look for him. He's being brave. He's saying something because that's the right thing to do. He's doing the right thing. And it's going to benefit all of you guys too. If you're a student on a campus, you have a kid on that campus, I'd be very concerned about their safety and their well-being. This isn't just a one-time thing. This has been going on, and it's just like a cycle. It just keeps going. It's snowballing. And do I think this is the worst thing that could happen in the world? 100%. Do I believe that could be worse? Probably. I can't imagine it, but
Right.
Don't chase him down. Don't look for him. And if you know who he is, say thank you, because he's brave. If you want to go after somebody, come at me. I'm an adult. I'll have a conversation with you. You have a question for me? Ask me. Ask me the question. If you want Dave to answer the questions, you can go to Lana. You can go to anybody. You can come here onto this platform, and they will get the answers for you that you have. But don't look for him, and don't chase him down. And if you got something to say, say it. Collectively, as a group, you are stronger than these monsters. Stop being afraid. You're going to live in fear if you don't come forward. So that's all I can say to you kids is whatever you know, say it. Go together, go as a group, stand up for each other. You'll be okay. They can't hurt you once you're out together. But
No.
alone, in hiding, they can.
Mm-hmm.
And they will.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to make a decision. You guys, you got yourselves to college. You're thriving in college. You're going to be beautiful adults with beautiful lives. Take the bull by the horns, guys. Step the fuck up.
Amen.
Sorry. Oh, I said the F word.
No.
Sorry. That's fresh.
Listen,
My
hey,
mother
it
would
is what
kill
it-
me.
No, listen. Be comfortable. Hey, I say the F word a lot, okay? I say the F word a lot.
No, I do too, right?
No, you speak your mind, you know what I mean? Because that's what we
Right,
are
I
here.
know.
We speak
Right.
our mind,
Right.
we respect, even if we don't agree, we
Right.
respect it here.
Right.
It's very
And
important.
I welcome you to disagree with me. Please do. I don't think anybody understands that the information that I've had or given isn't information I want to have or wanted to give. But and if I'm wrong, I want to be wrong. Please prove me wrong. Please. I honestly, that's the truth. I'm okay with being wrong. I'm just not okay with not doing something or saying something.
Mm-hmm. No,
I don't have to
seriously.
be right.
And when you're a team, you're right. When
Mhm.
you're by yourself, it's very easy to get cornered and bullied. But when you
Mhm.
work as a team, that's when you can accomplish things that
Right.
you didn't even think you could accomplish.
Right. Yeah. I mean, take your campus back, kids. Take back your campus. It's your school. This is your diploma is going to hang on your wall for the rest of your life. You're going to put U of I on there. Take it back.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you. You can do this and get justice
Oh.
for your friends.
What powerful words for sure. Thank you.
Mhm.
It's and it's true. Like nobody should be criticizing Dave.
Right?
It's the people that criticize Dave are the same people that, even if you don't agree, you still have everything is possible.
Mhm.
And sometimes you might think some things couldn't, shouldn't, or wouldn't, but that's not the case. And this is the real world. And everything can be a possibility. And you have to understand that. And you can't criticize somebody for that either.
Right.
I have somebody that, I talk to from Henrietta, Oklahoma. And,
yeah.
I can't even, she was comfortable enough to do a live one night, where we went on YouTube. But after that, somebody's going to recognize her voice even with the anonymous name. So it's really one of those things where people are really freaking scared, and you have to appreciate and thank and protect the ones that do, because they're the ones that are stepping out in those uncomfortable waters, just because they do care. So I 100, just leave them alone. If you guys need to ask some questions, you could ask any of us. Like you said, you can ask any of us. We're all
Well,
doing our own due diligence here.
Right. If they ask you and you want to, and you have my number, you can call me. I'll answer your phone call. I'll answer anybody's phone call. I answer my phone. So if they have a question or a concern, or they think that there's something wrong, or they want somebody to walk into the police department with them, I'll go. In a minute, I'll go. Whatever you guys need, whatever these kids need to start talking, is what we just as adults need to start giving them that path. And parents, if you're listening, sit them down at the kitchen table. Sit them down until they talk, because they know something. It's not possible that my daughter was the only one. I know for a fact it's not possible, because I heard from a plethora of students that have spoken with me.
I'm sure.
And now I probe, and I'm not gonna lie. I parent. I probe, and you can't afford your life. It's not private yet, but when you're paying your own cell phone bill, dude, then guess what? I'm not gonna turn it over to the FBI. But they've gotten yours, and what I think the kids don't understand is they think Snap is unretrievable. I know for a fact it is retrievable, because my cell phone carrier or provider, when I questioned them, they did go into her records, and they do have them, and they retrieved the Snap. So Snapchat is not as private as you guys think. Neither is Yik Yak, isn't at all. In fact, Yik Yak is one of the ones the kids are using over there. And that the biker one, or the sports one, that one's, everything out there is retrievable. It's just who's allowed to retrieve it. And the FBI can get anything. And they didn't need a search warrant for ours, because I handed it to them. So they have our cell phone records anytime they want. And our cloud and our passwords and everything.
Oh, for sure. And there's digital footprints everywhere.
Everywhere.
And you're exactly right. It's just who has access to the information. Thank you for the super stickers. I appreciate that. And so there's some people, we were talking yesterday in the show, and there were some
Mhm.
people that weren't familiar or had heard any of your phone calls because we were specifically talking about the ones on the Drunk Turkey show because we were talking about Kopaka. And then
Right.
that's when I was letting everybody know, well, that's when we ran into it on this show, was that first call that you had made. And there had some that had mentioned that they had never heard those phone calls or anything. So would you want to kind of introduce yourself to some of those that might not have
Sure.
heard those calls or have heard of you?
Oh, sure. So I have two students who attended. One is graduating, one's transferred now. Attended Washington State University. November 11th through the 13th was Parents Weekend. So my husband and I were there for Parents Weekend. And, you know, we alternated between children because we had two on the campus. And so then we spent our time with her, and we're driving home from Washington State, which is about 6 hours or so from our home. And about halfway there, like between 4 and 5, we got an alert, a Coug alert, stating to shelter in place that there had been a quadruple homicide at University of Idaho. And there was no details other than they haven't caught the person. They don't have a suspect, but there's no imminent danger to anybody else. They think it's an isolated, targeted event. So,
Right.
so can I just say where my brain went there? Okay. So what makes it
Right.
one of these things cannot, it's like hidden. Remember those highlights magazines we got in the doctor's office when we were little? One of these things
Yeah.
don't belong. Like what? 1 and 1's making 1,000. What's going on? Like seriously? So I immediately call my daughter. My husband calls my son, and my daughter says,
Highlights.
"Yeah, no, Mom." Right? That's what it's like. Which one of these things doesn't belong?
Right.
It's
That's
insane.
funny.
It's like, and so my daughter said to me, well, yeah, Mom, I already know. I said, what do you mean you know? She goes, well, I knew about at 10 o'clock. I said, why didn't you tell me? She goes, you would have made me go home. She's 100% right. Does she know her mother? She knows her mother. I would have packed those two up and if I had known at 10 a.m. when I was still there, she knew me. She knows me. And I would have brought him home. I wouldn't even have blinked an eye. And so she was, and I said, well, what happened? And she goes, I don't know, Mom. 4 students at U of I were stabbed and are dead. And I said, how do you know this? She goes, because Morgan told me. And I said, when did Morgan tell you? And she said, and Morgan is her sorority sister. And she said, well, I said, how does Morgan know? Because she goes to Wazoo. She goes, well, her boyfriend goes to UI. He's on the football team. He goes to UI. And I said, so, okay, but still, how does Morgan know? And she said, well, she's friends with the Pi Phis. And I said, so it was a Pi Phi live out? And she said, well, yeah, it was a Pi Phi live out. And I said, were they all Pi Phis? And she goes, well, yeah, they must have been. Yeah, which as it turns out, they were not all Pi Phis, which is an interesting fact. But I didn't hear that later.
Okay.
There were some APs because normally the houses don't live together. You will live in your live out with your sorority sisters. You don't live in your live out because the houses kind of roll over into each other. It's kind of it's just how they do it, and it's not the smartest move, but it works out for them. So it was interesting that she was because Kaylee was an AP. And Maddie was a Pi Phi, Xana was a Pi Phi, and I think the rest of the girls were Pi Phis, but Kaylee was an AP. And but she had been living there. But she and Maddie had such a close relationship. I could see why they lived together. But anyway, so then I said to her, I said, well, so I'm looking through my phone and there's nothing on my phone. I'm finding nothing, like no news. But again, we were still there's terrible range between everywhere from Moscow, Idaho to Issaquah, Washington. There's nothing but terrible range. You're hit and miss all the time. So
really,
it's a very good phone range. So I was, asking her questions, and she's like, I'm like, well, Who did it? Why? What happened? She goes, I don't know that. And I said, so you're telling me Morgan told you? I said, what did she call you? She goes, she snapped and snapped the group, right? So, and she's friends really, and
Snapped her.
Morgan goes to school off campus because she's a nursing student. So she goes to a different campus. So she's not in Pullman anymore. She comes to Pullman for occasions, and it was Parents Weekend, right? So, but I never saw Morgan or her father or her boyfriend that whole weekend. And so then the next day, so I'm asking her a million questions, and it's just like, I don't know, Mom. I don't know. I just know that this is what happened, and I knew at 10 o'clock. Well, then at some point between that moment and the following day, it was divulged that the police weren't there till noon. So I'm on the phone with her. I'm like, why did you know at 10 a.m. and the police knew at noon? Did you call 911?
Right.
She goes, why would, I said, did you call 911? She goes, why would I call 911? Which, until David said what he said on his phone call, because him saying that I made it possible for him to speak up, he made clarity in my brain. They assumed 911 was called. The kids who were snapped outside of the primary group that was there at the house, they assumed, because of course you call 911. They've known that since they were two.
Right.
2-year-olds call 911, right? They know how to get out of the house in a fire, and they call 911. That, I mean, it's part of growing, right? So they just assumed. So because I'm thinking, well, because it makes you question everybody and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, then, and I said, so, but why didn't they call 911? She goes, Mom, I don't know. And what she told me the day before was, which I missed, I said, well, she said there was, when I said the 4 people, she goes, well, there were 6 girls. I said, how did Morgan find her? She said, well, there were 2 Pi-Fis in the house. And I said, and they didn't get killed. And she said, no. And I said, why? And she said, I don't know. She said, what I heard, what she was told was that they heard the noise. They went down to the basement, locked themselves in Bethany's bedroom, and just assumed people were partying. And I said, why would they assume somebody's partying? She goes, because it's a party house. I said, qualify that, please. She goes, like drugs and stuff. And my first thing was, do you go there? And she's like, no, Mom, I've never been there. And I said, how do you know? She goes, Mom, everybody knows. I don't know how I know. I just know that everybody knows, or whatever. That's just, And so, which I have to take that with, they just, I mean, when you live in a neighborhood, you know what your neighbors are doing.
Right.
So I have no reason not to believe that. But Bethany and Dylan were downstairs, and they had seen a guy outside in the back, and 2 or 3 guys were in the house, including the creeper, which is what she called him. And I never got a name for who the creeper is, right? Ever. But he was referred to as a creeper. And then there was 2 people out front. Or that part of it is, there was not just one person there. There was more than 3 people. More like it sounded from everything that's gone through and from the notes I kept and what the FBI I've told them and verified with them, is that it's probably 6 people were there. And they were afraid.
Are you serious?
Yes, that is in the notes. So there wasn't just one person there. So, and I said, well, what? And so then the next day, so that's not setting well, that there was somebody there. But I assumed they called 911. I mean, like her. And then when I heard that 911 wasn't called till noon, and this starts in the middle of the night or early morning hours, whatever, late, like at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., whatever time it was, that again, I'm like, I called her and I'm like, why did they call 911? I don't know, Mom. I mean, honestly, it was like Groundhog's Day in my house, because they were coming home for Thanksgiving that week. And I just kept calling her, and I'm like, why didn't they call 911? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why didn't they call 911? It didn't make sense. So at that point, I called the FBI with the information I had. I had called Moscow first, and then made the report, but not trusting Moscow, because there's a lot that goes on there in general. I then followed it up with the call to the FBI, and it was state lines. We were in Washington State. They were in Idaho. And so I made the report, and then as more information, somebody owed money was divulged, and then somebody supposedly stayed at my daughter's house that didn't, because I never saw them, who became an alibi, became a huge problem. But I said, so did they stay there or not, Pay? And she's like, well, yeah, they said they did. And I said, but Peyton, no, there you go, dropping your name, but it's okay. And I said, I dropped you off and I didn't see her. I walked you up to your room. I think I might have collected even her dirty laundry because I was going to put it in the car to take back home with me because she was coming home in 4 days. And I went out to the car and I never saw them. And she goes, well, maybe they were in her suite mate's room. And I'm like, with her parents? Because all the parents stayed in the house except for us. So every room was filled with parents and students, and nobody was in the living room. And we picked you back up at 8:30 or 9 in the morning, and no one was there. So, are you sure? And so then,
So this is everything she told you?
Yes. And so then, and I did,
Wow.
and so I told, of course, the FBI. I called the FBI immediately and told them. And then a couple of days later, I'm like, I don't understand where they slept. I could get maybe just she stayed in your roommate's suite mate's room, but nobody was in your room but you. She says no, but they just said they stayed there. Yeah. So okay.
What?
I know. So I said, she goes, well, I don't think actually he was there. And I said, so you're saying that just she stayed there and he wasn't there? And he came back and picked her up in the morning, like around 7:30, which two of the people being looked at, that was what their alibi was. There was a lie. So I called back the FBI back and I said, look, this is, I have, I think, discovered a lie. And I didn't. I called, at that point, we had been assigned a police officer, and it was Idaho State Patrol. And Daniel from Drunk Turkeys has all of the information, the phone numbers, and all the call logs and stuff. And he's free
Love
to
his
give them
show
to you.
too, by the way.
Yeah. So he's
show.
free to give those to you. And Lana does too. So they both have
Love her show
all
too.
that information. I love Lana. And Olivia has them, and so do the
Her too.
families that wanted it. Yeah, I love them. So so then I I was speaking with the officer about the lie, because it's a lie. At this point, we're dealing with quadruple homicide. It's a lie. It's not just a veracity here. And so she said, we've discovered several lies and alibis. And I said, well, that's right. And then again, they asked me if I would have my kids sign statements. I said, absolutely not, because you guys, at that point, then they started pulling back and not giving information. They started doing the pressers, and nothing's matching up, and it's just getting thicker and thicker. It was like shit stew. Like, are we dumb? Do you think we're stupid and we're just going to swallow this whole? Because nothing makes sense anymore at all. And so I said, absolutely not. Until you can guarantee my child is safe over there, absolutely not. Not going to give, they're not signing anything. I'll come, I'll speak, and if you don't want to believe me, I don't care. Don't believe me. But I'm not putting my kids at risk. And so people have always thought, why am I putting my kids at risk? My kids have never been at risk one day. They've had eyes on them. They have information, personal information like that has been, I'm more open and vocal with it now because we're out of the area. So it would be hard for people to find us now. But, and people have a real want and desire to know information. And I understand that. I get that. And I'm not trying to be coy or play games, but there is a level of privacy I have to keep them safe.
Right.
So and people don't have to believe me. You can be mad at me, but don't take it out on Dave. I've never spoken to Dave a day in my life. Dave organically went to where I went because he heard what I said. And that's what he stated. I could not tell you. I didn't want his name. I said, don't tell me his name because I'm the first one who's going to slip. That my mouth goes faster than anybody's I know. I can speak whip quick.
You're so
So
awesome.
don't
You're so
don't
awesome.
tell me something because I know my bad. I mean, I know my my fault, right? Very self-aware,
Oh,
and
you're
I
so
will tell
awesome.
on him. I will tell on it. I will say so. I don't know his name, and I just hope that people don't look for him. But his story is pretty
Yeah.
darn close, and I
Yeah.
don't know why Sigma Chi is so concerned about the timing. They're so on this noon time that nobody knew before the police officers. That is just not true. A
I
plethora. There
don't.
were
Yeah, I don't feel that way either.
many
Yeah.
people knew. I mean,
Yeah.
and they want documentation. They have it. It's there. I've given it
Mhm.
to them. We knew. I don't know why it matters so much what they're
Mhm.
hiding. That tells me you're hiding something. If you don't want the truth out there 100%, why? We can handle the truth. This is not a movie. What movie was that? I can handle the truth. I
Oh,
can't handle a lie.
oh my
Was
gosh,
it
what movie?
Tom Cruise? Was Tom
Tom
Cruise in it?
Cruise. Yeah, Tom Cruise,
Yes.
Demi Moore. Oh
Yes.
man, what was
Yes.
that movie?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what? I can handle the
It's
truth.
on the
I'm a
tip
big
of my
girl.
tongue.
I
Yeah.
might not like it, but I can handle it.
Few
I
Good
tell it.
Men. There we go.
A few good men. There
men.
you go.
Yes.
Few good
Thank
men,
you,
right?
Justice.
So, and that's the thing. We can handle the truth. Give us a chance as a community to handle the truth. Tell us the truth. Let's solve this and get all. And the thing is, they
Thank
may
you.
be dangerous people, but guess what? We're stronger if we stand together. And that may sound like whatever, but it's the truth. We are stronger when we
No,
stand together and we tell them,
it
get the
is.
hell out of this town.
That's right. You
You
just
know?
think of Transformers, You got different cars coming together,
Right? Right? They can attach, honestly.
Transformers.
Yeah,
mean,
it
come
is.
on.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Whatever you've done wrong, own it. I just don't like I don't know. I just think that I do think that we will come to a resolve. I have to believe that. But I hope it's before somebody else gets hurt. I mean, why did that junior from UI why did he die? He left a
Yeah.
hospital that's one of the best trauma centers in this country. It's in Seattle. They released him. They would never, ever, I've never heard of that. My brother, that trauma center, Harborview, is the best in the country, in the world probably. They would not release a student who is iffy. And where were his parents? Did they just go, Dimitri and Emma, just go stand there and wait for him? And what happened? Why did he die? Why did he die?
It's so sketchy, man. And it's like, yeah, why not just be honest instead of creating all the, covering up this lie with another lie and this lie with another lie. When if you'd just be upfront from the beginning, it's like if you'd tell your mom you really did put your hand in the cookie jar instead of her trying to find out if you did,
Right. Honestly.
I use those for metaphors. Sorry. I have a question for you, though, or two questions, really, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. How do you feel about the FBI being involved? And also, is the FBI speaking with you now? And do they seem to respect you?
I've never gotten anything but respect from the FBI or the police department. I'm not talking about Moscow, but I'm talking like Idaho State Patrol. I've never gotten anything but respect from them. Like I've never gotten like she's crazy. They've taken it down. They've taken it to heart. And obviously over time, those facts have come to be true. So I'm obviously sharing information that is truthful or as truthful as it can be. So yeah, the FBI, do they have, no, the last person I spoke to was the defense's investigator. And that's how come I know that. I said, how did you get my number? And he said, it's in the report. So they have it and all the information I gave them. So clearly that information was turned over by the FBI. And as far as the FBI is there because of that quad drug force that's down there already. That's why there's so many people down there. They were already there. But
yeah, that's what, that's what we heard too. We heard that they were already there. There was like 62.
So they were not on the scene. So when I called the FBI, they weren't on the scene. From what I'm aware of, were not aware of what had happened. But I called very early on, like the second or third day, maybe. Daniel has that. I don't remember exact dates, but when I figured out this was a matter for the FBI, I called them. So they were already boots on the ground there, but they were doing something else, shutting down the drugs problem over that way. And it's not just drug problems; it's human trafficking, and it's money laundering, obviously. So there's what I was told by the FBI was these are this murder has parallel crimes that they're investigating. That's exactly what the text is. I think Daniel has that text. They're investigating parallel crimes.
Right.
And so these are the parallel crimes that, and what I really truly believe is I don't believe, so I get very, very, Xana didn't have any reason to be the girl she was, the young woman she was becoming. She didn't. By any chart or any whatever studies you have, she had every reason to fail. The girl was not failing. If one of my boys brought that girl home, I'd feel like I won the lotto. Like I won big time. She was a gem. And so when people criticize her, it makes me crazy because even if she did do something wrong once, she doesn't ever get the chance. Everybody has a one-off. Trust me, I've had several. I went to college. Whoever went to college, we've had one-offs. Nobody expects perfection, but in death, she does not get to restore her legacy and her name. And I don't think she did anything wrong. Do I think her mother did? I don't know. Do I think her mother? Does my heart ache for her? Oh my gosh, I can't. I mean,
so in your opinion, you don't think that she did? There was anything that
I don't think any of those girls did to cause this. No, I don't.
Okay.
I think they knew too much. I believe with everything in me that everybody knows that Kaylee is a little super sleuth. Remember the Nancy Drew books? That's
Right.
Kaylee.
Right. Yeah.
Kaylee's Nancy Drew. She's Nancy Drew. And she figured it out, and she cared about people, and she noticed people, and she noticed her surroundings, which is really a wonderful characteristic, a wonderful trait to have, to notice the people around you. I mean, there's a whole record of her calling the police about a woman who she thought was on a missing poster, spending a lot of time with Officer Payne, and really being proactive in helping to find this woman. And she could have been at a bar partying, but she wasn't. She was worrying about somebody else. She is a gem. Maddie was a gem. Do I think they could have done some things, or people could have taken advantage of their being naive and young and innocent and from bubbles? Because really, these kids on Greek Road, they come from bubbles, right? It's the thing. I'll tell you that right now. They're bubble, right?
It's a thing.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, although Xana's bubble, was stretched a lot. She had she didn't have that, but I think she's got a fabulous family. Her dad and her aunt, fabulous backup. Her sister's amazing. And so I just think that if they're looking to pin this on these girls, they're wrong. These girls discovered what their roommates were doing. And the problem, and I don't even have a problem saying it, come at me. If Jillian's family and Bethany's family want to come at me, come at me. Because I'll tell you what, my daughter wouldn't have left that police station until everything she knew was out. I wouldn't have taken her out of state. I would have lawyered her up for sure. But I definitely would not have taken her away. I would have made her, or insisted on it. I would hope she would do it on her own. But they're not saying anything. Why? They were there. They were awake. They were aware. They know.
There wasn't a reward. There wasn't a profile. Birdie was even selling little devices, to donate to the college. It's like,
exactly.
What are you doing to protect this community?
Nothing. Right. And what is it? And so Bethany, the police are saying, we don't know where Xana and Ethan were for so many hours. Well, guess what? You do so know. You did so know. Because it's come out now. Bethany was with them. And then when all of their friends get on 20/20 and 48 hours, and they say we were with them all night. Yes, law enforcement, you did know where they were. They were at Sigma Chi all night. And yes, there was a fight. And yes, you do know what that's about. And who are you covering for? And why?
And there was also an argument I feel it's connected up at the corner club later on too.
Yeah.
I feel it's connected to that one as well, but I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Oh
but,
yeah, there was something up where Showalter got kicked out
Okay.
of the bar. Now you know Showalter's
Well,
uncle.
no, there was somebody that was harassing her boyfriend, but the guy took off before Ellie could.
Oh really?
Know who,
Oh,
know who it
it
was.
was at the Mason Lodge. That wasn't the one at the Mason.
Oh
Lodge.
yeah, the lodge.
So
Yeah, the lodge.
they've never disclosed that name, but last week or Sunday, the Sunday before last, a man was found in the Clear River Creek or whatever in Idaho and found drowned, and law enforcement can't identify him.
Wow.
Right?
So I have a
Drowning
really
is
good. I have to ask you this question.
Okay.
Have law enforcement agencies ever said or claimed you were discussing information that was correct, incorrect, or verified to the sort?
Okay.
I just
No.
want to make sure that.
Well, okay. So when first of all, I don't ask them. All I want them to do is hear me.
Okay.
I want you to tell me you've heard me and that you're going
Yes.
to investigate it. I understand I shouldn't know anything or can't know anything. But then when you get speaking with somebody, yes, sometimes when I was speaking with an officer from Washington State University, the chief of police, he told me that there was a heroin problem. And so generally in conversation, it was so, yes. So I, like with the police officer, the Idaho State Patrolman telling me that they found several lies in the alibis, and I
Really?
received a text. I received a text.
That's
from
what
him
we thought.
stating
Yeah.
that. And he said that your information has been very helpful, and I understand you not wanting to allow your kids to sign anything or be witnesses in this. So yeah.
Wow.
So have the the thing is, they're not going to tell me.
Right.
But they did ask me not to say anything. And I said, and that's when I said, no, I'm going to speak until this is solved because you're not doing anything. And I feel like you guys are just lying. So until you do something differently, fuck the fuck no. And that's exactly what I said, which was very fresh again with my mouth. But
I love your personality. You keep doing it. I love your personality. Seriously.
Well, thank you. I don't think they do.
Say
But
it as
I'm a
many
pain in
times as
the
you
ass.
want. Whatever.
Right? I mean,
I'll turn them on.
I'm not.
Fuck it.
I just,
Fuck it. See? I said it too.
Right. And I just, and my kids are furious with me. Honestly, they are. They're like, Mom, just stop. I'm like, if I stop, then what kind of a mother am I? It's not the right thing to do. And they've kind of let me go now, and they're fine now. They're like, they get it because they see now that it's really much bigger than they are. And they have to step away from it and step out of the fun. Because Peyton, my daughter, loved college. Oh my gosh, she's sad not to go back. She wants to be going back next semester. She does not want to have graduated, and that's a great experience for somebody to have, right? That's what you want.
Right.
I mean, right? All my kids loved college. They loved, and several went to Wazoo, and some UW, and then some out of state, and then my youngest is going out of state. But it's a good school. I will tell you that. Would I send my kids back there? Not on a dime. And that's really too bad. They've had a lot of problems. Yeah. And I think that what's coming out now, I think if you were to listen to Lana, and these are things that so what I can tell you is Lana is come up with things I haven't shared, that she's discovered on her own, that I can tell you that I have told the FBI about it. I told them before that because those are things I'd heard before that there was an element of these people, these guys that, and it's not just men, it's women too. And I think that people, there's women at the top. Yeah.
Yeah. I would, we'll have to talk sometime off the show.
Okay, I will tell you. Right. And there's just things I can't say out loud just because I could be wrong and it could harm somebody. And I don't want to harm anybody. Right. I just want, but I know that people like the Sigma Chi, those young men, they know everything that went down. and if he does, and
Good.
so does Pi. And they
Good.
need to say something
Yeah.
because it's going to happen again. I mean, 5 people died after the 4 this last spring.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
unacceptable.
It is. It is. There's even a mother of one of the victims there that, I think there's even like a hazing death or something where she's trying to
Well,
get
yeah.
something going. You know,
Yes,
I seen
that's
it there
exactly
too.
right.
Yeah.
They're getting smarter though now because
Mhm.
now they're taking them away from the fraternity houses and sorority off of Creek Road. It's like Caden Young. They took him to Seattle over spring break. Who goes to Seattle during spring break? It rains. The juniors this year were down in California. The seniors were in Arizona. They both schools together. That's what they do. Each class goes to a different place. So why was Caden Young in Seattle with Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson? Why? Why would he be with a 38-year-old? Except he was a
Mhm.
journalism major and in a fraternity. And did he know a lot or too much? Probably. And that could be speculation, or that just could be logical parenting.
Right.
When when your kid's not, when things don't add up.
Right. Yeah. And you can sense it too, you know? You
Yeah.
know that. You know
Yeah.
it. You can feel it. You don't
Right.
even have to ask.
Right.
You can see it. You
Right.
can feel it.
Right.
You know.
And that young boy who was found in his dorm, they said he had they called it suicide. Everybody committed suicide. There was a dead body in Union Hall of some random person that was never explained. Well, I'll tell you what the explanation likely was: a message. And here's why I think this. At one point I said to my daughter, why isn't anybody saying anything? And she said, Mom, snitches get stitches. And my blood ran cold because she does not live in that world. She does not know that world, or she didn't before college. Snitches get stitches. She wouldn't even have known what that meant when she left for college. We have butterflies here. Like, what are you talking about? This is just not. You live on the lake. This is not a thing. But in the world,
Well,
it's a thing.
I have a question. So, regarding WSU, do you know? There's a question out there. Did Brent K work there? Like,
So
because I always found it hard to believe why he still lived in. I don't know. It's just weird to
housing,
me.
include housing.
Right.
The whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird.
It's so odd to me. And so did he?
Right.
I'm
So
just
I'll tell
wondering
you,
if there was some connection. Yeah.
So there was an article stating in the beginning that he actually lived in Pullman but worked for Moscow for U of I in IT tech, and that was his job.
Oh,
And that article went away. But the article went away, and I could never find it again ever. And I called the school and right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
It was
ahead.
the very first article. And they had gone on about him being a war vet or whatever, and holding two of his roommates as hostages or whatever. But then the next time, so now the kids don't even believe it's true because nobody knows who the roommates are. Nobody knows who they are. They did not evacuate the entire building.
Right.
My son lived on the south side of campus, which is where the coffee house is, where he lived. He didn't live. If he did live there, I don't know. But if you go through his bio says he's a government contractor for work and military, and then it says he lives in Spokane and he has a house in Illinois. That's what his bio says. Nothing about living in Pullman. So then I said, was he an IT tech at Pullman and at Wazoo? School won't even answer that question. And but I do know that, so my kids had come home that morning, the morning that before it all went down at 8:30. It started at 8:30 p.m. and it ended, we got the alert at 3 a.m. and after it had already been going on, 6 hours? And then it was resolved by 4:30ish. And I immediately called the reporters I knew that were down there from Fox and News Nation, because I knew they were down there, because the first people I called was mainstream media. I didn't know who to call. in the beginning when this all started. So I called them because I knew they had boots on the ground there at that moment and told her, and they went there. And the whole thing, there was nothing. They said SWAT was called in, SWAT killed him. He's lit a fire. Yet you still have people in the building and you don't evacuate. There's never a fire truck. So what, did he light a fire? Did he really do that? And then there's all these rumors, but here's the thing. Not one single student can figure out who the heck his roommates were. And you'd think you'd know by then because they know amongst themselves. And one girl woke up and didn't even know what happened. She was still in her apartment. So through the whole thing, she woke up and saw it on, I guess, streamed it in or something. Kids don't watch news there. They don't even have TVs anymore. They stream it all in on their MacBook. And that's the other thing. Yeah. So it's MacBook compatible. Washington State University, everybody has a MacBook. MacBook compatible. That's,
okay.
I mean, I think they might have different ones. So nobody's found Koberger's MacBook. Where is it? He was a TA. He has a MacBook. They likely gave him one. You can rent them from the school, even if if they're expensive. So, if that's what you do, you do. But so do I know if Brent actually worked there? I have no idea.
Okay.
Do I know that SWAT did not take him out? SWAT did not take him out. Officer Boyer took him out. Officer Boyer does train with SWAT because Spokane is so far away and it's like 45 minutes away for a SWAT, whatever. But I also know that Moscow police were there. Fry and Payne were present at that. Yeah. Fry and Payne. Yeah, he was. They were there. Now maybe they were responding because maybe they are SWAT trained. I don't know. But they didn't negotiate, and they knew.
That's really freaking odd.
And Jay, what's her name? 411 or?
Oh, Jay for Justice. Yeah, I love her.
Yeah, 411. She has the whole. Yeah, she has the whole audio tape of it where the police officer is looking for a coffee 3 different times, and meanwhile there's a guy who's facing a SWAT team, and there's no urgency. All they say is he's a protected person. What does that mean? Does that mean he's mentally ill and you know it, but the school hired him anyway to handle tech and security, or he's what? Undercover? Like what? There's never been anything to prove. It's just and we never even got an all clear call after I had to. So I called the following day. Did I call the following day? Because the kids were all leaving for Christmas. Oh, and then when Koberger was arrested, the school wasn't open until the kids were about to go back. And I called and I spoke with Heather in the dean's office, and I said to her, "So who's vetting these people?" Just wondering if parents need to come in and do the interviews before you hire people, right? Because obviously they aren't. And she said, "I know. I don't even know what to say to you." So they just couldn't tell me anything else.
Wow.
So does that answer the question? Because that's the best answer I got.
Holy shit.
But I do know that I know the tech was down the night of the of November 12th through 13th.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that affects her. So here's the thing with the Ring cameras. I know everybody has an opinion. I don't know. I don't
Talk
think so.
to me.
Talk
to me.
I don't believe. First of all, it's inaudible. It's like listening to. Okay, first of all, a spirit box is scary as you know what. Like blood curdling scary. It's like watching a scary movie. And I like a little scary. I like American Horror Story. I like it. But that is
right.
It's like, and I don't know what they're saying. And you can decipher it any way you want. And I'm even put on my kids' beats to drown out the noise. I'm like, no one's talking to me. Now, I don't not believe that people have. I believe that I am a believer in everything, right? If it's your jam, go for it. And I will listen to you. And like, I think that there's some people out there who are intuitive and really are connected with other people. I believe that. And I like that. But the spirit box scares the F out. Like, honest to God, I was so, I terrified myself. When my husband walked in, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, you gotta watch this. You gotta go to bed. Like, what are you doing? It's insane.
Go to bed.
But go to bed. It's time for bed. Enough is enough. And I get that, but that's what. So I don't even know where I was going with that point. But I don't even know.
No,
Lost
no,
the thread.
you answered the question and more.
Good.
Like seriously.
Right. Wait for it. I could go on for days.
Like, oh man, I love when you talk. You're just so it's just great. I love it. And
Well, thank
everybody's loving it too. It's
thank
it's
you.
awesome.
And if I I am who I am.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I have another question for you. There's a lot of posts out there on a lot of these videos with Truth and Transparency with Drunk Turkey Show. And there's a lot of people writing in posts, and there's a certain person that I keep seeing pop up right in these really long
I have a
messages.
boyfriend.
Sophia.
I have a boyfriend. I don't know Sophia. I'm usually Walt and what's his last name? Is it Stewart or Walton Stewart? Usually they're my boyfriends, and they follow me everywhere.
Really?
You know what? They're gonna have to buy me dinner pretty soon if they don't suck. You know what? I'm not a cheap date. I'm like, I appreciate all the things.
You heard that here first. She's not a cheap date.
I am not. Just ask my husband, right? You know, and I'll talk to them anytime. They want to be critical, be critical. Because I'm here because the families really can't be. They're in a place of pain and heart, like, right? And so if I can keep it on the front page, I'm going to keep it on the front page till everybody's in prison or worse. You know what I'm saying? So Sophia, how is Sophia feeling? I'm willing to take any of Sophia's questions. She's new friend.
Okay.
I don't care what people say either. If they hate me.
I mean, she does say a lot of stuff, and she seems like she's got a lot of interesting information, you know, when you go to read through the messages and stuff, and it's like because you know there's been a lot of venom being spewed just about even any of this stuff being talked about, you know, and so it's just like, you know, I appreciate people that explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions and understand that it could never be 100 yes or 100 no. It could never be that either way. Until we actually, you know,
until we know, right?
Right, exactly.
And the thing is,
to say that somebody's wrong.
And here's the thing: this platform is where I thought. So I welcome that because maybe something I'm saying is correct, and then with her, or not correct or half correct, and the information she has, and we piece it together, and the puzzle piece goes together.
Puzzles,
that's what I thought. Right? That was. So I welcome her. If she disagrees with me, please disagree with me. I have no problem with that. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Trust me, you will not hurt my feelings. Nobody
not
will.
even not even that she's necessarily disagreeing with you. She's bringing up a lot of stuff that a lot of people aren't liking being talked about when it comes to this case, and it's stuff that if you really sit back and you think about it with an open mind instead of thinking 100 yes or 100 no, because like I was saying last night in my show, we all have the same goal. It's to get justice for these families, to make sure these children are safe, and to make sure that everybody in the community can live the same life that everybody should be able to live with in peace, positivity, and progress. And we all have to understand that maybe we don't have, you know, it might be an ugly fucking puzzle, but it's a puzzle. And maybe, you know.
Does she want to come up? Does she want to ask questions, or
I don't know.
her to speak?
I mean, if she's out there, or she comes across this video and you would like to hop up, maybe we
I welcome it.
Invite you back too. And if she hears us, definitely reach out to me, EvilleCJ@gmail.com, and we'll set it up for sure, because you know, she does make a lot of interesting comments out there, and a lot of people in chat are even bringing up her name and asking me to ask you about her. And so I thought I would because
Oh yeah,
if go to some of those videos sometime when you have some free time and just look for the
I will.
Sophia name, and you'll know what
I
I'm
will.
talking
I
about.
will look at that and see what she has to say, because I do welcome that. Because the reality is, not everybody knows everything. No, nobody does, right?
Mhm.
Everybody's got a different take, and we're all, even as close as I am through my child, I'm still separated. There's degrees of separation, and she could be wrong, right? She's on a different campus. Even on the same campus, she can be wrong.
Mhm.
And it's just going to take, I think it's just going to take everybody to say what they think or know. And maybe she does know more. And maybe she is a student who knows a lot. And if she is, I will make sure she's safe. I will, like, Dave, if you're listening, if you need a place to be safe, I will give you a safe place. I mean, honestly, truly,
And
I
if
don't want these kids to be fearful.
And if he ever wants to come, I mean, I'm gonna have to get my voice changer stuff here. But if he ever wants to,
Right.
no, seriously, like you're never gonna
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
hate either from this community that we have
Hmm.
or me as a host. You're never gonna get that kind of hate because I don't operate that way, uh,
Yeah.
and I never will. I never will.
And I
So
didn't see that at all last night. And I don't see that. I actually don't see that in your community. And I'm sure people are saying things and disagreeing with me, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay. I made the mistake of having a conversation with. So when I first went to Drunk Turkeys and to Lana and Olivia found me through Drunk Turkeys, and Lana found me. But I there's well, everyone knows who it is. It's T-Rev, and he got a detective on there, and I was looking to find high numbers, right? Because I want to get it to as many people as possible to make sure people are hearing what's going on. So eventually, T-Rev is getting back and poking the bear. And so I sent him an email and I said, make sure you want to read this. Make sure you want to know this, because it took me 3 months before I could sleep through the night after knowing this information. But you want it, and please don't share it, because I trusted him, and he put it out there. And the information I gave him, which I blame myself. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. I shouldn't have, and I feel terrible, because if one of those families heard what a private email, I just trusted him. And so I'm really cautious now. So when your sub called me yesterday, who Drunk Turkeys vetted her, and
thank you.
then she said, and so in essence vetted you, and a couple of other people they've vetted, and I've gone on, and I'll keep going on and keep talking, and I'm gonna scream from every mountaintop until this is solved. I don't care if people hate me, but I will say your show and your people, I found to be. I thought your show was very nice. Actually,
Thank you. I
it was
appreciate that.
very, very. There's a lot of peace in it. There's a lot of calm in it. And I was really grateful that she sent that to me,
I
for the
appreciate
record.
that. And thank you for your comfort, not only for checking out, but for reaching out last night and for even reaching out today. Like, it's an honor to have you on the show. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No, I'm serious, because I just started this talk show last November
Oh,
just to talk. It wasn't even really, it was more of just kind of like a updated world events kind of thing, and Idaho 4 was one of the things that first started when I started my show, and I kind of did some true crime, and then I kind of did some world events and stuff. And as when we came across your call on the Drunk Turkey show that first time, it just made it, your voice is so powerful with the words that you say, and you can tell that you mean it and you feel it. And when you speak, your words move mountains. And when I heard you, because I would show it on the show, and we would all discuss. And when I heard you that first night, we could tell that you were probably really nervous.
And he sped my voice
really
up,
scared.
which I
Yeah.
don't need. Right.
Oh, is that why it was so fast? Because we slowed it down. We slowed it down. Oh, okay. So they sped your. Oh, wow. I never knew that. We were all like, why is she talking so fast? Okay.
I know, and I'm like, and so I called Daniel. I'm like, dude, yeah. I'm like, what? And he's like, I know, but I said I already talk a million miles a minute. Honestly, I'm from the East Coast. That's where I was born. I can talk. I can throw up verbiage like nobody else, faster than anybody else. I know that. That's what the should have slowed me down. But and
Thank
Olivia
you.
did slow me down. But and also I had to remember that I do speak quickly. I speak very quickly. I had a boss once who said, you need to sit when you speak because you go so fast people can't understand you. Now my kids understand me all
it
the
makes
time,
sense
but
now,
that's
though,
it.
'cause-
Yeah,
yeah,
I
because
showed
that
up.
first call, everybody was like, man,
Oh,
she's talking
she's on
fast. And I'm like,
speed. She's
well,
on speed.
somebody had mentioned that. And I'm like, no, come on. She's just nervous. She's scared. Come on.
And I will tell you,
uh,
I was nervous. I'm better now, but I was nervous. Like, yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking because people are listening to you. So, and I'm not, I guess also my daughter was over there then and my son, so I was a little
right.
bit
Yeah.
concerned, right? So that
Yeah.
added
Yeah.
to
Right.
that. And now, but they go back in less than 60 days. Rush starts in like 48 days,
Yeah.
right? 48 days rush starts.
Wow.
These kids are back in school and they could die. And I know that's dramatic, but it's true.
Right. Right.
At the hand they drop raising that house is not a thing. They can't. So I will tell you about raising the house. Raising means dropping in. I'm a real estate broker by profession, but there are secrets in those walls that need to be seen and heard. And I've called. So remember when there wasn't the marshals that went in, but it was the other. There was a couple of guys that went in.
Yeah, the three gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had called that morning. I had spoken with the FBI and I said, you need to go in the attic and you need to go in the crawl. And there's a space over on the side that
Okay, in
likely
the
has
bottom?
the water. That likely has the water heater and the likely it's a stand-up space. Like if somebody wanted to squat in there, they could squat in there and nobody would know they were there, kind of thing.
Okay.
It's just this empty space that's probably behind a locked door. And I said, you need to go and look in there because I don't know if there's anything in there, but I know that my daughter found cookbooks from the 1930s and magazines from the 1930s in her live out. Her boyfriend at the time found an unopened Olympia beer can, like an original, in the wall. And they leave them, they pull them out, they look at them, they leave them, they put them back. And then when they leave, they put something in the wall. Things get put in walls and live out. It's a thing. It's what the kids do. So there's space between those walls. And I said, you're not. What?
Are you talking about this right here?
Which?
Can you see it on the screen? Hold on 1 second. Let me switch this.
Well, I know there's space under the stairs.
Right there. This is the very bottom floor.
Right. I think
And
that
so
probably behind that is likely where it is, and you can probably likely access it from the outside.
So like if you open so here's the real picture, but you can access it from the outside.
So if you're on the basement level, because it's on in Washington State, you've only got about 3 foot of soil to hit hard pan, to hit clay. So digging down deep it's hard to do, especially if you're on an incline like they're on. They need a geotech. But so a lot of times you'll have these dead spaces that they use to put hot water tanks or furnaces or whatever inside of, or whatever. But there's an open space if you're looking at the house from the front, from Kings Road, it would be on behind the two bottom. It would be below. No, let me explain it to you differently. I'm trying to get my bearings on this. If you're looking at it, so originally it was the address used to be Queen Street.
Yeah.
And they changed it. But I think they changed it because Well, I think that rumor has it, and this is just a rumor and conjecture, that because I can't find anything, that several around a large number of students, and I think one is a large number, mind you, of students were OD'd in that house. And
In
I
this
think that,
house.
yeah, and I think they changed the address because to make it more marketable and more rentable. Because as a parent, as a real estate broker,
Right.
you don't have to. So when you're filling, it's called Form 17 in Washington State. You have to material defects, suicide, ODs. Suicide is not a material defect. An OD can be if it's a crime, which you have to disclose. So, and I know it's Idaho, but they have a lot of similar real estate rules. And the owners of this home are real estate brokers. One of them is at least. So the other's just straight up pedophile. So, so I think that in those rooms,
That's
they
interesting.
needed to check. They needed to check that. And so then that night I was watching the news and I saw them come out with a bag. Now, did they find anything? I don't know, because they're not going to tell me that. I don't have the right to know that. I only have the right to report. I don't have the right to know. And I don't need to know. As long as I know, as long as I feel confident that it's being addressed. And not to be right, but to be right, you know what I mean? Just so they're checking every box. I mean, there was a mother. The very last text Ethan sent to somebody, the mother of that young man tried to text or called the tip line a plethora of times. It took the mother 15 days to get through to them. Don't you think that Ethan's final text was important? I do.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was when I started to become a hound dog. And when I saw that, I thought, are they getting the information? And maybe they're not getting the information because I need to know, right? And I understand that they had so many tips, but how many tips were from the same people? My guess is probably most of them. They were just do-overs.
Wow.
You know.
That and it's I always thought it was weird because whenever we've been doing our Google stuff, it always showed Queen Road coming around, and I'm like, I've always wondered in the back of my head, why in the hell is it King when it's freaking Queen all the way around it?
You know what? Moscow is its own thing. You know what? It was so when my son's a basketball player, he's a baller, and he traveled for ball in junior and senior year of high school. And at the last minute, we'd be going to board a plane and the tournament would be canceled because of COVID. So we'd turn around. So my husband would call and find him another game. And every time you could find one in Moscow. And they never wore masks. It was like being in it was
really
like its own world. Yeah, it's its own country. Moscow, Idaho is its own country. It's really, the state is just insane. Like, but it's so lovely.
It just all runs different. Yeah. Oh,
it runs differently. Yeah. It's just, they beat to their own drummer. They have their own rules and their laws, and they're not going to follow, which is crazy.
I even heard that they were like, you know, the whole thing about they would like take pictures of the students' IDs and put their phone numbers in their phones and stuff, and it was just common because that's just how it always has gone and it always has been, and it was just normal stuff, you know, and it just makes they ran things the way they wanted to.
Yeah, and I think a noise complaint might be a warning to shut your mouth.
Oh, really? Because I heard they were coming up for noise complaints when they weren't even called. And that's an interesting thing that you were saying that. Yeah, it's interesting you say that.
Right, and you know, the boy, and I will tell you this, and I'm going to call out Hunter Johnson too. And kiddo, you can come at me, but you're going to feel a whole lot better when you tell the truth. He was there every single time there was a noise complaint. He answered the door for the cops. He was the one who, and then he went and got Kaylee. And I don't care what you say. Kaylee's body language to me looked like, I hate you. Because she was a happy, vivacious lovely girl and everything, except for that video in that cute little brown dress she was
When
wearing.
she was standing there like this.
With her arms were crossed, yeah, and she was her whole body language was like,
Yeah,
you like,
could, her eyebrows were kind of going downward instead
Right.
of being upward. Yeah, I
Right.
noticed that.
Right. And I think that she probably likely knew. And she would, that's what I think. I think her body language was so closed and she was so organically open that it just went against. And I thought, when I saw that, I thought, wow, she really doesn't like Payne. Why? I think it was Payne or whomever the police officer was. But then why did Hunter follow her out again? Like, get a life, dude. What are you doing? And why did you take Ethan's pulse? Why?
Right. Why? Because
why?
Yeah. That's all you need to say is why. Honestly.
And so the bedroom doors clearly weren't locked. And
See,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The reason I called them about that whole thing with behind it is because the kids, and if kids are listening, don't go on the roof. It's stupid. It's dumb. Don't do it. They always get on the roof. They do it. They think it's the funnest shit in the world. It's stupid. My daughter did it too. But they had a ladder to get up onto that roof. So he might have access from that roof point.
That's what I was thinking. Oh my gosh. Hold on a minute. Because when we were talking about it, it was like last week sometime. Mm-hmm. And I was asking, has that ladder always been there? Because we were on the topic of the no trail going out, right?
Right.
And I was taking a look at the 360 house tour thing. And when it was the first time I'd clicked on the drone thing, and that's when I noticed a picture that had a blue aluminum ladder sitting up against the side of the house. And then I'm looking at the roof, and then I'm going, well, who in the hell would lock that living room window? Because they wouldn't think anybody would be coming in there, especially if they supposedly left everything unlocked often anyway. So then I'm thinking, how in the hell, like maybe they did go up on the roof, go through the window, or even that's how they left and there was no trail because it was on the shingles.
So I'm more thought. So here's the thing. I more thought that they didn't lock the doors. None of them did. None of them do. They do now because we're beasts about it now. But even my daughter didn't. But I thought more they were doing lookout up there and they might be able to find prints.
Really?
But that's how they access the roof is by that ladder to hang out up there. But yeah, that's.
So was it always sitting there? Was it something that probably sat there often because they did access the roof like that to hang out?
Right. Yeah, that's I think why the ladder was there.
Wow.
But there's this other thing too that has recently come out, which I just learned. I don't even know how I learned it. So take it for what you will. It could be a rumor. But they were going to paint that house. So the ladder could have been placed there for painting, and they could have accessed the roof from the porch because kids are nimble, I mean, Xana could do a back tuck like no other. She could have bounced herself up there, right, and pulled everybody up, honestly, right? So, and she had no fear, but they had tarps and paint supplies in the house waiting to be painted over the holiday, the Thanksgiving holiday.
Oh, okay. So
because so where were they? Was it really there for that reason? Because I really truly believe that the owners are involved in this, without question. And I have
you
no
think
problem
the owners? That. Oh wow!
Yeah,
you have no problem. I love your.
Like honestly, come at me. What are you gonna do? Shoot me?
I love your personality. Jeez.
Well,
for real.
Point. You want to eat my children? I will kill you. But come at me.
It's refreshing. It's refreshing.
Well, okay.
I appreciate you.
Something.
It is. It's refreshing.
My family not so much, but you do. So I'm good.
Your family not so much. Well, you know where to go if you need some refreshing.
Right, I know. I mean, honestly, I have the information I have that is solid that I stand behind, and so far, every single thing that comes out is proving to be accurate from what these kids have said.
And anything else is opinion, thoughts,
right? And just momming it. Just being a mom, like thinking, you're selling me a story that's going to get you grounded or give me your phone kind of thing, right?
Well,
I mean,
speaking of speculation,
Yeah.
What are you feeling about Koberger? Speculation,
Speculation wise.
theory,
So here's what,
thoughts,
if he were my
opinions.
kid, here's my conversation would be to him. What the fuck did you do to get yourself in an orange suit facing a firing squad? Why are you on the block here?
Do you think?
I don't know if he did it.
So you think he definitely had something to do with it?
He knows
but
something,
you
yeah.
just don't. He could even just know something. He doesn't even necessarily. Because I mean, we've gone through the ping and the video
The pings don't work
clips
at
and
all.
stuff. None of it
Yeah.
makes sense.
None
You know
of
what
it
I'm
makes
saying? None of it does, and
Right.
it seemed like it could
Right.
be pieced together if they really wanted to piece it together.
100%.
Right.
That's exactly right.
So,
Yeah. What did you do to become what did you do here? Because obviously they're not just going to pick some rando off the street to get put in an orange suit and throw shit at him. Why? People don't hate you. So why? You're a TA out of college as a behavioral PhD student. So let's roll back here. Come clean. What did you do? Why were you there? What is your role?
do you think it has to do with substances?
You know what? I go back and forth with it. I think I wish.
Do you think he had been at the house before? Speculation.
yes,
And if you
for
don't
sure.
want to answer,
Yeah.
don't.
Definitely.
You think
No,
you
I
think he
definitely
was
he's been so. Yeah, I actually think he was helping Kaylee solve a crime,
helping
and he might have had a
Kaylee
crime.
solve a crime. Oh,
Yeah.
because she was such a sleuther,
Yeah.
you think he
Yeah, I
used
do.
that to snuggle his way in, and then when he got
Yeah.
bounced in the friend
Right.
zone,
Well,
sorry, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if they ever. I don't see. The thing is, I know people say he's a creep, but obviously, if the first thing we know about this guy is the first time we ever all of us see this guy. Now he was a TA, and my son's pre-law. My son attended classroom 13. He taught in classroom 12. So
Wow.
never ever. And I've spoken with students who had him as a teacher. Yeah, he was an asshole, but all TAs are assholes. That's the definition of a TA. They're
So he
egomaniacs.
knew him? So he really knew him?
He didn't know him. He didn't have him. He didn't even know who he was, really.
Did he ever pass him? Did he ever pass? So he
not
was
enough to realize he was not.
Really?
He wasn't. So yeah, he wasn't.
He
That
didn't
kind
stick
of,
out.
no, which
Right.
you would think like this he would, and the students said, yeah, he was hard graded, but he graded everybody really difficult. He was a difficult grader
Really?
for everybody, and he thought he was smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
I have 7 children who have gone to college, and not one of them have ever liked their TA. They always grade too hard. That's why they're
Really?
TAs.
So it's
a
normal.
part of the curriculum. Yeah, it's a part
So
of the
they get a little bit of
They learn how to teach.
It's like an ego. Is it an ego trip kind of thing?
Yes.
Ego trip. Okay, so
and
that's
then
normal. It wasn't nothing
normal.
out of the blue for
Nothing out of the
Koberger to be a hard ass. Okay.
Not even. It's normal.
Okay.
I legitimately have never heard of a TA being a good TA or like a good professor. And the professor's job is to bring them back, rein them in, teach them how to be a professor. We know you're smarter than everybody else, buddy. We know because you got here. But now you got to learn how to communicate that intelligence to others.
So
and
what
that's
is
what
it?
they were saying.
What is this? A trick? So the professor uses a TA to get everybody jumping on the TA so the professor can come back and settle everybody down and be like, okay, everybody come follow me. Like,
no,
or they just get an ego trip.
The professor's job is to teach the PhD or the PhD student to be a professor.
Okay.
With him. And so when he's grading too hard and they're calling him out, everybody got A's because he got called out for it. So he gave everybody A's. He probably said, fine then, fuck it, fine. I'll just give them all A's. And he didn't write another note on a piece of paper. I don't think it had anything to do with anything other than the fact that he knew his professor told him what to do and he did it to get an A out of his class. That's how Koberger kept his GPA, by doing by listening to his professor. Kind of a trickle down thing.
So okay, because I heard okay, so it must have been way beyond normal then if his students went to the professor in the school and complained about him, right?
I have never heard of. I've had my own children go to professors about their TAs.
Okay.
That's what you do. It's
okay.
That's
so
normal.
Was he okay? Now I thought he was fired. Was he not?
He was not. So he wasn't
He-
fired till he was arrested. And he wasn't even fired then because I called about it. And I
Really?
asked. And the day I called was the day they were all going back to school the following week. Coworker had been arrested. All of the office admin was in. And I called and I said, so what are you going to do with them? Because she said, we're in a meeting right now to decide what to do with him. They had not fired him yet. Him having
Wow,
leaving his keys and locking his room, he could have come home to a roommate. If you're living in a double as a single, over Christmas break, you could come home to a roommate. He
No
locked his bedroom
way.
yeah, 100%. He lived in
Oh,
student housing.
wow.
That's not weird. There's so many things that aren't weird that are being taken as weird. In Washington State, we have 3 different bins for recycling, and my husband wears gloves. Gross. Garbage is gross. We wear gloves. You have to separate. Yeah, 3 bins.
3
3 bins. And then you got to remember which week is which bin. Like it's a test. I'm like, seriously? Are you kidding me? You want me to remember which day? And then they have
Like
a
it's a
line for
test.
you to call. There's a line we can call in on to find out which bin day it is. Like, come on.
Are you?
I'm not kidding you. They mean
Put
it.
the-
Washington means it.
Put the orange tub out on Tuesday.
Yes, exactly.
Are they the same colors or are they different colors?
No, they're all different colors, which
They're all
drives
different
my brain crazy. Drives me crazy.
Oh, they're all different colors. That's funny.
And you'd think if they make them different colors, they could just make them all a uniform size and color and just put notes on them so we know. Give me an instruction on each bin. I can read, but just make it match. It's so terrible. And so you wear gloves because we wash our. I'll tell you a story. So I was at my cousin's house back east, and I was we had finished. So I was recycling some bottles, and she put one of the bottles in the freezer and it froze solid. She thought it wouldn't, and I'm like, did it bubble because there was soap in it? I forgot to throw it in the recycling bin. She goes, we don't recycle in New York, Kim. So there we go. We don't recycle in New York, but we wash everything out. You wash it and you put it, it has to be cleaned. And they'll send it back and they'll fine you.
They'll send it back and fine you?
Yes, they won't
Holy
pick up your
crap.
garbage. And then you're stuck with bottle, or you'll be stuck with recyclables for 2 days or 3 days or 2 weeks because you missed
Man.
that last pickup time. That's not a weird thing. And garbage is gross. And so you wear gloves. That's not weird. That's normal. And some people really want to recycle. They really like it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we should, you know what I mean? Because we only got
Ah.
one planet, you know? I mean,
Right. But he might be, and also, but people don't understand is he was 3 hours behind Pennsylvania time when they
mhm.
picked him up.
Yeah.
That's a thing. So then you have to remember that. Right? So what time was it really for him? 10:30?
Mm,
And we already know
Yeah.
he's a night owl, right? And he plays games all night.
Right.
My kid,
right.
I have sons who will play games till 4 and 5, 6 in the morning. It's not weird. They're not doing weird things. They're just being boys. He's 28. I have a 28-year-old. Who's a congratulating Congress. I'm telling you right now,
Oh, wow.
he could be weird, but he's not. They just are the little idiosyncrasies. He definitely has OCD. He's obviously been through drug situations before, but I nothing out there struck anybody as weird until he was arrested.
Really?
Well-
Because, we've at first we heard a lot of things about he was odd and he was a creep, all of these different things, the
Well, he
getting
was
kicked out
awkward,
of
but
bars.
he's a boy.
But then we started, lately we started looking at different friends' interviews and stuff, and
Yeah.
they're all talking about he was normal. He was
Mhm.
socially awkward or whatever, but
Right.
but they were like, we never saw the stuff that people are claiming and stuff, and so then it just makes you wonder, well, who's
Mhm.
pushing that narrative? Is
Well,
it
that's
people
exactly
that
right.
want it open and
Mhm.
shut and done and
Yeah,
over
right.
with, and because
And and then the experts who are backing up all of the law enforcement and not listening to the narratives. So News Nation asked me to come on, and I said no, absolutely not. I'm not coming on for your narrative. Like, I've told you everything. You wanted to change what I said, and
Mhm.
I'm not changing it. So you want a resolve here, but that doesn't solve. That's not a solve. That's not a solution. That doesn't fix it. We still are
Right.
stuck out there with people out there, and we know that. And I don't know what part he played. Do I believe because he's in an orange jumpsuit, he has something to do with this? Absolutely, I do. But I don't know what that looks like. And I'm not gonna. If I didn't have information, I could sit on a jury and be and not convict him. But I have too much information, obviously, right? And so I couldn't. But I'm just saying they will find a jury, I believe, that will be able to judge him honestly. I just don't see it going to trial, though. I don't see them being able to take him to trial. I don't know how they do that. There's no evidence. His car
Yeah.
doesn't even match.
Yeah, that's what we were looking into too. I mean, even the vehicle that's on the image from the gas station, it just don't
That's not his
match
car.
up. Right. It just don't match up. And then you
It's
look at
more
all
like
the other people,
yeah.
you
Why
know, that
wouldn't
are
they
close.
go right? So when you have a parking permit, you have to register your car and what kind of car it is. He got pulled over all the time because he never on a front plate. Maybe he's a terrible driver too. I might say you're probably a shitty driver. You know what? And probably right, but he got pulled over a lot because he had Pennsylvania plates with no front plate. Washington State, you have to have a front plate. Idaho, you have to have a front plate. That's why he
Right.
got pulled over. He was an easy ticket. He was paying the light bill. You know what I mean? The energy bill was getting paid because you don't have a front plate. We can pull you over. We can ticket you, and
Right.
that pays the bills, right? I mean, even
Mhm.
and in Indiana, was the FBI following him? No. I think
I
they
don't think
lost. I
so.
don't know.
I
Or they
mean,
lost him.
yeah,
He was
but
Colorado.
yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know. I mean, I know there's some that do, and I could totally understand, you know, because it is odd. But you would think that if the FBI was following him, they would have had some kind of, what do they call that? Where it's like a courtesy where they contact the local LE and let them know that we're going to be, you know, they give them a heads up.
Or they would have
What is that?
taken
It's
a
a
device.
courtesy or whatever.
Yeah, but they would have taken a device in Pullman and stuck it under his car.
Apple tag, yeah. Something.
Right? They would have. If you really
Yeah, that's a
think this
good
dude
point.
is gonna right, you're
That's a
letting
good
him
point.
walking around, and that's what I said. You're letting this guy, dude, walk around campus for 30 days with my kid, and he's a safe walker. Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that right now? That Bosco didn't call you when they found out immediately how many of these cars specifically you had, and then just one board officer decides at
Right,
not,
and that's why you got
what?
51 terabytes because you probably have every freaking Elantra driving through snapping on a
Right.
video, and you can just take
Right.
this one and this one and this one and
Right.
and
They
it just
buried it
don't
in
make
evidence.
sense. You know, I was
Yeah.
even looking at like his cell phone pings when Koberger left, and who's to say he didn't go to one of them college buildings over there? Because that's
Right,
where his
and
phone
shallow,
shut
right?
off.
Why didn't he go? Right, he could have gone.
That's where his
There
phone
was,
shut off.
yeah, but the other thing is he couldn't even have gotten out of his parking apartment complex that night. His car wasn't there. They have no DNA on the car. His car couldn't have been there. It was locked behind a fire hydrant that had been hit and was like gushing water. They had to call the water company out,
Whoa.
plus the gas company. So he couldn't even have gotten out of the parking place.
So if he left, he wouldn't have left from his own vehicle.
No.
So the vehicle that he drove to PA, the vehicle that got impounded to see if there was any frickin' DNA, is the one that he couldn't even drive because it was locked behind a frickin' fire hydrant.
Yeah, from the hit and run.
So from a hit and run. So somebody had to have picked him up, or he went for a jog because we found out he likes jogging a couple days ago.
He could run a hell of a mile, I'll tell you what.
You know what I'm saying?
I run a lot. I can do 7 miles, but I'm not running it in 6 minutes flat, a 6-minute mile. I'm gonna tell you what, the guy could run. He had some pipes on him.
And he says he wasn't riding a bike.
Who says he wasn't riding a bike? Who says his friend didn't pick him up? Who says anything?
Right.
He just, and so when he was seen, when he finally got actually, when they said, like, I think that Dave said that one of his friends who got the MIP saw him early in the next morning when his friend went out to pick up what he had thrown in the woods, which I'm sure, right?
Right.
Is
Yeah, I heard it.
he saw him, and that's probably when the scene was cleared and he could drive out.
Okay, that's what I was. Okay, so at 9 something in the morning when he went back out there, right?
Right.
Because I thought, who's to say he didn't hear the chatter? Because
Right.
you were talking in that first call about how there was chatter early in the morning, and so when we were talking about that, I thought back to that, and I'm like, well, who says that he didn't get the freaking chatter from everybody of it going around?
Oh my!
And he didn't just
that's
drive
right.
over there just to check out the fucking scene because he's curious. I mean, come on. I've seen when there's
Right.
buildings on fire, people are standing out there looking at it. Like there's people
Right.
that will just sit there and be like, whoa, and so who's to say he didn't do that either?
Well,
Not
and that's
that he
the thing.
went back.
Mhm.
Sorry.
And he probably had more access to it too. He probably knew more of what was going on because he was part of the PhD department and the behavioral or the criminal justice department. So he probably had right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He got a text too, probably, likely.
Yeah,
and
like
I'm not so sure Bethany didn't call him over.
I've heard of them two being linked together.
I don't know what
a month
the
and a
link
half,
is.
2 months ago, and I didn't really. I was like, why in the hell would they be in contact? So I never really explored it much, but it's interesting that you bring it up, and I'm definitely going to have to.
And the whole thing is, I know he's creepy because he's been made to be creepy. I mean, his life is destroyed no matter how you look at it, but he's been made to be creepy. But realistically, if you step back a minute and you look and you think and you take it all away, he's not creepy. He's awkward. Boys are awkward. I have 5 of them. They are awkward and weird. They are. They're weird till they get married and their wives make them normal. And that's the truth. Honest to God. So to judge this young man is without a fair trial. And I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm not saying he did do it. I'm just saying he has not had the grace or the respect or the civic mindedness of the population to say, hold on, let's give him his due diligence. Let's be diligent here. Let's give him due process. We are failing our country and our children by not doing that as a whole. I don't know what he did, but until we do know, we don't have the right to take away his future. And we have. I mean, I feel like that we have, and people are not sacrificial lambs, and these people are doing this. They are. They don't care about anybody but themselves. But whoever's behind all of this is about themselves. Do I think he could do all 4 people at once? Yes, I think he was strong enough, healthy enough, and has the wind capacity to be able to do it. Do I think he did? I just don't.
Yeah, and it bothers me because when we're talking about innocent until proven guilty, right? And the stuff that I've been talking about and with others on the show the last few days doesn't go along with the BCK narrative. And it's been getting a lot of heat, and I just don't understand. It's like, if it's about innocent until proven guilty and you see or you common sense figure things that just don't seem right, and you're exploring other theories and thoughts that don't align with what the hell, I just don't understand that, because to me, what if it is these 3 other people that isn't him? And what if he really did at 9-something, 9:15, 9:30 in the morning, really did go by to creep out the scene? Who says that just because his phone shut off in the opposite direction of Moscow
Mm-hmm.
close to an area where there's a lot of college buildings.
Right.
Who's to say he didn't go for a jog and shut his phone off when he started for a jog?
Right.
You know, I know the phone pings going down south is kind of odd. I haven't really, you know, I'm still
My
trying to
son came
process
down.
that.
The minute they came out with that, my son,
Yeah.
5 minutes, he said, that doesn't work. I mean, he might have been
What?
hauling. He said the things don't work. He said, my son said, Mom, they don't. He came down the stairs and I don't even, he must have heard it on his phone or whatever. And he said, that doesn't make sense. He would have had to be hauling ass, like gotten there in 1 second in order for him to ping on both of those towers at the same time. I don't understand the pinging stuff. That is beyond my level of knowledge or want to know.
Mhm.
But he said there's no way, and all the kids said there's no way. I don't think the kids believe he did it.
Seriously.
I've not heard one kid who said he did. I've heard them say, I haven't paid enough attention, and no, there's no way. That's what I've heard. Not one kid has said he did it. Which is interesting. But they know other things, like you can get drugs there and all of the other
Yeah. Do they feel it's drug related?
Yeah, yes, 100% they do.
100% drug related. That's what I think.
But yes, they do too. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I think
so
too.
and Demetrius Robinson is he's pretty well known in the area. He's like a promoter, and he does like, I think there's a DJ or something involved.
Yeah, the events.
Yeah,
center.
for the events.
Yeah.
He can get on Greek Row. If you're not Greek, you can't get on Greek Row if you're a guy. Girls can after 10 p.m., but you can't get on Greek Row if you're a guy, if you're not Greek. That's just a rule.
Wow.
So, right? And so, yeah, so like with Emma being able to get on there, and Emma was dealing. I mean, she was the dealer on the scene. Without question.
See what I'm saying? Like, that's, I don't know why there's so much negativity out there. Seriously, I just don't get it, because it just, it's just, if you uh-oh, we lost her. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I apologize. If you guys want to, I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to invite her on again. And we'll make sure that we get all your questions that we didn't get to on the next one. We'll just have a Q&A. Let me see here. And if you need to send me any of your questions, you can send them to EvilleCJ@gmail.com if you want to do that too. So if you feel that there's a question that maybe we didn't get answered and it's important to you, do me a favor, email it to me. And then if you'd ever feel comfortable being on again, maybe we can answer some questions in the future, whenever, if you're ever comfortable with that. It must have timed out or something. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
It's dropped before. I've had it dropped in the middle before, and
okay.
So I don't know why it happens, but
internet. It is what it is.
Internet. It is what it is, right? So
it is what it is.
Yes, I will always come on. I will always answer questions. If you have a viewer who has a question for me and you want to shoot it to me through a text at any time, anything I can do to make people or anybody that knows something to say something, or just to make somebody feel better about sending their kid there, I'll share.
Oh, that's so sweet of you.
Well, sweet is not a word often used to describe me, but thank you.
Oh, whoops. Hard.
It's okay.
Harsh.
It's okay. I know, it's okay.
Rash.
I love
Rash.
it. My cousin say to me, "You are the sweetest thing." I'm like, people never call me sweet. I don't even know what that looks like. But I was saying, I was saying thank you. I maybe in a backwards way, but I was
Okay.
saying thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm okay being sweet, right? Everyone wants to be sweet, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Right.
So
Yeah.
that's interesting. That 100% drug related. With the
Yeah.
kids.
Mm-hmm.
EB. I'll just say EB.
Are we telling me?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't. You can totally tell me. You can
Uh-huh.
totally tell me just hell no, I ain't answering that damn question.
Okay.
Speculate, because this is some crazy shit. I got two crazy ass questions for you. One,
Okay.
do you think the silent plea could have been BK getting a plea agreement ready for October 2nd to make a confession?
So interesting fact is that I was watching a program, and I don't think a silent plea is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. If you don't want to lie under
If
oath.
you had something to do with
Right.
it and you're telling the truth, yes.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So, but in Idaho, apparently, and I think it was Andrea Burkhart, actually, if you want to, I think she was on someone's show and she said that interesting, I think it was her. So don't hold me to it, but I believe, if my memory is correct. And she said that a lot of attorneys in Idaho believe that that is the best way to plea on a death penalty case or a life sentence. That they really believe a silent plea is the best way to go for their defendant. So, and she can go into more of that, but it's often
No matter what? No matter what?
Yeah, no, in that's how attorneys and the death penalty and life sentences often advise their clients to plea is silently.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yes,
So
and that's just
normal. That's not him
across,
pulling
yeah.
a trick. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
right. And I've tried telling people that before, and they're not hearing it. But Andrea Burkhart, and I don't know who she was speaking with. I think it was
I've
her.
heard
And if
that
I'm
name
wrong, I
before.
apologize. She's an attorney, and she's in Washington State. Attorney.
Okay.
She's bright. I think she does family law mostly, but I could be wrong who it is, but my understanding is whatever attorney said it was that it's a common way for attorneys to plea in cases like this. And there's like more than 50% of attorneys advise their clients to plea that way.
No shit. Okay, because
Yeah.
I thought it was some kind of mind game that he was maybe playing, or maybe she was, because there for a while I thought maybe he was the one pulling her strings because he's so damn smart, But
well,
no,
I think he's very bright.
Great attorney. Yeah, you think?
Yeah,
he is?
but I think he's very intelligent. I think that I think he's smart enough to know he can't do this without her or his team, and he's got a very good team.
Yes,
That's
does.
what I think. I think he's trusting his attorneys and his investigators, and they probably know everything. And I think they're sitting pretty confidently right now. I wish they would put all the families. So the families need to know. The students' families need to know we're going back. Like, I don't need to know. My kids aren't going back, but those that need to know should know what's going on. So I wish that it would go. I wish it'd just come clean and come out with it. But I guess I understand there's timing and there's timing and everything, right? Life is timing.
Right.
It's all about timing. So I do think that whatever they're going to unfold is not going to be lovely, and and he also wants to be exonerated, which is different than having his charges dismissed. Right. Exoneration means double jeopardy applies.
Right.
Being dismissed,
you get convicted.
Right.
Then you get
Right. Being convicted or being charged only means that charges are dropped. You could be charged again, right? Double jeopardy doesn't apply.
Right.
So, and prejudice wouldn't apply. So he wants to be exonerated because he doesn't want to hang over his head. I get that. Wow. I hope he's had a lie detector test because I know they're not admissible in court, but if you pass, you pass. So I don't know if he has or not. I don't even know if they've gone there. But I will tell you, I would have one. Adamant. I would tell he wants to be exonerated, and that means he wants double jeopardy to apply. so he can never
I
be
mean,
tried again like OJ.
yeah, I remember when he was, because I
Yeah.
was home from
Right.
work that day streaming it, and his attorney
Yeah.
from, the defender, public defender in PA,
Right.
he was having an interview, and he was like, yeah, he was very adamant to make sure that I said
His attorney
exonerated.
still is. Yeah. His attorney
Oh.
still is. His attorney believes he's innocent.
What? Are you
From
serious?
Pennsylvania, without question, he believes he's innocent. He stated it. And I don't know why he believes that. He said he didn't speak that, but
Just
I
the
tend to
PCA. I mean, you look at the
everything.
PCA.
is a piece of shit.
It is. I think there's so many people that think that the PCA is like so solid, and I'm like, the first day I read it, I saw all the freaking holes in it. If you look at it as a jury member,
Right.
you don't.
Right. And when
you don't look at it.
Yeah. It was over Christmas break, and my daughter came downstairs.
Yeah.
My son said to her, and it was on. He goes, "Look," and she said, "That's not what happened, Mom.
Yeah.
That's organically from a girl who still had sleep in her eyes and a T-shirt on, saying that's not what happened. That's what she said."
Yeah, it came out the same morning.
I believe the
that
students.
his arrest was.
Yeah, yeah, and that's when my son discovered the pings. They're all on the same page with the pings. They don't make sense. And besides the fact, there's no range between those two schools. And why would you drive 45 minutes when you're 5 minutes apart? None of it makes sense. It's so stupid. Right?
Yeah,
But they make
like-
a big deal over everything. Like shopping's better in Moscow. It is. Thank you very much. It is. Like
It is.
he needs to stay in Moscow because he's going to get the best jury there. Because it is. Everybody knows it. You got a target, we don't. Like what? Come on.
So
It's
the
crazy.
pings between
Things
are
don't match.
I mean,
They're
the
sketch.
cell phone coverage between the two towns are sketchy. The coverage, like your calls drop a
there's
lot.
no range. There's no range between both towns. I don't care which way you go. I've never heard of the
Really?
45-minute way. Yeah, no, there's no way. No, there's no range. You have no bars. No. You're in agricultural land.
Yeah.
You're in farmland. There's no range. I don't care how good your phone is. My kids have brand new phones. There's no range. You you can't even get on like YouTube.
Really?
This is my new jam. No.
Your new jam.
Right? I mean, honestly, you can get the music you can get. I went to Central for college in '84 in Washington, and there was no radio stations. You were lucky to get AM. It's the same way today. I'm like, really? They have not kept up? Okay. And you can drive farther, but there's all of these areas where you can get a little, maybe you get a song, but you don't. Yeah.
Really?
It's not good. Yes. Right. You would think it would be much better technology, but it's not.
Okay, so that means a lot of people always have their Wi-Fi turned on then, since the coverage is that sketchy, then you must always have your Wi-Fi on because you're always trying, even if it's somebody that you don't know, as long as you can connect to it, you're getting some kind of extra speed. Is that a good?
No, you go
No?
into data. You data. So
Okay,
we have
so-
unlimited data.
Oh, so you have unlimited data
Yeah. A lot of people have unlimited data. That's how we
for
do
that reason because
Mhm.
of the
Right.
connection issues. Huh.
it. Yeah. But that doesn't mean you can't play your games or anything. Like you can't play games.
So what do you think about the sheath that, because this is, so when you mentioned the car, right? And you said that
Right.
the car, he couldn't have used it. And that's because I made a highlight, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, if you toss the sheath, you can't trust the pings. You can't trust the surveillance. Then you better have something in that car. Because if you ain't got nothing in that car, then what the hell do you got? That was my exact freaking highlight video that I made. It's interesting that you say that about the car. So now I'm starting to go back. Number one, I don't know why any prosecution would toss any amount of evidence, even if it's this small. I don't understand that. Not to say that they're tossing it, but they're not providing the DNA, the whole list of what the defense was requesting, the DNA, the protocols, who all, was encountering it, if anybody got in trouble, what their reparations were, like, just they wanted all this crazy information. And the prosecution was like, well, we're really not going to need the sheath, so never mind, we're not going to give you that information. What do you think they have? Uh-oh, you're on mute. She might have got a call.
Hello? Is that better?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
That was me. Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry.
You're good.
So I think, what I don't understand is, as a teacher or a TA, you can't even volunteer for the PTA. I know this because I was PTA and a volunteer at my kids' schools. You have to have a fingerprint test and a background test. I don't know if that's the same as DNA, but their DNA, for Washington State University, they did not want to use any the DNA testing or the sheath or whatever it was as part of the warrant or the probable cause warrant to search. The school gave them access. The school owns everything he owned in there. That was part of what he was given as a PhD student.
Right.
They took nothing from his office, and what they took from his apartment, yeah. And they said there was a shower curtain. My kids bring their shower curtains home, I'm sorry, or they throw them away. They're $1.99 if they're plastic. And if they're cute, they bring them home and I wash them. Like, give me a fucking break. Honestly, right? What do you think they're doing? What do you think he's doing with that? And what do you think a $1.99 shower curtain is going to do with evidence? Take care of it? Clean the scene? Come on. Like, let's use your brain. And he has a tower. Who has a tower? Who uses the tower? What is the tower for anymore? We don't use them. Right. He's MacBook compatible. That's it. They don't have his MacBook. And he did have two phones. He had his old phone with his parents. That in Pennsylvania, when he moved here, he got a new phone. There's two numbers. You have nothing. They have nothing on that. So what are the sheath? You know what? Because of what's inscripted on that sheath, my guess is it was Kopakis, just because he was military, and it was under Maddie. So, or else they would have seen it. Why wasn't it in? Why immediately wasn't it bagged and tagged? Just like the DoorDash. It was never bagged and tagged. The evidence was destroyed by the sunlight through a window from a kitchen that was tossed from people looking for something. Right?
I always thought maybe the knife in the sheath was Kopakis. He bought four of them. I always thought he just pawned it. And he pawned it to
get right.
Yeah.
And right. And maybe they both did, and maybe he took it out. And do I think he's being set up to take the fall? I do, because he doesn't matter. He's irrelevant, which is the saddest thing on the planet to think. And no, he doesn't matter to the people who they think matter over there. He's not from there, right?
Right. Yeah.
No one knows him.
PA. What do you think? What do you think brought him out to PA? Because I've heard that his professor.
Washington State has an amazing program. Washington State University is a very good school. It's actually a really good school. It's really under. It's actually not actually, but their PhD programs for like behavioral sciences and pre-law, which they've just introduced pre-law into it. They've also just introduced medicine, but what he was studying, criminology, puts out some of the best criminologists in the world. They're very, very good. And they only accept like 2 people a year.
Wow. So he
was highly, highly recommended for the program.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because his professor in PA, Ramsland, had referred him, right?
Not Ramsden. It wasn't Ramsden.
No?
Ramsden was one of his professor at DeSales, but his professor that he had during COVID, and I can't remember her name, the one who referred him, and only referred two people from that class.
Oh, okay,
Had
because I had heard it.
it wasn't Ramsden that referred him. Ramsden was just one of
Okay.
his teachers,
Right.
but it was somebody else, and I can't remember her name. She was she had never met him, but she said he was. They did it online because it was Zoom during COVID, so
Right.
she said he was brilliant. I don't know her name, but I think she was at DeSales. I know she was. And she referred him to the program. You don't get into Wazoo, those kind of programs
Yeah.
It's really, really difficult. So with my son being pre-law, he's, Wazoo doesn't have a law school, but he could have gotten in anywhere if he was top of his class there. These kids, with my daughter graduating, these kids are walking into jobs that are off the charts. Great, fantastic jobs. And they have jobs before they graduate. My daughter had 3 offers before she graduated.
Wow.
And she's not the top of her class. She's not
Really?
She had a good time in college. She had a really good time. She grew as a human being, and more power to you, baby. You
she
do you.
Is seasoned.
Right? Yes, she is ready to go. She's fully baked. She's cooked and ready to fly. Watch out, world, because here she comes. I mean, honestly, and
Sometimes
right?
Yeah.
She's just.
You're
right?
a double threat. You're a double threat.
Yeah,
at
she
that
really
point.
is. You don't see her coming. You don't see her coming. That's the best part of it. Yeah, we got in a fight because she wanted. She literally flew her butt home and bought her own car and drove it back to school and picked up her stuff. And I thought, oh, I'm so mad at you, but man, you go, girl. I am so proud of you. I looked at my husband and I said, we did that. We did that. We built that. But I had to yell at her because, right, she was not listening to me. But Washington State University puts out really great adults. And it's really sad that we're here right now because of the lack of transparency. And I think UI does too. A lot of the kids, I know several of the kids, one girl used to have lunch at my home every day with my son, who's really good friends with Kaylee, and is really hurting it. It's really sad. It breaks my heart for her because, it's really sad. These kids don't deserve to be living this. And we have to have our eyes wide open. Like, honestly, we just have to not believe what we're being told and said.
Thank you so much, because, that it means a lot, it's the truth, because to sit there and say that something is 100 yes or no, not, we're all about, justice and in any of these cases I cover, whether it's this one or any of the other ones I do, I always look at these people like they could be a family member, or they are a family member.
Yeah.
And I give it the same passion I would if I was. I kind of have to tone it down on the show, honestly, because if it was like in personally, then I don't know if I'd be able to handle it as well as they all do. Being able to.
I don't know, right? I don't know. I think too. I think
so
Mother's
bravo.
Day, I thought, Mother's Day, I thought I know every one of those moms got out of bed. They got out of bed. I don't know if I'd get out of bed. Honestly, I don't know. I think I wouldn't. I hope I would, but I think that, and Father's Day is coming, and those fathers deserve justice, because I could not look at my husband in the face, and I just.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? It's just really difficult. It's difficult, and I care and about what happens to them. And I'm not here for anything. I want to be at the lake. I want to be at the beach. I don't want to be doing this. I don't want them to be gone. I wish I would have met them when they were alive, because I think they were all amazing young people. And I did see Ethan play ball. He played ball against my son once or twice, I think.
Oh, cool.
At some level. Yeah. And so, and he had said that to me. He goes, Mom, remember? He's a triplet. And he goes, well, the twins were playing. And I said, was the sister, I don't know if the sister was a cheerleader or I just heard that. But Ethan, he was kind and he was He was sweet. I actually remember they played a few tournaments together. So that's the extent of my knowledge of them. And then Vanna through her sister, and Kaylee through her father, and Maddie through just Maddie being Maddie with her pink boots. You know what? All I can do is keep speaking until they have justice and the right people are in jail. And I don't know if it's Brian. And if it's Brian, I will run him over myself. Give me the gun. Hand me the gun. I'll take care of this for you. I will do that. And I don't believe in the death penalty per se, but I might in this case.
Yeah. Especially with all of the, how it all went down, and of course this is all theories, thoughts, speculation,
all of it, right? Right.
And
I stand behind everything I say, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. And come at me, but please do not go out to students. And if there's a student out there and they reach out to you and they want somebody to walk with them, I'll walk with them to wherever they need to go to figure out how to figure it out. I will do all of that for them because they'll feel so much better when they do. And Rush is coming. The new school year is coming. Wouldn't it be wonderful for you kids, those kids, to start the new school year on not a clean slate, but a fresh start? Like we all did what we could.
They just got over COVID. They just got over COVID. That was a thing that you didn't even know how to navigate it. You're basically locked down. It's just, and then they're having to go through this, and it's just like, these kids deserve better. They deserve a fair chance.
They really do. They really do. And they all got to college. I mean, think about that. It's not an easy task to get them to college. It really isn't. No. They can be little assholes. I mean, I love them. I love all 7 of them. But you know what? They are not perfect.
It's a long road. That's for sure. It is
a long road. And they did the work. And then them staying freshman year, because my son's a fresher, just like Ethan was, which means you do freshman year over again, because you had so much fun the first time. So you do it again. It just means they partied too much, basically. But who cares? I don't care. Right? But the thing is, they just deserve, they work so hard, and then they stay and they're homesick and they're sad and they don't know what to eat and they don't know how to do their laundry. And there's so many things to overcome. And these kids overcame those things. And I know they look like little stupid things and privileged things, but they earned the privilege. They earned that privilege.
Right.
They earned the privilege to get an education, and they contributed to their education by doing their job, getting the grades, and whatever they had to do to get where they were. And nobody has the right to snuff them out or to say, well, they were whatever. Nobody gets to judge. You are not in those boots. You are not in those shoes. You only have the right to ask the person next to you if you know something, say something. That's what I think.
So, is it okay to open up some questions, or is
absolutely
you want to end the show? Okay.
No, you can open some questions. I've got a few minutes. Yeah, I got about 10 minutes.
So if you want to put #Q in front of your question, please, and then that way I can make sure that I see it and I can ask her. My first question, and this is another speculation question that I have, but when you were talking about when you were told that morning there was some kind of conversation about there being multiple people outside and multiple people inside. Was that when the crime was taking place, like there was people outside and people inside, or that there was multiple people inside and then they saw the multiple people outside?
So there were multiple people inside, and then Bethany and Dylan went down to Bethany's bedroom and locked themselves in the room, and they looked out the window and saw multiple people. Yeah, she was in Bethany's bedroom. Yeah. Was that, and all of the girls in that Snapchat will say that is exactly that is what happened. Nobody disagrees with that fact. And that they were scared because then they saw people outside and the door was locked and they heard everything.
They heard everything.
Mhm.
with their doors locked. Because it was always weird how we at first heard that both girls were downstairs, and then all of a sudden in the PCA, all of a sudden it was like, whoa, wait, she was upstairs? Like,
She wasn't. Yeah,
what?
she was downstairs. Yeah, no, she was downstairs, and they heard everything, but they knew.
So they just
They
stayed put. They
they were told to go downstairs because they weren't in trouble. The other four were in trouble because
right.
and they didn't. They actually, I don't think they expected Ethan to be there, which is why Bethany was at Sigma Chi. I think that whatever Bethany brought to Sigma Chi was supposed to knock Ethan out, and maybe even Xana too. But Maddie and Kaylee were in trouble because Maddie told Adam everything, and what she told him was she threw the drugs away or whatever away. I don't know, and they wanted their money or drugs, and also they were
That's
going
what
to
we
tell them
thought.
going to the police. But the bigger picture was they were going to talk. I think
Right.
so Dylan and Bethany knew there was a shakedown. I want to believe that Bethany did not know they were going to be killed. I can't say that about Dylan, but with Bethany, I can say that. I don't think she believed they were going to be killed. I think she thought they'd be shaken down, and I think that the reason Dylan was locked in the bedroom with Bethany was because she didn't want Bethany to call 911. And I think that 3:00 phone call to 911 was Bethany.
At 3 a.m?
Yeah.
So that, So now it makes me wonder about the dudes running in the body cam at 3 a.m. in the very
I think,
back.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Dylan's boyfriend, and I don't care what he says, and I don't even care if he hears this. He's involved in this, and his father and his godfather. That's part of it. It's so deep and so awful, but I think that maybe Bethany called Brian. I don't know why he was there. There's so many details I don't know. There's just little details I do know that make me as a mom think, hey, you're not going to her house for a sleepover ever. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That kind of mentality. So it's not saying that you're this criminal and you do this. I just know that I don't believe Bethany. I think Bethany was forced not to call 911.
Yeah, they were. See, because we always wonder, we're like, who in the hell doesn't call for that long? But then we're like, maybe they were them or their family members, or somebody was threatened, scared. Like that's
Yeah.
why you don't call fucking 911.
Well, I think, yeah, right. And that's what they
noon.
said. They were scared. And so my daughter did say that, well, it was loud and they were scared. And I'm like, but if it's a party house and they're scared, then why are they scared? And they don't have, so there's no connect there, right? So, right, you can't build a puzzle, complete a puzzle without all the pieces. And so the missing pieces are, as an adult, how do you fill those in? And over time, and people disclose things a little bit at a time, I think, on here especially, or in here. And so what I truly believe is that Bethany and Dylan knew exactly what was going to go down. I want to believe they did not know they were going to be killed. But
that's interesting.
And I don't trust Adam and Jack D's. Well, their alibi is stuff for sure.
Yeah, it was weird, Did you tell Adam? Yeah, I told Adam everything, and then you hear him, they're gonna get you for it was like right before it all happened. We've been talking about the same stuff you've been talking about, and we've been there's been people that just don't want to think that it could be freaking possible, and it's like, come on, people.
Everything's possible.
I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here. Listen, I'm being told about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Right.
even there. I have my people that tell me what's up. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be
Right.
there. And
Right.
it's just I don't understand. So I appreciate you for not only saying it could be a possibility, but just, giving us what your thoughts and opinions are, because you're from that area. I mean, you have children that go there.
Right.
You understand what the hell can take place, and I appreciate you being able to feel comfortable and express that.
Well, you have to tell the truth. And so
Thank you.
Showalter's uncle works for the Attorney General's office. And the Attorney General's office is now the prosecution team.
So, yeah, we'll have to have because I have a lot more questions when it comes to other names and stuff.
And I'll tell you, and I will tell you
It's good.
privately. It's probably better that way because,
Yeah.
right.
If
I don't want. I'm fine with that. Like, the thing is, anybody listening who is having a really hard time and is so aggressively angry about it, why? Why are you? Why?
Seriously, I don't understand it, because I'm like, we're all trying to put this puzzle piece together.
Right. It's like
you know,
with Kai. Why are you so angry about this? What are you hiding? What do you not want? I want the truth. It's uncomfortable. It feels gross, but I want it. Who cares? It is gross. Let's own it. Let's move on. Let's fix it. Let's punish it. Let's have justice for the families and make sure it never happens again. Never, ever, ever should it happen again. And it will. This isn't the first time.
No. It's just the first time that people ain't sitting down letting the narrative cover up what the
Right, that's right. And it's the first time. There was a girl who was at Washington State University, I think it was maybe 5 years ago. Over $2 million they thought she brought into Washington State University in drugs. She went to jail for 24 months? She's out.
Yeah, and we were just talking about and also when you brought up earlier Kopaka, I have an old show. When I find it, I'll go through it, because you can see the articles and everything we were going over, because it don't exist. I'm having a problem finding the Papa Roger read through. I'm wondering if it got taken off of YouTube or something.
So I don't even know about Papa Rogers. He looks like him, but he also looks like the guy from Yellowstone. Did you
read what he was writing though?
Yeah, but why would he tell on himself?
I don't know if he was necessarily telling on himself. I think he was
maybe getting a feel for the whole sheet.
No, like bragging.
Well, then he did it, right?
I mean,
could be.
I'm not going to be able to go through Papa Roger tonight, but we'll probably be going through it tomorrow night.
Well, I'll listen for sure. But I'm just saying, he looks like the guy from Yellowstone. Jamie on Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
That show. I don't even watch it. My kids were watching it, and so I popped in for a hot minute. And Jamie, the son on Yellowstone, if you look at it, he looks like him. Just take a peek. It's insane. I thought, is that Papa Rogers? Anybody can be Papa Rogers. Anybody can create that.
I know, but this
how does he get on there though? How does he get on there through prison? Now, here's the thing.
No. This was way before he was even Koberger was even arrested, but I don't even think it was Koberger.
But the iPad thing that he has is brilliant. Every prisoner should have an iPad. They'll tell on themselves eventually. Kids are stupid. They will tell on themselves. You'll get everything you want to know. Give them all the internet access and social media you want. They will tell on themselves. Do you know how much money that would save our country? They're going to tell on themselves. They're idiots.
Eventually.
Children, eventually. Patience.
Especially if you left to go commit a crime and you left with your cell phone on and then shut it off a few minutes after you drove down the road.
Do you honestly think he would even? I know. Do you think he brought it with him?
No.
Not a chance. No. He had no. That's the whole thing. It's so dumb.
I just
I know that.
it
And I'm
doesn't make
attacking.
sense. If you're
No.
strategic and stealthy,
Right?
you're walking out of the
Honestly.
freaking house with it, and then when you see it, you go, "Oh shit, it's in my hand. I gotta shut it off." Wouldn't you like go back home?
And at
Like,
what point do you put on your bodysuit?
shut. Well, maybe. Well, I always thought the dude was creeping in the trees in the back, looking through the sliding glass door.
If that
If
was
it was-
anybody, it was Kopaka up top. In
If
that
it was
tree.
one person,
Well, it was
Yeah.
probably somebody was lookout. There was a lookout. Where do you go as a lookout? You go to the highest point. Kabaka
Yeah.
could scale a tree with his bare hands. I guarantee you.
right?
He
Or
was
that
well
back
trained.
patio corner by the
Yes,
grill.
I could jump up there. I could jump
Yeah.
off there. I'm 57. I'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean that's
I'd
because
tuck and roll. Like what?
I was wondering if maybe somebody had hidden that closet up there in that other bedroom where the dog was.
Right.
I had wondered if
The
somebody
dog
'cause
wasn't there. The dog wasn't.
no, the dog wasn't
No,
there.
Kaylee was calling Jack for the dog. She didn't know where the dog was.
Oh.
Either she was not there. I would, and I only think that because that dog has hair, not fur. For one, it's a
Right.
hypoallergenic dog, and not a they. Okay, first of all, if he was there and the police did not take him into a lab to have him absolutely forensically tested every part of him for anything, then they should all go to prison because they are inadequate at their job and they completely disrupted a case, right?
I mean,
He wasn't there. He was at home with Jack,
when you
which is
come out
why
and say-
Haley said, when Haley said, we share the dog, what was she saying? I'll tell you what, I share children. And when I'm saying we share our children, it means you got my kid and I need information on him. That's what that means. I mean, that's just basics, right?
Right.
We share children. Call me. You've got them in your possession right now. That's the only reason I'm calling him. Right?
Well, yeah, because
And-
it's like, hey, you better fess up. You know, like we're
You
supposed
got
to
my
be.
dog. Where's my dog?
Yeah. So, So that's why. So, where do you think the dog was at?
Jack's.
So, why would they say that the puppy? Why do you think Dylan would state the first time she heard something was when she heard what sounded like somebody upstairs playing with the puppy? That's what made me even think somebody was hiding up in the room in the closet, because then it was like, well, they would have to play with the puppy real quick if they were hiding in the closet. And then they came out and, hey, what's up,
What-
puppy? You know, and then go.
She
But-
hated the dog,
The
for
bu-
one. They said the
Oh.
dog was in the room with her. That's the room they were referring to. I thought. At the end of the day, everything Dylan said in the PCA is a lie, according to the students who received the text message at 10 a.m.
So do you
Nothing
think
is true.
Do you think she was told what to say?
Yes.
In your theory.
Yeah, I do, 100%. I think the police just wrote out a PCA. I think Payne. Why is Payne 5 hours after the scene, the first on the scene? Why is he writing the PCA? Who was first on the scene? It wasn't Payne. It was 5 hours later.
Well, that brings up a good question, and sorry it took me a while to get to it, but it is a good question because you had brought up a little bit ago about how LE was called, or 911 was called at 3 a.m.
Uh-huh.
So, two questions. Do you think it took place as soon as they got back home at 1:50, or no, it was 2:00? No, they left the grub truck at 1:56, or no, they left it at 1:52, got home at 1:56, right?
Right.
So
I think they were met by a group of
you-
people who were shaking them down for the money of the drugs.
like that. Okay, so do you think Why do you think that they didn't respond at 3? Or do you think, because I had heard that they had showed up before the call was even placed. So do you think that, oh man, I don't want to ask you.
You can ask. I think law enforcement was very busy breaking up, or what did I just see? Where were they? What were they doing? They were out on a call. They did an MIP, and then they did a what was the other thing? I just saw it and I don't remember. They did something else with some random. Oh, I know. Somebody stole a street sign.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody stole a street sign. So
I think they were very busy elsewhere.
they were busy because they did have another one across the street.
They were there. So that means if those people were screaming loud enough to be heard on a Ring camera, guess what?
Yeah. Okay. So holy shit. So the guys in the you know, as you if you're watching the body cam and you see individuals running across real quick in the far back, you can hear what sounds like somebody screaming on one of the body cams, very faint.
Right.
Do you think that was the possible people and the scream of one of the?
I think that I have no idea. Instinctively I say no. I think that the screams and all of that, I think there was a fight. Kids were all running down to the fight to watch the fight. Whatever Ethan's fight was about, that's what I think the kids were all running to. The screams, no, because I don't think Murphy was there. Murphy's not a barking dog. By nature, they don't bark. But he would have barked if somebody was hurting Kaylee. Murphy scratched the door to get in. That was the signal to get in. That's how Murphy. So even when there's a video of Adam and Murphy, Adam teasing Murphy and playing with Murphy and making him crazy, he's not barking. He's running around like a lunatic, which causes scratching. But Murphy would scratch to get in. I don't believe that Murphy was there. He wouldn't have been there. And because if you have a child with coarse hair, they have to washing that is not just a little thing; it's a big thing, right? I mean, I have 2 kids who have hair that's really tight curls, and it's like you gotta really scrub it. So there's no way the dog would have been cleaned off. And it was at the pound at 2:00 that afternoon or 3:00 that afternoon when there was a call made to 911 about where the dog was when he went to get it. And why didn't Jack call Kaylee's parents? And why didn't his friends call them at 1:30 or 8:30 in the morning why was Jack not called after she was gone? Why did he not pick up her parents' phone call? And why didn't he call them?
Wow. It makes you wonder, because that's stuff that we were exploring in the very beginning, and we just kind of after all the
they
support,
wanted to go away.
that's when we were like, well, there's no reason to look anymore.
Yeah, but there is. Like, honestly, it's insane. I don't think he did anything, but I think he could have stopped it. My feeling is, and I'm saying this is my feeling as a parent, that my question to him, if he was my daughter's boyfriend, would be, you could have stopped it, why didn't you? Adam too, why didn't you? Showalter, why didn't you? Katovich, why didn't you? The Davids, why didn't you? Every single one of you knew you could have stopped it. Why didn't you?
Too scared.
Why didn't you warn them? Of what?
Of
their own safety?
Of higher power. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if my boys took that path, they would be pussies in my eyes for the rest of their lives. Like, you man the fuck up.
Right on.
You person up. My children, you person up. You do the right thing.
Right on.
You're afraid of those people, you call a parent. You call their parents. You don't think Kaylee's dad would have been down there in a hot fucking minute? Of course he would have.
Right, that's true.
Yes, I think they all could have stopped this and they chose not to. But I don't think they thought they would be killed. I think they thought they would just be roughed up.
Yeah, roughed up. Yeah.
That's all I think. That's my own personal feeling. And I will apologize to each and every one of you when you prove to me that you did not know.
Right. Nobody knows 100% either way, and nobody.
Right.
We're not even saying we know either way.
Right. That's it. Right. Right.
Does Dylan's BF drive a black truck? Amy's asking.
So somebody in that realm does. Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Somebody in that realm.
Somebody in that realm does. Yeah. I don't know who. Do I think that her boyfriend's involved? 100%, and her father and his godfather. And I also think that Keith Brown, who is a Sigma Chi's father, is involved as well.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. It's very interesting. You talking all about all this stuff, because it's literally a lot of the stuff that we've talked about the last week or two. And
well, I think that it's starting to come out, and I think that people get afraid to come out because it's really harsh things to say.
It is. I totally understand.
Trouble.
Right?
People can be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And so it's hard to accuse people of that. I'm not accusing the kids. I'm accusing adults in the kids' lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're making really poor. And the other part of it is that whole house with, and you have to listen to Lana's. I would advise everyone to listen to Lana on TNT about,
I love her show.
Because I know I love her too. I love her
She's
show.
The best.
She is
I know.
Brilliant.
I know ever since I started watching, I was like, this lady needs to be. I just found out last night that Home Team Productions is just her.
It's just her. And she's not.
And I was like, are you freaking serious? Because this whole time I'm thinking it's a group of people. I'm like, they should be working for Hollywood production. Like, I feel like I'm watching a damn movie every time I sit down and watch one of their videos.
And
they're fucking
and personally,
awesome.
Yeah. And personally, she's going through a couple of little things that are going on, and you would not know. She's such a pro. She steps up, she steps above it, and she does her job and deals with her life. And she is, honestly, I hope my girls turn out to be Lana. And I've told her that a million times.
Wow.
She is a rock star. Honestly, she's smart. And she's got integrity to the nth degree. She is honest and trustworthy, and she's the reason Dave reached out to her, because she's got this integrity level where he knew he'd be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really important. And I would say to anybody out there, reach out to, I think you have integrity from what I've watched. And trust me, I did a deep dive. I had a lot of playing time. So I did a deep dive. And I think that I will tell you, I would not, and I'm going to be very honest, and I don't want to get you in trouble. This is all on me. You have not said a thing to me. Don't go to T-Rev, because he's about, I don't know what. But don't go.
I never watched him. I never really watched him. So
right? Don't go there. Don't go to people who are, if they appear to be a little off the chain a little bit in the beginning, listen to that. Follow that. There's people who are, you didn't come at me. You could have. You could have found me. One of your subs found me, and I called you. You waited. That says tons about. That is just the epitome of being an ethical human being who isn't going to attack somebody. It's not going to come at somebody who's going to feel what somebody's going through. And I think that's important. So you're trustworthy, in my opinion.
Oh, I appreciate that. And, it's so, seriously, it's hard for me to even go support all of my friends that are content creators, because I'm so, even with you, today, I'm so busy trying to run this show every day, and with you today, you were like, hey, if you want to talk before the show, you're more than welcome to call. And I'm like, shit, I'm just getting home. I still got to take a shower. I still got to eat. I still got to do this. I promise. If I have a couple minutes, I'll give you a call. I promise. I felt bad. But
no, I'll go cold.
I am so busy. I am so busy.
You are. Because nobody's paying you for this. Nobody's paying you to do this.
No,
at all.
it's I mean, I
Yeah.
got some donations tonight. Thank you so much. I
Right.
really appreciate you. And last night, Texas Gigi, thank you for the Cash App. I didn't get to say thank you last night. But no, I'm not. This has been something, like I said, I started this show back in November of last year.
Mhm.
And I've been just putting in the work every freaking day. I mean, I think I was doing one show every day, sometimes
Mhm.
two for the first 3 or 4 months. I didn't even have
Right.
one day off. And then
Oh.
after that, everybody's
Oh,
like,
you
you need
gotta.
at least a day off. But I just been working and working and grinding and grinding and
Right.
grinding. And really a lot of the energy and the desire really comes from these cases, because if anybody goes through my channel, they'll see like there's a progression. I started off the show from scraps. Like I didn't know how to do nothing. I didn't know how to run a show. I didn't know how to, what I
Right.
mean? I had just literally
Yeah, I
ran into
know. I
StreamYard
totally
like
get
a
it.
week before my show. So like everything that you see of me is something that has been organic. It's
Right.
not something that was, so well,
that's
it
a
was
passion,
just,
and a passion is worth like everything, right?
it is,
Passion
'cause
is everything.
it's real. It's not
It's real.
manufactured. Yeah, it's not
Right.
manufactured. So it can't
Right.
ever go away.
And I will tell you, Dago is somebody else you should check in on, because
Okay,
he's
because
actually, and honestly, I don't even know how, but I think through van life, and Dago was just like, he's so real. I think, and he's just got so much, I don't know. I think the collective would be amazing in solving, and I think the collective would solve this.
Okay, because I don't know. I didn't know how to feel, because I had checked out his show. We had checked out a few shows like a week and a half ago, and his show was one of them. And I went into a couple of his lives a couple times, and he seems like a really cool dude. And then there's been some venom just flying around. You know what I'm saying? And and then I heard from. I don't even know if I think it's just the topics, honestly. I think it's the topics, right? And then I have subs of mine and mods of mine reaching out to me, telling me that he's playing a video that I was on, and I'm just like, all right, I was like, what's this dude's angle? Yeah. So I don't, I'm not saying he's like, when I checked out his show, he seems really fucking cool. And have I checked out the show that they were doing today? No, because I literally had no time before getting on my show.
Right.
And I'm not saying anything bad, about anybody, because that's not who I am. All I'm saying is you bring up the name, and it's interesting because some other people were saying that too about getting together or whatever. And so I mean, if you feel that he's cool and everything, then, because at first I was just like, man, there's been so much venom flying around. You don't know who, know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I'm not trying to walk into a freaking bear trap or something, because that's just not my style. And you don't want that out of me. It will come out if you get me there, but I ain't trying to be that way,
I will tell you that. I agree with you there. And so I will say there are channels I'm like, no way. But so the thing with Rory, and I have not approached this with him, I find Rory to be boots on the ground.
Okay.
And
Rory's amazing. Rory, is it okay if he hops up? If he's able to? I know he said,
I wanted to speak with him.
Hey, Rory, would you like to hop up, man? I don't know if you're still in chat. I know he had
who was that guy that he had on?
Well, Tommy.
Last night. Is Tommy the one who called about who's the bishop? Is Tommy the bishop?
Yeah,
okay.
He's not. Yeah. Or it was. If you're in chat, Tommy too. Yeah, if you're in chat, Tommy, I can send you an invite too, man.
And I know exactly what Tommy's talking about. And is Tommy from the East Coast? Because he'll know Co-Burger's family feed.
Here, you know what? Hey, Tommy, I'm going to send you a text with the StreamYard link, buddy.
And if Dago's on here, ask him up, because I think that Dago should come up, because the truth is, I don't know if that's the thing, but I think that I hope, because I trust Dago. I like him.
Okay.
He's on the same vibe, he's on the same thing. But I know that he questions. I think everybody's questioning everybody
Okay.
now.
I just heard he
And
was playing one of the videos I was on, and I'm like, what?
what
Okay,
video?
hold on a minute. Like, the unique van life video that I was on, that I hopped on or whatever. I was just
Oh,
like,
the last
whoa,
one. Oh,
what's the, but I didn't see it
I
for
love
myself.
her.
You know what I'm saying? I want to make that clear. I
Right.
did not see it for myself. I did not hear that there was any bashing. I did not hear any of that.
So Unique Van Life is I love her. I think
I do
she's
too.
young, she's sweet, she's naive, and I think she's learning, and I love it. Refreshing. I'd love to know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get up because that's my line all the time. So I find her refreshing, and I find her, but people are very, very on pins and needles about a plethora of things right now. And I think that, and I don't want to call anybody up, but there's a specific person who has a platform and she's very bright, but there are many, many, many things going on. And I wish her the best, but I think that could be interfering with what's going on. And I hope that's not the case. And I will ask him later if he's not on here and doesn't pop up, because I hope he pops up. If Lana's here, I hope she pops up. And Drunk Turkeys, even though Daniel and I are in a fight, like in a little fight. We have, well, I'm displeased. But I'll get over it. I respect him as a human being and his people. And Blue is my boy, Blue. I love him.
Oh yeah. I love those two shows. I remember
Right.
It was funny because when we first started coming across the Drunk Turkey show, I think we had like 182 subs and they had like 153 or something.
Right.
And I've always been about, like sharing other creators like nonstop. Like Harsh Reality says, name another creator that promotes more than I do. Well, you can look at this motherfucker right here. You can go back and see. Like, I promote like a motherfucker, okay?
I didn't like Harsh at first. I love him now. But I didn't like him in the beginning.
Even though he's got, even though, I don't know. There's, like I said, he's got
opinions.
We're talking right, and I love it. And even if I don't agree, like I love his approach, his attitude. Like he is one of my favorites, right?
Right.
So is Drunk Turkey Show. Truth and Transparency is like amazing. It just
Lana
blows me
is
away.
just the best.
Yeah,
like I love her.
But so it's I love all those creators and I appreciate it, even if I don't agree with them.
But disagreeing is the best kind of.
It is. It's a healthy debate.
Yes, a healthy debate. You don't have to call people bad names. You don't have to You don't have to make people feel stupid or whatever, right? It's all about respect and listening.
Mm-hmm.
We never listen. We listen, but we don't really hear. Or we hear, we don't listen, right? Mm-hmm. It's like the conversation matters. It matters. So listen.
Even if we don't agree, because you know what? If I had that approach, I'd still be thinking that somebody from the bike trail was the one that committed the crimes, like I did in the first freaking 4 days of it happening. I'm like,
but you might have been right.
Somebody on a bike going through the bike trail, fucking drove the bike at the back of the trees.
Aren't we back at the bike?
Down. Yeah.
We're back at the bike, though, aren't we? Aren't we back at the bike again? Don't the affidavits put us back in the bike realm? They do.
Yeah.
So, were you wrong?
It's crazy. I mean, Paradise Path. Somebody dressed in black with a mask, book bag, threatening with a knife, and like I said the other night, like who's gonna think anything of a student riding their bike all bundled up on a 28-degree night?
Nobody.
Riding down with black outfit that you can't even see if it's bloody or not because it's black. How are you supposed to tell if it's bloody?
And you rent the bike from the school.
You can't even tell
So
if it's
you don't even
probably
own
wet.
the bike. The bike went back to the school.
Wow.
Bike's
So
sitting
that
at the school.
Yeah, because like the first couple days, I was like, somebody from the bike path rode their bike down, parked at the back. Because I'll show you
Yeah.
not to get too technical with
No,
the
go
Google
ahead.
stuff, because I do love my Google stuff. But
It's okay. I know.
I get a little
My
crazy
assistant
on my
does
Google
too.
shit. Okay, so because I was like the bike path, and then I was sitting there thinking like, yeah, I have so many things up now, but the bike path went through this area right here.
Right.
The Paradise Path goes through this area here. So I was like literally thinking that they could go like to Linda Lane, right? Ride the bike to Linda Lane, roll through this little road right here, sneak back through here in that parking lot, Linda Lane, then sneak through this parking lot, literally chill in these trees. Literally chill in these trees right by that blue car with their backpack, with their supplies, change of clothes, whatever, and be sitting there chilling 5-10 feet back from that sliding glass door and be able to see everything that was going on, because there was no curtains. I believe the girls' windows were open up there.
Oh, of course. Where was the water tower from there when the bike on the bike path? The water tower.
Water tower. Let me see. Here, let me bring this up. Let me add a destination. Or here, I'll just put Paradise Path, right? Paradise Path. And then get rid of this. Water tower. Moscow, Idaho. Right there.
Climb up that
So
ladder.
the water tower is right here.
Climb up the ladder.
What? Oh, hell no.
Well, you can see it from a prison cell. Yeah. I don't know. I've always thought the tower. But I was a pool hopper when I was younger, right? I grew up on the southest part of Long Island, and we pool hopped. We didn't have to. We had our own pools. We just did it because it was fun. And we had water towers. Climb up the water tower.
What? No way. Hold on. Okay, destination added. Holy shit. I wish I could put Google Guy on top of that damn water tower, but I know it's not possible. Because that would be freaking interesting. That is not far at all. Now, because here's another thing. And I wonder if they took Google Guy away from here. Because
Rory was
they've
there, and I
taken a
wanted
lot
him
of
to climb
stuff
the water
away from
tower.
him.
Right. Rory should climb the tower.
Oh. Rory, are you still in chat, man? Wow. I never even thought of that.
We had to grow up with the water tower.
Holy crap. Let me see here. Murphy has a higher... Oh, stop. That's not cool.
Murphy has a higher power. What is Murphy has a what? Tell me what Murphy has.
A higher IQ than Kim. That's not right.
Oh.
There's no reason for that.
I'd share mine, but I'd embarrass her for that.
There's no reason for that. Come on. Cold winter night, most people had windows closed.
No, they did not. No, they did not. No, their windows are open. They're drunk and they're hot.
Right.
Like, I mean, sweaty hot. Yeah. And they have a dog. They open the window, obviously.
I'm just kind of looking through, see if I can get some of these questions here.
And actually, to your guest who said Murphy has a higher IQ than I, that's a compliment. Because that's a smart dog.
That is a smart dog.
Brilliant dog.
Oh, thank you. I don't understand it. So, have you gone to Moscow to view the house area for distance and sound? That's a good question from Julie.
Have I
you
personally
gone to
gone
Moscow? Yeah,
I've
to
been
view
to
the
Moscow a
house
plethora of times. No, I've seen the house. Yes. I know where the
Uh,
house is.
for
Have I done
distance and
investigative
sound.
work? No.
Yeah.
Why would no?
No.
I would have no reason to do that. If I was doing that before the murders occurred, then why would I be doing it before the murders occurred? That's no. I live in the same type of home, all wood, same wood floors throughout. We got area rugs because it was loud, and there was nothing we could do about it. So no, why would I do that?
Do you think
But
the
I've been
front?
to
Do
Moscow.
you think the door was left open because they needed to get rid of the cleaning agent smell?
No, I think the door was left
No?
open because they're college kids. At the end of the day, they're just kids. They didn't lock the doors and the door was open. There's no mystery to it. It's just this.
Okay. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, the doors aren't locked. I mean, literally, my daughter can no longer fly through when she had her taser on her when she was going through TSA, so now she can't go through fast TSA anymore. Right? I know, and I did call and we're correcting it, but the whole thing is
Poor thing.
no, they are kids.
Right.
They're not
Right.
thinking about that. So do I think the doors are locked? No. Do I think the wind blew the door open? Maybe. Do I think somebody went through the door? Yeah. Could anybody get in that house at any time? Yes, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a mystery.
So
it's just
you don't even. What do you think about the DoorDash? Do you think that was a setup, or do you think that was really an order? In your opinion or theory?
In my opinion, I think that there were drugs in the food at the DoorDash.
In the food.
I think that the cook who cooked the food brought the food to them. It's not my opinion. Went there.
And we've heard stuff about the grub truck too. You know.
Yeah. Grub truck, I think is not innocent. Carbonara, they made fun of her for saying that. It's like, really, dudes? You couldn't. I want to know 100 people who could.
It's a code word.
Is it? What does it mean, though?
It's a code word.
That's what somebody said.
For substance. For substance.
Oh, is it? For sure?
Yeah.
Oh, then it is.
I'm not saying for sure. But
I didn't think they were doing it didn't. I mean, Maddie was obviously drunk. I've looked that way a million times. So don't come at me. Maddie was darling, and she can be as drunk as she wants. She gets to, right? That's her place in life. It's very different.
They were talking British. They were talking British. They were lit, you know?
Like what? Whatever. Like what? Like what? Honestly, and do I think that Jack? Here's my problem with Jack D. Is that he was in that bar, as was Fry, Adam.
Yeah, I know. I feel Fry was there too.
All of them,
yep.
Right? And Maddie was
the image
that
is grainy.
wasted. Maddie was that wasted, and not one of them chose to take her home to safety. Come fucking on.
Point.
Come on.
Good point.
Come on. But yeah, you have Showalter walk them. And Jack D gets the fucking hell out of Dodge, picks up the dog with Adam, and they go where? To meet the alibi that wasn't the alibi, or was the alibi, who might have been at my daughter's house, who might not have been at my daughter's house. You want to go? We'll go. I will share with you. Like, honestly, everything about all of the men in that bar are sketch. Those two girls, there was a young girl there. I will tell you something. I'm going to tell a story about my son. He was in walking down Creek Road with his sister. He was a designated driver. The older kids were all going to a dance, and he was driving. And a girl was walking, and her skirt was all the way pulled up, like above her waist, and she was barefoot, and it was freezing rain out. And my son and my daughter ran up to them, and my daughter pulls her skirt down. My son took off his shoes and gave them to the girl to wear, and then took off his sweatshirt and gave it to the other girl to wear, and they got them home. Right? That is the expectation that I have for those boys in that bar. My son saw girls in peril, and my daughter saw girls in peril. And what did they do? They got them home safely without frostbite. Yeah, the shoes are wasted, but I don't care about that. They did the right thing. Jack D supposedly loved Kaylee from a very early age. Where the fuck were you? You saw the condition of Maddie. Where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were you? And why the fuck did you not show up? And why didn't you answer your girlfriend's phone call? That's what I'm going to tell you. As a mother, this is the anger in this mother right now.
Oh no, I feel
Where
you, because
the
we thought the
fuck
same damn
were
thing.
you?
Like, why did you
Where
not
were
pick
you?
up your damn phone? You know what I'm
Answer
saying?
your
Like,
phone.
that's
You
your
are
woman.
awake.
It's your woman
And I know
calling
you are
you
awake.
over and over and
And
over
I
and
know
over
you're
and over.
awake. Right. I know you're awake because my supposedly the alibi was at my daughter's house. So guess what, Jack D? Show up. Face her father. Because you know what? You were wrong. I mean, you might have made a mistake. I don't think you thought what happened would happen. But you knew it was going to be a shakedown. Come at me if you think I'm wrong.
Do you think he feels guilty? That's a good question, Carol. Do you think he feels guilty, or? I mean,
Do I think you feel? Oh,
obviously
sure,
you're
I do.
answering
Yeah,
for somebody else, so therefore
I don't know. I don't know his conscience.
You know what I'm saying?
I guess
But
you know
still.
what I think. What I think is my son went and gave his shoes to a perfect stranger. So I think my son would not have done that. Do I think so? I don't think Jack D feels guilty. I actually don't. You want to know what dead eyes are? Jack D's.
Oh wow.
And I think and the thing is, I don't think he killed her, but he could have stopped it. That's what I think.
So,
and I think all the sorority boys at Sigma Chi could have stopped Ethan from dying. And that's why.
What? Really?
Yes, I do. I think that they all knew and they could have stopped it. Without question, I do. And every day that goes by, and less is said, I believe that more.
What at this? Okay. How would they would have been able to save him? If you mean at the party or at
I
the
think
house?
everybody knew it was. I think everybody knew what was going down. Everybody knew
At the party.
Yeah. Have you seen the Venmos from like where Ethan Venmoed Jack Katovich and then Molly Gray Venmoed back 330?
Yeah, they're sketch. Yeah.
All sketch. But it's not that sketch if you connect it. I think that as a mother, I'd be in their parents' faces right now. But I know you can't do that because social norms, right? We have to be socially responsible and can't say things. So I can say things that I think right now because I will tell you, I do think that Jack D could have saved Kaylee.
Wow, that's interesting.
And I know that's very controversial to say. I know that puts a lot of shit out there. So I apologize for that, but
you don't have to apologize for nothing.
But he was in the bar with her. Right? He was there. I know my son gave his shoes to a girl he didn't even know. His girl is going into a situation she doesn't even know, and she's texting him. Adam told Jack D everything.
Right. Man. And Jack D, they're going to get you for that.
Yeah. And Showalter is going to protect them. And Sigma Chi, they're not going down. Those kids are so connected. Sigma Chi is a fraternity that's really difficult. Like, well, you can just look them up.
Oh, just look them up, huh?
Yeah, look up Sigma Chi historically and who's their members.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll definitely have to. I haven't done that yet. I haven't done that yet. Like, yeah.
Right. I mean, I think it's really
I mean,
important to. I've called all of their. I think I've actually asked that they eliminate Greek from all colleges. It's great. It's great for some. It's bad for some. But I think it's just a mentality that we should veer away from.
Really?
Yeah.
What is
I mean,
it?
it was great for my daughter, but at the end of the day, was it really? Because she's
Right.
living in this now.
Right. Wow. Geez, you're just blowing my mind tonight. This is crazy.
I know. I know. I'm a little loose lips, but I you know what? I'm at a point now
It makes sense, though. It makes sense. Like everything you're telling me
Right.
makes fucking sense, and it's everything that we've been talking about the last 3 days, the last week, the last 2 weeks, the last 3 weeks, the last.
Right.
But we just.
And now, yeah, my kids are gone from there. So, and we're out of the area. So you can't touch me. And I can say every single thing I know, everything I think, and everything I am, like everything that's sus to me. I'm going to say it. You can't stop me now because I'm gone. You can't touch me.
Mhm.
So I'm feeling, I think that's empowering, actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you can tell in your voice too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
for sure.
pissed. I'm furious with the schools. I'm furious with the police. I am furious with the adults who have put these kids in this precarious position. And I'm furious with these parents who are allowing their kids to be little fucking assholes and not stand up, step up, and do the right thing. They could have stopped these deaths. They could have stopped it.
Mm.
And I have nothing to lose by saying that anymore.
Right. And, it's Baptismo throws out that it's all theories, thoughts, and speculation
wow.
anyways. And nobody can sit there and say that it's 100% either way.
Right. Either way, right?
Either way.
100%.
Either way.
Right. I could be wrong. I welcome being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to be wrong.
So, do you think when it comes to that audio, I know I even said it last night that you could listen to it a bunch of times. You could, you could hear one thing. I was getting so many comments about, well, I hear this and I hear this. Besides what the frickin' words say. Still no?
I don't think so. I don't think so because I don't think so. If it were, because so the first news things that I go by that people didn't get their Ring cameras until after the murders.
Okay.
And only one camera had been removed, and there was documents or video of it before it happened. I actually think that one guy who was on YouTube was trying to, I don't know what, but I do not. Everything in me said, no, I just don't believe it. Why? So my daughter has a Ring camera, right? And she knows immediately. I can't go to her front porch without her opening the door before I get there. Okay. So why wouldn't they call 911?
That's a good point. Wow, yeah. That's a good point too.
So I think that if I heard that on my Ring camera, I'd call 911. And I think, is there not a setting for 911 when you get to some kind of like, I don't know, doesn't it automatically call 911 for something like that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
So, and IT being down that whole night.
Yeah.
Does it work anyway? I don't.
Yep.
So my feeling is that it's not true. It's just somebody's, creative, but not true.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't even expect you to answer this, but this is a question. Who are the 6 people that you were talking about?
I would love to give you names. I will tell you the creepy guy, for sure. And a guy who smelled really, really terrible. And I don't even know why they called him the stinky guy. The stinky guy and the creeper and Showalter. Those are the only names that I know that I've heard.
And then there could be 3 more that we've all been talking about as well.
And maybe the 3 others were the ones who took Murphy away. And then I have their names, but I can't give those to you.
You don't need to. Wow. I mean, I'm thinking.
I know,
very
right? We're all,
interesting.
and I'll tell you those 2 privately.
I'm like,
I know,
sometimes
and
I'm
I
like,
hate that
yeah, but it's okay.
because it sounds like I'm being coy, and I'm not. I'm just
no.
now
We
I'm
have
like
to be
kind of
careful.
pissed, right? Yeah,
Yeah, we
because
have
I
to
don't
be
want to say
careful.
somebody's name, right?
Right. We
What
have
if
to be careful.
Kohlberger's innocent? Could
Right.
you imagine him being innocent of everything?
What if?
Then his life is over. Like, it matters what we say about people.
Yeah. And that's all. We just, we can have our theories and our thoughts and our speculations and how we feel and what our gut says, but we also have to, there's a certain point because it's not, we're not chilling in the backyard having an iced tea or something.
It's not Clue. We're not playing a game. It matters.
Yeah. So,
right?
It's not that either of us are being evasive about stuff. It's just, we have to be careful as well. So,
and I will tell you, I promise you, things that I have know to be true, and have been validated by officers. It truly did take 3 to 4 months before I could actually sleep through the night. It's not. It was an awful thing, an awful thing.
I bet.
And nobody deserves that. So
never.
No,
I mean, even for because I felt for you back then, that first call that you had because, you talking about your children being in the area and going to school there and stuff. And it's like, even though it didn't happen to you, you still have to think about it potentially. It becomes real. And so even though it didn't, happen to you, the fact that you had to include the scenario of it being a very real possibility because it was forced upon you as a parent, you're almost living that too. And so that's a traumatic experience as well to go through. And so, it's nothing but appreciation and love, and always has been and always will be from me, from the show. Anybody
well,
can
I'm grateful for that. Thank you. And I will tell you, there's guilt too, and it not being thank God it was my child, right? There's that guilt too. And it could have been, because they're all the same, right? A lot of it. So I appreciate you saying that. It's I'm here to make this on the front page so we have it all solved and resolved. And I appreciate everybody's comments. Please be nice to the students who decide to come out, so they come out. If the nicer you are today, the more kids will come out. So if you want to attack somebody, attack me, please. And do it however you need to do it. I'm here. I'll answer any questions you have, uncomfortable or not, and I'll tell you if I can't. But don't attack the kids. Encourage them to come out. If your kid goes there, if your kid knows something, ask them. If you don't know what your kid knows, ask them to tell you what they know. They know something. They all do. That's all I'm just imploring you. The sooner we fix this or get justice, the sooner it goes away. The sooner we all get to heal.
And you just, all you have to do is put yourself in that position. What if you walked out your freaking front door and you couldn't trust nobody, no matter if you turned left, forward, right, behind you?
Right.
And not only that, but you were also afraid that if you said anything that was out of the norm, because that amount of pressure and I just can't imagine it. So the last thing that these kids need, is to have that kind of negative pressure.
Mhm.
They need to be celebrated, and they need to be appreciated for
Mhm.
actually being the ones that are
Mhm.
going through that uncomfort fog to try and help others get to the clear air.
Right. So
You
they
should be
can,
cheering
yes,
them on. You should be cheering them
right.
on, not trying to pull them back into the fog. You have to work as
Right.
a team to
Yes,
get out of it.
celebrate them. Thank
Right.
them. Thank them for saying something. Even if you don't believe what they're saying, it's
Hmm.
their truth. It's what they know to be true. So say thank you. Appreciate them. Encourage them. I mean, honestly, we're the adults in the room. Let's be parents and adults and get these kids to protect themselves. Let's teach them something in this. A lesson in this would be a good thing.
And this is a lesson. It's been a lesson this whole time, with how everything, went down and what's taken place since. This is a lesson for everybody, for
Yeah.
children, for parents, for future parents, for just small town communities. There's so many things that this can be,
Yeah.
an example of. And so
Right.
just try and do that the right way, and
Mhm.
make sure that justice does get served, whether it is
Mhm.
the person that's in custody or not. It doesn't matter.
It does not.
If
Right.
we sit there and follow the narrative that Koberger was the one for sure, and there's nothing else that then that's not. You may think that you're giving the families justice, but you're really not. You're
Right.
really not,
Right.
because you're
Right.
sticking to one thing, and when you do
Right.
that, all this other stuff can get lost, and it's not fair.
Right. And we have to question everything. And
Everything.
we have to question everything, right? And that's how we protect our children. When we know, we'll know. And I think we'll all know because we'll all go silent. When everything comes out and it all lines up, we'll all be silent. We'll need something new to look at. Right now,
Right.
we're all talking. When the chatter stops, that's when we'll know that that this has been solved. And Steve, he deserves this. He sent his
Yes.
daughter to
Oh my
college,
gosh.
and she came home in a box.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I sent my child to college, and God forbid she came home in a box. Nobody wants that.
Right.
Not an urn, actually, because it was not right.
Right.
So put yourself in his shoes. Are you kidding me? I think he's tame. I would be eating people alive.
Seriously. Oh, I know. And I'm serious. I want to say I love you, Steve, because ever since, like when he was coming out back in November and December, being very outspoken, he was
Right.
getting a lot of flack back then
Right.
too, from all of these people that are probably throwing out the same freaking venom. And it's like,
Yeah.
you can go to my episodes, check the tape, people. Nothing but love and support in that direction too, because I
Right.
totally said the same thing you just said. I don't know if I would have been able to hold it together like he did, and I praise him for his strength and his patience, because I'm telling you right
Right.
now,
Oh
and
my
and I
God.
know he probably wanted to do a whole bunch, but man, it takes a whole nother kind of strength in order to just keep that shit in.
It really does. I tell you what, I'd be in prison. I guarantee you, I'd be in prison. I would be climbing people. Honestly, I would eat them alive. Are you fucking kidding me? You did that. I would. There's no words for it. But he is grace under fire. Like he has been grace under fire. His attorney is wonderful. I think he is grace under fire. And I think I have so many. He just speaks to my soul, my heart. I think he reminds me of his father, I think, a lot in many ways. And I'll tell you what, he knows when if he were to call me and say stop, I'd stop. But he hasn't called and said stop, so I'm not stopping. I will go there and do that.
we love him here, and he's always had the
Right.
support. It'll never go away. Just just like for you too. It's
Well,
been an honor
I'm-
to have you.
That's way too much, but thank you. Thank you for
No,
listening, and thank you, viewers, for caring enough to say something and to keep it on the front page, because we're still page 1. We
right,
never want page 6. We want page 1,
right,
because page 1 matters.
all the
Right.
time. It's the beginning.
All the time.
It's the beginning,
Yeah,
and you got to
right,
start from the
right.
beginning in order to get to the end. That's how it works.
Right.
You can't start half-ass in the middle.
Right.
One question before I let you go, and please, any
Okay.
time that you want to have another night where we chill and chat, please reach out. I don't care what I'm doing. I will put everything down to have
Well,
you on again, because I love
you know
this
what? I'll wait.
conversation.
Okay, and I'll wait
It
for
was-
your, if anybody you can reach out to, and I will answer and keep up. But okay, what's your question?
Okay. So because you seem, I know on other calls, you've mentioned this, and I know even tonight that you mentioned it. What about the shakedown? Like, talk to us about the shakedown. And then to the other questions, Murphy, you're saying Murphy was with Jack, right?
My belief is Murphy was just with Jack.
Her
Yeah.
opinion is Murphy was with Jack.
Right, with Jack.
But the shakedown.
The shakedown is because
yeah,
it was a drug
that's-
house, and Maddie threw the drugs away because she was done. And
She was-
Maddie,
is
the
that-
victims, the girls who died, did not bring them in the home. The girls who didn't die were a part of bringing them into the home, and Maddie was done. But there's more parallel crimes that go along with that. That Maddie was done, and she was done, and she told Adam, and Adam told whomever was in charge, and that's what happened. That's why it went down. So Kaylee came home and went to the dance. So there was a hi-fi social, and
Right.
Kaylee was Dylan's +1, which is normal. That's a normal thing to do in sororities, right? And so and they went to the dance, right? Why was Kaylee Dylan's +1? Dylan's got a boyfriend.
Right.
Dylan didn't particularly like any of them. They brought her home to shake her down because Maddie told Adam everything. And Maddie didn't tell Adam everything that night at the bar. Maddie told him that before that. And so I think that they were snitches get stitches. My blood
Right.
ran cold when my kid said that. Stitches
Yeah.
get stitches. And sometimes they just die. They didn't expect Ethan to be there. They thought Ethan would be roofied and be at the fraternity house. And actually, I think they didn't. I don't even know if they wanted Xana there. I don't even think Xana was a part of it. I think it was just Kaylee and Maddie. But
Yeah.
Kaylee was a super sleuth and figured something out, and she knew too much.
Right.
And there was a money
Yeah.
laundering. There was many things that are attached to it that are different, but the murders absolutely screwed up the quad drug task force. I think they were ready to close in.
Okay. I have one. Can you see private chat?
No.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
I mean, I might be able to in a normal world, but I don't even know what that is. What is it? Is it a private?
Are you on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. See where it says more? Or do you
Yes.
see like a one
I see
next to
more.
private chat? Do you
I
see
saw
private
more.
chat? Does it say chat or comments on there?
It says comments.
Okay, go ahead and click on that. Do you see
I
private
did.
chat?
Oh wow! I got 1 million.
Oh, just private though. Just private.
It is. Oh, I went to more and then live, and then starred.
You see a private chat
From
at the bottom. It'll have comments.
Oh,
Brand.
what's the name
private
under?
chat. Here. It'll It'll give you like a number 1 after I type a message. Do you see that?
Okay. No, not yet.
No,
Oh, wait.
if not,
Hold on. Will it be at the bottom?
yeah,
Oh, chat too? Oh,
private chat. It'll have like a notification number
I
next.
saw a hi or a 3.
Uh-oh. Aw. Might have hit the wrong button there. Wow. Well, we'll see if she hops back up here for a second, and then she can go ahead and send it off with a thank you and a goodbye and everything. Or, I mean, I can thank her. I mean, and if not, we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and end the show, and we'll have her back on in the future. Seriously, if there's a question I didn't get to you, because I know there was a lot, I just wanted to sit down. It wasn't a Q&A, but I did definitely want to take your questions and stuff. There wasn't going to... it was basically a sit down. I wanted to have just a general conversation. Just like we're neighbors meeting for the first time. So let me see here. Oh, there she is.
There I am.
Sorry about
So
that.
it's okay. I'm trying to forget there, but it won't. So I went
won't
there
let
and
you.
I thought I saw a hi from you.
Okay. There was something above that, but I just wanted to... I can always ask you when we're not on the show sometime, because
Okay.
you know, there's a lot of stuff that I've wanted to like talk to you about that I can't really, you know, talk about.
And that's fine. We can
on
talk about
YouTube.
that later privately. Yeah.
Okay,
fine.
but yeah, there's 2 words that I was just curious. You were talking about a lot of stuff right there, and I'm like, I wonder if this is what you're talking about. So I'll send you
What
a
words?
message.
What words are there? You don't want to say it out loud?
No,
Okay.
not right now. I'll send you a
That's fine.
message when we're
That's
done.
cool.
Yeah. But no, I just want to say thank you so much. Seriously. Any night that I'm live, or even if it's a night that I'm not, and you want to like sit down and have a conversation again, you know, just let me know. I'm just
Absolutely.
covering these cases, and I would definitely put aside any night to be able... This is a wonderful conversation, a deep thought conversation, one of those conversations that is productive. I really feel is productive, not only for the people that listen, the people that, you know, reaching out, leave Dave alone. You know, it's productive
Right.
that way. It's productive
Right.
giving the message to other parents and people out there to fight, to do what you believe in,
Mhm.
to stand
Yeah.
up, to do it together. And so I think it's all been a powerful message that you said tonight. And it's been a wonderful conversation. And I thank you so much for just even taking the opportunity not only to connect with me, to be able to have this, but also your comfort in hopping up here and giving us 3.5 hours of your time tonight. I mean, I really appreciate it. And I know everybody does here too.
Productivity, like moving forward and solving this is my only goal, right? That's my purpose. I think right now in the moment. So thank you for allowing that because it matters. It matters. A lot of these kids I still know that are on these camps, even if I didn't, the fear of their well-being is really, it's huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want these kids safe. I want this solved and resolved. And thank you for taking the time and energy, because you also put in 3.5 hours, not just me. And all of your viewers put in 3.5 hours. It's not just me.
That is true. It is.
And nobody
it's a team
knows
effort.
who I am. Yeah, it is, right? And I am not brave. I am just a mom. That's what I am. And I don't want anything other than that. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go away when this is solved. When justice is served, I will go away. I could never live on these sites because it's a lot of work you guys do, and I appreciate that. because
Oh,
I don't
thank
know
you.
that this crime would get solved without all of you. I'm here because of this. I didn't even know this existed. I really didn't until this. I mean, I truly didn't. I truly thought it was to fix my dryer.
Right? Yeah, you
That's what
mentioned
I
that
thought.
when we were
Yes,
privately chatting earlier.
right.
You were
That's
like,
what I thought this
to
was.
fix my
I had
dryer.
no idea. No idea there were people there who cared that much. That I could yell, I could scream to the mountaintops and they would listen and respond. So I want to only, this is why I'm here. I want nothing else from this but justice for these families and peace and kids to be safe. And I really thought when my kids left school, when we left Wazoo, I'd be okay and I'd just walk away. But, you know, if your kid's going to get hit by a bus, I'm going to pull them out of the road.
Right.
And that's what it feels like. So
Yeah.
this has nothing to do with me. It's about this and these families. And that's why I'm here. But I will go away. And somebody asked if I was starting a YouTube channel. I'm like, what the fuck, no. Are you kidding me? Not a chance.
I had mentioned, well, there was when we were listening to your calls, I'm like, I don't know. I just made the comment. I was like, she's got a great voice. Like she's got the personality. She's got the voice. Like I'm loving the conversation. I'm telling you. Like
I have a cousin, we're the same age, and she's been saying we should. Before this all happened, she goes, "Why don't we start a podcast and go from state to state and place to place and just start talking and mingling and just starting something?" I'm like, okay. And then I'm here, and my cousin's like, "Oh, we're never doing that." And I'm like, "We're never doing this. This is awful. This is awful for us. Honestly, it's not awful because you are great, but and it's purposeful, but not a chance. Not a chance.
I mean, no.
Never.
Even if it's about like,
it could be about
crocheting or anything. I mean, like
I
you
could
can
be
talk.
knitting never.
You
ever.
can talk.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm never coming up on this platform again. I never. Like never. It might be the 70s. I never. I was happy picking weeds and planting flowers and going to the lake. Like literally, that was my life. This is different because people's lives are disrupted and they're never getting all their Christmas stockings hung again, and they're never going to have everybody at Thanksgiving, and they're never getting another family picture. And that is brutal.
Yeah.
And it's close to home, right? And I feel their pain, and I think Steve's the best dad on the planet. And my dad would have been the same way.
Yes, I appreciate it.
And I'll go to the end, end of the world. I will go to the end of the world for that man. And if he says, "Be quiet, Kim," I'll be quiet. And he's asking questions to Olivia, so he knows who I am. And I've never spoken to him directly, but I'll always tell any one of those families everything I know if they really want to know.
Right.
It's not about me.
No, it's about the kids.
It's about
because they're our
these
future.
kids.
It's our future,
And these kids were beautiful children, honestly. Like, I wish my son would bring home Xana. Like, I'd be like, yeah, I won. That is the lottery I just won.
Wow.
Amazing people.
You're amazing too, because the comfort of being able, to be. No, I do like the comfort. Like you have a powerful voice, and I, if I don't know, like you have such, even when we were talking before the show started, behind and backstage, and just the way that you speak just inspires. I was saying it moved me when we were sitting there having a conversation before the show, like the things you were saying, just you moved me. Like I'm sitting here running off of like 2.5 hours of sleep, worked a whole 9-hour day, came home, I had rushed to get on the show, doing the show. And when you spoke, you like, it just kind of gave me that energy. And it just, I don't know, it just spoke to me. So you are amazing, whether you think or not. And if you don't think you are, it just shows how even more humble of a person you are, which is even more beautiful. Thank you so much. You are amazing, and I know that you're humble, but really, it takes a lot of comfort to be able to get on these shows and to talk about this stuff and to think about it and to put yourself in those positions and to almost live through it. And so it really does mean a lot from the chat, the community, and myself. I really do. I really do mean it, and I thank you so much. I really do. And thank you
Well,
so
I
much
will
for
say
being
this. I don't make this my final state. I think that that's lovely of you to say, and I appreciate hearing that. And you're right, it's hard to hear that because I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way about myself. But I appreciate the fact that you do. So thank you for feeling that way about me and appreciating that. And I appreciate you for giving me the platform and for
Mhm.
engaging in something you don't have to engage with after 2.5 hours of sleep, because I might be a bear if I got 2.5 hours of sleep. I get a lot of sleep. My life is very pretty. I do not you know what I mean? So I get that. And I am I don't think I can do enough. I don't feel uncomfortable enough yet to
Okay.
know that I've done enough. And that's where I come from. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody who disbelieves me or who hates me as much as I appreciate those who don't and who will respect me and love me. And I hope that one day we never have to have this conversation again. I hope one
Right.
day this is never a topic we ever have to address again. I hope we get to a place where we fix this, that we
Mhm.
don't fail our children and we don't fail each other, and that we never have to look at a father or a mother in grief because their child was stolen. So for that, I
Well
thank all
said.
of you who are here because you're all invested, including you. You're holding a platform after 2.5 hours of sleep of getting no money to do it, basically. I know you do, but whatever, right? But
Hmm. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you do this because you're driven to. I do
Right
this
here.
because I was driven to it. There's a difference. So that makes you the better man. And I
Oh
appreciate you and I thank you.
no,
And
you
that's
no,
where we end this. Yes, I did. Yes, I
no.
did. I don't know how to hang this up and
You
I
pulled
hang
a
up on you
sneaky
right
one.
now.
You
I
pulled a
did.
sneaky
Yeah,
one.
bye, my friend. Text me later.
Throw your phone down and get out of here. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll definitely be reaching out to you here after the show. What a beautiful conversation. Wow. Wow. She moved me right there. She moved me right there and right there. Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. I hope, please leave Dave alone, everybody. Seriously. You heard what this lady was saying, and if you put yourself in that situation, in those shoes, I don't think you'd want to be in those shoes at the same time, and I don't think you'd be wanting people to say the same stuff. So let's just think about that. This is justice for the families, keeping the kids safe, and all it is that we just want the right thing, the right person, everything to be the right. So these victims, the families, their loved ones, their friends, even the community members like Kim that maybe not been directly affected, but they are affected because you still have to live with the possibility of it being that real. And you almost live through that as well, even if it's this amount. So, Kim, please, anytime, you're more than welcome. I don't even care. I'll push off the topic to another night. You always have a seat at this table, no matter what we're serving for dinner. You always have a seat at this table. Thank you so much for your beautiful words. I appreciate you so much. What a lovely person. Thank you, everybody in chat. Thank you to the new subs. When we do sit here and do these interviews, it's a little harder to get to your questions and to answer everything. So I do apologize about that. But please, if I missed a question you feel is important or you feel that we didn't cover, please send them to me, EvilleCJ@gmail.com. Send them to me at Twitter, EvilleCJ. On Twitter, you can follow me on there as well. And then also I'll be going through the replay, and maybe I can get some of the mods and we can go through it, and we can kind of jot down some of the questions that we feel are extra. And I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow night. Maybe we'll just take phone calls tomorrow about all this. So I'll definitely put up a poll. You guys let me know what kind of show you want. We can do live call, open panel the whole evening talking about tonight. We could cover another case. I'll leave it up to you. I told you guys last night that we'd be doing a poll, so I'll go ahead and leave the poll up. I'll let you guys decide. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you. I hope you have a peaceful and positive evening. And remember, we may not like what the puzzle looks like. And we may not have the same pieces to the same puzzle, but we all need to work together. We all need to try and see what does fit, even if it's uncomfortable. Because sometimes uncomfortable shit is the truth. And so we also have to be careful with what we also say 100% is or isn't. Because just as much as these other people have a platform, you do too. We need to think about that. We need to work together. It's the only thing this thing's going to work. It's the only thing that this thing is going to happen. It's the only way that these families can get justice when it comes to these cases where things ain't happening the right way. It takes people to speak up. It takes people to talk about shit out of the norm. It takes people to discuss other possibilities that may not seem. And then we figure out what puzzle pieces don't fit together. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. Love you guys. Thank you so much. It was great to see you. Oh, thank you so much. And Rachel, actually, it's going to be cool because I invited her to be on the show, and we're in conversations about I thought it was such a great sit down, regardless of what you think, about what she says or whatever. She's got such a wonderful and amazing personality. It's one, like I said, when I was the next night after that, it was like, I'd never talked to her before. I'd only talked to her a little bit before we started that show, just a little bit. And we were talking, and I felt so comfortable. I was like, it was almost like I was sitting out on the porch, just having some sweet tea, chilling on the rocker on the opposite side of the table, just chit-chatting, rocking and chit-chatting, enjoying the breeze, the summer breeze. I explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. It's kind of like this, right? None of us know, right? None of us know. We don't know either way other than the PCA. And all we can do is hope that the PCA is in a situation where shit. Because to say that fucked up shit don't exist is thinking naive too, right? So, as much as people want to get upset about people exploring other theories, thoughts, and opinions and say that what they're saying is speculation and what they're saying isn't based off of facts, but then you're going to come out at the same time and say that there's so much freaking evidence beyond the PCA. Whoa, hold on a minute. How can you say that? How can anybody say, even myself, how can I even say there's way more or way less than the PCA? Nobody can. So as much as there's speculation about how there's other theories, thoughts, and opinions that don't go along with the PCA. It's also speculation if you claim that there's more evidence than what there is, because that's speculation too. That's just how I feel. The timeline off the PCA, and we'll be going through it tonight, the timeline off the PCA makes no freaking sense. And we can go through it a little bit. And it's just very interesting how the vehicle was spotted 2 times over in that area. That's all. Now, is it the real spot? I don't know, because they put out a stock image and then the gas station picture. If you had all this evidence, why aren't you showing at least one picture so everybody knows what freaking vehicle to look for? Until the trial comes out, we don't know. Either side is speculation. Whether you think that there's way more, or you think that there's other people involved beyond the PCA, and even the PCA, because fucked up shit happens. Even the PCA, we don't know until trial. So anything other than what the hell is actually taking place is speculation. We're never always told the truth. You know what I'm saying? If you think that, then you think Lee Harvey was the only one that was involved, you know? Not saying it's not. Hey, I respect your opinion too. I just don't. I just don't. You had to question the square before you made it a wheel. You had to be like, huh. There's got to be an easier. There's got to be a easier way to move this. So there's got to be an easier way to move this stuff. So let's try and shave the edges off the corners, and let's try and make a wheel out of it. Yeah, Kim, if you'd like to hop up, I'll send you a link. Hold on 1 second. Here you go. If you want the link, I sent it to you in your message. So you're more than welcome to hop up if you want.
Hello.
Good evening.
How are you? I think I programmed your number wrong. So I think I've been. Anyway, I'll tell you later. But me and my tech abilities, not
right.
there.
Not there.
Absent. So can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Let me turn down this music a little bit. Yeah, I can hear you great. It's good to hear from you. What's up?
You as well. I just want to really be clear about. So I believe, and I don't know for certain, that I'm the person who had the conversation with Daniel, with Drunk Turkeys, about Kopaka, because it wasn't public. Nobody had made it public. And I had that conversation. Nobody called me and asked me. And I would have happily had a conversation with him. And let me first start with this. I appreciate that young man's service. He was ill, and he was not a young man. He was older, but he was not well. He had
100.
Terrible, right? So I'm not coming down on him for that. But my kid was in that other dorm that got shot at. And guess what? I'm sorry. It's unacceptable. You cannot go out there and defend this man's behavior or say he's not a part of something that was just a month prior, and it could likely be a part of. Nobody knows, and who knows if we'll ever know. But you can't go on there and condemn every single human, every person out there for being appalled by his behavior. My kid was in that building. He did nothing wrong.
What building was that?
He was in. So there's several things about this whole situation. And what I was calling drunk turkeys about was not to align Kopaka with Moscow. It was to inform other parents that this just went down and the school's not giving us anything on it. Apparently, he was in the coffee. It's called the Coffee House Apartments. They said he lived there with two students who are like 20 years old, and he's 38. Weird, but whatever. And he was threatening to shoot them. It started at 8:30 p.m. on the 14th. I believe it was the 14th, and then on the 15th is when he finally passed. But we didn't even get notice, a phone call from the school until 3:30 a.m. on the 15th. So we're not even given the information.
3:30
And we're
a.m.
already,
is when you got the notice?
Yes. When we've learned that they were on an alert, they didn't even clear the entire building. There were kids in that building on the phone with their mothers.
Is that when you were driving back home? Is that when you were telling us you were driving back home and you got the notice? So
here's the thing. Yeah, no, that's a different time. This is 30 days later. 30 days later.
Oh yeah.
And my kids, so my kids come home the 15th. So, and it's the south side of campus. So I get an alert at 3:30 in the morning that south side of campus is being told to whatever they call it, stay in place or shelter in place. And I'm thinking, really? This is happening. This is what we're going through because we're already been here, right? But they don't clear the whole building out. Apparently somebody starts a fire, but no fire truck ever shows up, according to what we've seen since. There's so much vagueness in this entire thing. There's such a lack of transparency with the police departments and the authorities and law, with everybody over there, administrations, everybody, that yes, we are concerned. And I'm sorry if this gentleman who misses his friend, and I understand that. My heart aches for him and for
he's got
this man was in. But he must understand, and the media must understand, that I'm a mom who's out there saying to parents, look, we got to stand together. We got to start asking questions. We got to start doing something because you know what? 4 kids is too many. 1 is too many. And how many have we had die since? Including Kopaka. How many have we had die since? And nothing makes sense. 1 and 1 is making 1,000. And where are all the missing facts? Nothing makes sense. And so I understand he's sad and frustrated and feels like his friend's memory has been tarnished. First of all, he tarnished his own memory because yes, he was ill, but he held 2 kids at gunpoint as roommates, if that's the truth. Who knows if that's the truth? So he brought that upon himself. His behavior brought that upon himself. He's a 38-year-old man. I'm sorry.
That's
but
true.
At some point, accountability is everything. And mental illness is huge. Right, and mental illness is huge, but you're dealing with kids and parents who are already triggered. We're already ready to jump through out of our skins. And how many kids have passed away since?
Yeah.
Right. And so the media, they don't come to me.
Yeah.
Right. And I wouldn't have, well, actually, I have had the mainstream media come to me. I'm like, no, you want me to say what I want you want me to say, and I'm not going to say that. Because the last time I hijacked, I was on News Nation once and I hijacked it. They told me what to say and I didn't say it. I said exactly what I wanted. I don't even remember what I said, but they said that's what they wanted me to say. And I said, okay. And said exactly what I wanted because I knew I was gonna. And then I came here because you guys like YouTube listens. You're actually listening and getting the facts and trying to, at least for the most part, I would say 80% of YouTubers and these platforms are trying to do the right thing, the best thing, and manage it in their own personal way, which is a good way to go about it. We got rid of television, literally, because I don't even watch mainstream news anymore since I found YouTube, because everything's here and it's more real and honest, right? So with this gentleman and with the media and with what they said, I felt like Daniel and Daniel and Blue, they both could have said, well, the mom, they could have said I said it. I would have been fine with that, but they didn't. They,
well, let me get, I want to take a pause real quick. I want to get to chat and then I want to continue with that real quick. ATS, I don't think Kim was saying that PTSD is what brought that on himself. What she was saying is that him holding his friends hostage is what brought that kind of attention onto himself.
Sure.
Just to, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying, Kim? I
Yes,
just want
that's
to make sure
exactly
that's
what I'm
clear.
saying. Exactly.
Because I don't
understand
want
that.
anybody to
I
think
get,
that
yeah.
that's what she was
I
meaning,
am
because
not.
I didn't take it that way, and I
I,
just don't want anybody
yeah.
else to
Please
think
don't.
that
My brother was a
you
Navy
meant that,
SAR,
because
and
I
he
don't
served.
think you meant that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't. And my brother was a Navy SAR, and he saw some really hard times in combat. And I understand. I do truly understand. And even if you didn't, mental illness and mental health is just like having cancer. There's no difference. I have no judgment there. That's not what I'm judging. What I'm saying
No,
is,
no.
this
When
man
you hold
doesn't
people
test.
hostage, it would be like me.
Yeah.
If I went and robbed a bank, I brought that
Right.
shit on myself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I mean,
Yes. Right. And maybe
come
he was at a
on.
point where he didn't know right from wrong. But the fact that he's
Not
being
saying that
yeah,
PTSD is what did it. That is twisting words.
it's
No,
right. And the thing is, and what they
no.
say, and so I will tell you the triggering words Wazoo
That's
said, because
insensitive,
obviously
is what
it
that
is
is.
right.
Right.
And Washington
That's
State
we don't do that
University
here.
said,
I don't know why anybody would even
yeah,
think that that would exist on
I,
this show.
yeah, I would
For
do
real.
anything for a vet. I like, there's just, honestly, I'm not unkind. I'm not without grace, but my kid was in that building. And I'll tell you what, we saw what happened. How many children have died this school year? I mean, it's insane. It's crazy. And I know
There's
they're
a
not
lot.
children.
There's a lot. And
There's
it's
a
not,
lot.
it's ODs, it's mental illness, it's a lot of
Yeah.
things. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff going on over there.
There really is. And
The
what is bringing
community,
it? Yeah.
you know, you got COVID, and then everything
Yeah.
being locked
Huge.
down. And then you add the
Right.
crime that took place when you weren't
Yeah.
putting out a profile, you weren't putting out a
Yeah.
reward. The whole community
Right.
was, I mean, I can imagine the eggshells that community had to be walking on. Plus, they were trying to transition
Mhm.
from going through COVID. I told you guys Saturday night and even a little bit last
Yeah, I
night,
heard.
when I went through
Yeah.
COVID, the depression it put me
Yeah.
under. And that's why your guys'
Right.
company means so much. That's why I always try and make sure it's a peaceful, positive, and progressive atmosphere.
And I did hear you say
This
that.
shit's real.
It really
Yeah.
resounded. It
And
is
you know
real.
what?
We have,
If I
yeah,
went and robbed a
it's real.
bank because I'm depressed, I brought that shit on me. Not saying that my
Right.
own mental illness is what brought it on
Right.
me, but what's saying is that if I chose to
If you
do
choose,
that,
right.
then that
Right.
is what is coming my way. I don't
And the thing of,
appreciate
yeah.
twisting words. I really don't. And then
Right.
using my platform to twist words, I'm not appreciating it. And I'm saying it to somebody in chat because I don't appreciate it.
Oh. Well, and you know what?
Go
And
ahead,
if they're
please.
coming from a place of, if they're coming in from a place of pain and of that, I will listen to you. I will talk to you. I will do whatever you need to get you help. I promise you, I will. But something triggered Kopaka to get to this point, and it can't. I really don't believe in coincidences. I believe in miracles, but I do not believe in coincidences. And I will tell you that when the school said to me, the two are not, don't have anything to do with each other. I'm like, you told us that our kids were safe, but you couldn't tell us why. And but you know why it happened and who did it. So how do you know our kids are safe? And then you tell us it's the house, right? Which I understand now, right? But this is 6 months later that, yeah, they were probably trying to tell us something. But then you're going to tell me that this man living with 20-year-olds in student housing, why? For one, he's 38. That's weird. If that were my kid, I'd be like, no, that's weird. Why are you living with 20-year-olds, right? And here's the other part of this.
I mean, but
nobody
that
knows who they are.
was normal, right? That was normal.
No,
when you look
that's not normal. No, to have a 20-year-old living with
well, because
a
I
coffee
thought
house?
a lot of the enrollment there had a lot of older, you know, it wasn't, am I wrong? I thought
so
there was a lot
Brian lived
older.
in Steptoe. So yes, they have a great PhD programs and they have great master's programs. They do. But those students live, usually a lot of them are married or they're with somebody. They live in the apartments like Steptoe.
Yeah.
Very few of them live in Coffee House. Coffee House has kids in it who are like juniors and seniors. Their apartment, it's like apartment. They're undergrads typically in Coffee House. So So that doesn't strikes me as weird that he lived there. And also his background check puts him at in Spokane as his address for current and owning a home in Illinois and being a government contractor. So I hope, what I really hope, is he's alive somewhere and he was just working for the feds on this whole case. That's what I
Well,
hope. And I've
I mean,
always hoped that.
he worked for the college, and so maybe, I don't know. I
Nobody's
mean, it's
claiming
a
him.
small town.
Nobody's owning him.
Nobody's owning him.
Nobody's. I've asked them.
I
I'm
thought,
going to tell you right now.
yeah.
No, that's what I thought too. So 2 reports came out. The first day he died, there was one report saying he worked at U of I in tech. He was in the farmhouse frat when he went to U of I, and then he served not within the same battalion as Payne and Payne's brother, but they were all about 5 minutes apart from each other in the same area. That's the first report that came out. The second day, that report's gone, and the new report comes out, and he works at WSU in IT or security, but nobody's owning him. So you're telling, I want to know, because my question was, who's vetting them? Who is vetting these teachers who I am entrusting you with my world and my life savings? Who? Please tell me who is vetting these students.
So he didn't work
I don't know.
IT?
Nobody's owning it.
Or
I've
he
not
wasn't
had one person
a
that wasn't
security
say
guard?
that.
Was a
I have not had
security
one
guard?
person that wasn't, which is even scarier because if he was a safe walker, that's insane. If he was walking the girls home safely, that's insane. Just like if Koberger was and he did it. I don't know if he did it. I'm not saying he did. I'm saying he didn't. That's who is vetting these people who are in charge of our children's safety. And they are my children. They are children. They are my children. So they're adults, but whatever. So who's doing it? So it's maddening because it's frustrating because I feel bad saying it too, right? It's such a mixed emotion because I feel bad.
It
because
is.
I feel terrible for this
Yeah,
man.
because when you're watching the ABC thing, yeah, your heart felt for the friend. I mean, seriously, it's like, damn, I can totally put myself. I've had close friends pass. I mean, especially the last 6 years, I've had a lot of my best friends go. And I can totally understand what he was feeling from because I'm an empath. That's why I try and have this energy because I suck that in. And so when I'm watching that program and I'm putting myself in that position with my own friend, I feel what he's saying.
I agree with you. I do too.
Total
my
100.
heart aches for him. My heart aches for his family and his mother because they sent their son off to be a soldier and he came back broken and through no fault of this
my
young
cousins
man's own.
I have cousins, I have family members that's happened to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know the shit exists. It hits right here. It's personal. It's real. I understand all of it.
But then you feel then I'm like, but you're not going to take my kid out because I will eat you alive. If you think if you think Steve is bad, you should wait for me to show up because I promise you I will deliver. He is being so much better than I could ever possibly hope to be. I know my shortcomings and I would just be a monster if I was him. I think he's controlling himself. He's not always saying the right things because he's controlling his mouth so he can get as much information as he can get out of them. That's what I think. Because nobody's telling anybody the truth. And that is the facts. And if anybody thinks we're not being lied to, we are being lied to. Why? To protect numbers?
That's what I don't know. It's been weird
it's a tuition
since
grab.
the beginning when it comes to the tuition with even in one of the old shows from a long time ago when I was talking about Birdie, like why is Birdie not donating, the college, the enrollment was like what, 18,000? You're telling me Birdie
and one of the
18,000? And then
and one of the alumni did.
And everybody's like, why is there no reward? Why is there no profile? Why is there no you're just gonna let this community out there walk around with this crap happening with nothing.
And why aren't you putting lights on the streets? Why didn't the cities both take it upon themselves over Christmas break to light up Greek Row? Light it up like goddamn Christmas. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but light it up like Christmas every day of every week. Light it up. There's no lights there. They don't care because at Wazoo it's off campus, but at Moscow it is on campus. So maybe they have more lights, but Wazoo we have none. We've had more. I have never been to Wazoo for one occasion, event, or anything where there wasn't some form of violence. It's insane. And I got a bill for $27. I'm thinking, I wish I hadn't even paid the tuition so I could have had the fight about this with them. Right? It's about tuition. It's about money.
Yeah. So what was this building you were talking about in the beginning of the
Which one?
My
son's building?
Yeah, like you said that it was getting
Yeah.
shot at or something. Like
Yes.
what,
So they were saying,
is there
so
an
this is,
article for that, or is there something?
well, it's on, there should be an article on it, what we got on the alert, and I will check and see if so once you leave, so we have now actually physically completely left Wazoo, and my son's transferred. So I don't know if I can even access my Wazoo. Maybe I can because I owe him $27. So maybe I can. I will try and do that and send it to you. Like really $27. I mean, honestly, let's get real. It struck me as funny. I'm like, I said to my daughter, I said, why did you just pay it when you left? Because I didn't even know. So, but maybe I can. So that maybe it's a blessing. But they said it was south side of campus, and there was bullet holes in 2 of the different buildings on the south side of campus, and one of them happened to be my son's building. And my son lives in a beautiful building, and all the buildings. I mean, it's a beautiful campus. There's a reason people send their kids to school there. Besides this is new. I mean, it's not, well, it is new because my older kids who went there, we didn't do that. This wasn't a thing, but maybe it was, and I was younger, I don't know, or less aware, or it was just, we didn't have as much social media maybe why I know more now. But so yeah, 2 of the buildings had bullet holes in them, but the problem, they said, but nothing adds up because not everybody was evacuated from the building. And if he had lit something on fire, wouldn't they have evacuated everybody? I mean, a fire is one thing. Wouldn't the sprinkler system go off? It's a dorm. They have to have sprinklers. Wouldn't the alarms have gone off? So then that's not true. That is in one of the articles from Wazoo, from not sure which news organization. When I got the alert, I immediately called. There was somebody there from News Nation, and there was somebody there from Fox News, and I called them both and woke them up. And I said, there's a shooting going on at a coffee house. And they both went, and then they called to tell me. And I happened just to know them because I had called, that's why I first called mainstream media in the beginning, when I didn't feel like the parents were getting answers from the police. And when we were reporting and didn't know if they were writing it, like, when we just didn't know in the beginning, because you didn't know. And I get they were getting bombarded or whatever, but, so they went there. And so it was Ashley Conklin was, I think, the first person I called. And is she with Fox, or I think she's with Fox.
I don't know that name.
I texted Ashley first, and then I texted Isabel's with News Nation. So I must have texted, and I think Enton was there at the time. I don't know, maybe. I can't remember exactly. It was, it was December. So I apologize for my lack of memory on that. But I did text Ashley and Isabel, both of them. And I'm sure they'll remember. I text, but then I stopped because they want me to say what they want me to say. And I'm not going to say that. I'm just not. I'm going to say the truth.
So, I mean, is there confirmation that it was him? Is it in the article? Is it
that it was him? There's confirmation that it was Kopaka that came out, and that he was an Army vet with PTSD, and he had fought it for years. That SWAT had killed him. That officer, I think it was Officer Boyer is his name, who was SWAT qualified, because Pullman and Moscow don't have SWAT, so they had to wait for Spokane to get there. But is the one who had shot him, and that he was on administrative duty as protocol. But by the time we got back to school, he was no longer on protocol. And I believe, and I'm not sure if it's something I've heard or where I heard it from, so don't take my word for it, but that perhaps he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, is what I heard later. But nobody knows who these kids are. The kids don't believe it ever happened. So there's that. Could you think the kids would talk or say something?
Right. I mean, because, they do talk.
And clearly he's not here. His friend is sad. So clearly he's not, something happened, right? But the mainstream news media, drunk turkeys, I thought were off the charts. I thought they were, and what Blue said was true. I'm sorry. What's he supposed to say when the media screws up? What do they say? Nothing, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
And they didn't come and ask the person who said it. And I think I'm the one who said it. I'm not sure if I'm the one they're referring to or not, if somebody else did, but I'm assuming I am.
So your son heard about the shooting, or actually heard?
He didn't even hear it.
He didn't
Nope,
hear
nobody
it. He just,
evacuated him. I heard it at
oh.
3:30 because I got alerted and I woke up. No, he sleeps like a
Oh.
log. I had to get him
So
a shaker thing for under his mattress to wake him up when his alarm went off at school. For hard of hearing people,
Yeah.
he's not hard of hearing. He just sleeps hard.
Yeah.
So anybody who has a kid who sleeps really hard, it's a good thing. Just FYI.
Promotion. So
Parenting tip number 1.
right. So how did you come to? So was it in like a police record or something, or?
No, I got the alert that
Thank
there
you
was
for
a
being the
shooting,
member. Thank you, Crime on a Dime.
and I was the south side of the building, south side of campus, which is where my son lived, and there was an active SWAT situation, and then we got another alert at 4:30 that SWAT had shot him. So we only were on alert for an hour. But
No. I mean about the school or the building when that took place.
because I researched like a hound dog,
Yeah.
right? And so I kept looking for
is
things.
there like, I'm wondering, because there would have to be like a police report for that, right? Like in the files somewhere, right?
Okay, so here's the thing about police reports, and I know people always question this. So, and I've asked this question. So, when colleges are ranked and how they get their funding, is crime is a part of it, right? And violence is a part of it, and safety is a huge part of where parents want to send their kids to school. So, a crime that's reported goes against them. A crime that isn't reported does not. So
like
often
bowling.
they don't report crimes. Like what?
Like bowling. A family member of mine, her son was getting bullied like crazy, and the school was just trying to dismiss it. Yeah. Trying to dismiss it.
Exactly.
Because they didn't want their funding to get affected with the check marks.
Exactly.
I understand where
that is
going.
exactly right. So it's really important as your rankings for colleges, right? So the less police reports you have, the better it is. That's why Washington State University, although benefit from having Greek Row because they get paid for Greek, right? They have a Panhellenic council or administration section for them. They claim no ownership of it. They have no onus of Greek Row. They're a separate entity. Each building is individually owned. It's a private entity in itself. We have no control, yet they have control. We saw that when whatever officer was over in Moscow saying that, we'll just call the school. They'll take care of it. And Moscow owns the housing, their Greek Row, but I don't know if they own their live out. So it's a little confusing. It's very convoluted. It's very, it's not really, I question the veracity of both schools with Greek Row, and they're taking in the monies, but they're not really taking ownership of it.
I've gotten a lot of messages. For people asking me to do research on Sigma Chi.
I feel like you should. I feel like Sigma Chi. So now
a lot of messages.
Okay, so there is a YouTuber out there who really has shares a good relationship with a couple of the boys over at Sigma Chi. She believes them, she trusts them, and she genuinely does, and that's fine. I don't. What are they hiding, and why are you chasing down Dave? End of story. Yes, I think Sigma Chi has a lot that they need to say, that a lot of questions that can be answered, but they're not willing to. And I think when you start with Sigma Chi, you can, I think it's public record, you can get all of the students from like whoever is a member of those organizations and who their parents are. And when you look at who the parents are of the students at Sigma Chi, I think you'll find it very, very interesting. And I'll be honest, Jack Showalter's uncle works for the attorney general, and now the attorney general's office has 2 attorneys sitting there running the prosecution for Koberger. Why? They didn't come down for
I
ballot,
don't
did
know.
they?
Nobody's
I
asked
mean,
me to
why?
research the family. They just said the Sigma Chi. So
I think when you get into Sigma Chi and you start going through
Yeah.
it all, you'll see. It really, and Lana has a really good, I think she has a pretty good handle on it. But a Sigma,
oh, did she
Sigma
do an
Chi
episode
is,
on it?
I don't know if she did it. You know who does is Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, who I love. She's just the greatest. Not a kid. She's a kid to me, but she's just a wonderful young woman, and she does a really good job at what she does. But she's done a lot with Greek. Casper West has done a lot with Greek. Yes, I think that would be a really great program to break it all down. I can break it down as a mom, but you know, for some kids it's great, for others it's not. I don't understand why those 2 boys are looking to find Dave. What do you want to do to Dave? You want to beat him up? Tell him to shut up? What are you hiding? Like, what is wrong with you? If you were my child, I'd ground you at 21. Like, what's wrong with you? Grow up. It's not a movie. It's life, and children died. Like, what is wrong with you? Honestly.
I have a good question. Somebody brought up in chat here a little bit back up. Now, were there holes? What about his apartment? Were there holes in his apartment? What do you mean, MK? I'm curious what you're asking. And I was thinking, this was asking something else. How would the school be able to cover that up? The bullet holes in the building.
Well, so remember, it was December 15th.
Okay.
So where are the kids going? And most kids didn't even know until they got home. So by the time I got a hold of my daughter before I got a hold of my son. And now I'm going to tell you this. People will say I'm lying. I'm going to tell you, I lie about my kid's location all the time, and I'm not going to change that. I'm sorry, but I'm just not.
Right.
I'm not.
Right.
I'm going to not tell you where they are at the moment I'm never going to do that. So I'm not going to disclose their location. So I'm sorry about that, but it's for their own good, for their protection. And my knowledge that they're protected. So you have to deal with, people just have to get over it. If they don't, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Right. And so there's he never saw bullet holes. He didn't even know about it. They took a busload of kids from the coffee house apartments, which is under Coug housing. Coug housing is just like the dorms. My son lived in a single dorm. So his building, I don't know what part of his building was hit. He wasn't awake, slept right through it. Didn't even know, not a clue.
I thought you said there was bullet holes in the building or something.
There were in the building, but they had no idea. Most of the kids, even the kids that's what I'm saying. Even the kids in coffee house slept through it. Some of them just woke up in the morning and didn't even know. And the school is saying that they've evacuated the building. So what we got from our message, we get a phone call, right? And I answered at 3:30, obviously. And it's, there is a active SWAT. There's an active shooting. SWAT is on scene. All students are advised to shelter in place. Classes, we'll let you know about classes tomorrow. That, I think, was the essence of what that was. So, of course, right, I'm awake. My husband is now awake because I've made him be awake. And I'm waking up my children, and my daughter's awake, but my son's just sleeping through. And it's his side of campus. And of course, I don't want my daughter to go there because, so you can't get a hold of anybody. You can't get a hold of the RA. You can't get a hold of anybody. I called the police department. I'm like, hey, it's me. Because obviously they know my voice by now. Because, they're terrible. And so I like what's going on. And they put me on with, they don't know. And she puts me on with somebody who's like an affiliate. I think they're in Olympia, Washington. They're not even in Pullman. You couldn't even get farther away. And then
wow. Okay.
Yeah. So then, right. So I have
Olympia?
to just wait, and nothing's getting Olympia, Washington, I think is where they put me to. Olympia.
Wow.
And so So I am.
It's like on
But
the other
before I
side.
called, before I called anybody, I
Uh-oh. Are you still there? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can't see me though, right?
No, I
Okay,
can't.
we're
Nope.
good. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Eventually, I will come out. I will eventually,
You're
when it's all
fine.
over, come out. You will see me. Honestly,
You're
I
fine.
promise. I'm
You're
real.
fine.
But so I called Ashley Conklin, who I think is Charlotte Fox were one of them, and then Isabel from News Nation. But I don't think she was local there. I think Brian Anton was. But anyway, and I told them, and I know Ashley immediately went there. But because that's the only information I could get. And then I called everybody else and got on the phone with everybody else, trying to wake them up. But my son was asleep. Kids were asleep still in the building. They did evacuate some kids and they took them to Stephen or the gym, wherever the Martin, whatever it is, gym. And then they took them to the locker room so they could go and shower, go take their finals, because they did have class after Kopaka
So your
had
son
been
was asleep when
done.
they showed up?
So there's the whole thing. And he wasn't, yes, but so were kids in coffee house. All of the kids were asleep. Like
All
in another apartment, they didn't evacuate his. They evacuated the one next door to his. And I can't remember the name of the
so
one.
his wasn't the one that got evacuated. The one
It
next
wasn't.
door.
It wasn't,
was.
right. But
Okay.
right. But they did say that two of the dorms, which would have been his, and I think it was Stevenson and, well, he doesn't live there now, Olympia. But and you have to understand that this is how we're getting the information, little pieces of information. So then we have a parent site that we can get on that only parents of WSU students can be a part of. And nobody's got any information. Nobody's telling us anything. We just know that a month ago, 4 children were slaughtered. And now they're SWAT on our campus. And what is going on? And we never, that's literally the press conference they gave is the last we heard of it. Not another word. You can't get anything out of them. It doesn't have anything to do with it. 2 different events entirely.
So how come, and this is a good question, how come the alert didn't come out until 4 a.m. if it started at 8:37?
Well, you asked.
That's crazy.
I
We'd have to ask
you
them.
tell me.
Yeah.
You have to ask because I don't know. And that was my first question is, this started when? Yesterday? And it's, well, was it 4? I thought it was 3:30, but it started
3:30.
yesterday.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
It does matter. But it was over and it was resolved by 4:30. And you're just telling me this now? And then Jay, so Jay 411.
So that was one of your issues with it all was why did I get it so late? Okay.
Right. Why are you telling us this now? And if somebody lit a fire, you'd think the building would clear and all the sprinkler system would go off. Did it? How do I know? I'm supposed to trust you? I don't trust you at all. I do not trust anything that comes out of their mouth. I would trust a 2-year-old in front of a cupcake before I would trust a police officer or law enforcement in those 2 towns. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, honestly, it's ridiculous. And so, and it really gets me wound up because they're just taking chances with our students, saying that Luke Tyler overdosed or committed suicide. Personally, nobody believes that. Not a single person on that campus believes it. But okay. You know, the student who died before that, the student who died from a hanging incident in the spring.
Well, how do they
Really?
keep their enrollment so high?
Because they don't put it in the reports. When you look at the police police activity logs. So I started listening to the scanner because that's the only way I could sleep. And so I thought if I'm listening to the scanner, then I know if something's going on. And when my daughter had a couple of incidents happen at her house that I felt very nervous about, I just said to them, we're just going to do this. How about we do this? We got 2 months left together. Why don't you just amuse me and drive by our house every hour or so, just so we know. And I did hear them drive by her house one day and I did feel better. And so that gave me some relief, gave me some comfort that at least they're hearing me. Like, at least they care enough, because there was a random truck in front of her house, I guess, or something. It was nothing. It was fine. It was nothing. But the point is that they can't do that for everybody. They can't stop these police officers from getting fired for sexual misconduct. Like, there's huge problems there. If somebody were to ask me if I would send my kids there, I'd say no. Not on a dime. And that's super sad, because my kids have great memories from there. We have great memories as family from there. But it's just gone. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, and, you know, with you having children there, you have an experience beyond what we have, because, you know, we don't.
Well, and the thing is, and I can get wound up about it too. And then for them to come out drunk turkeys and turn it on them like they're being dramatic, or they're letting somebody say something, is wrong.
So what you were saying something when you first hopped up to, back to that. So it was your conversation that wasn't even put out there, is what
I can't be for 100% certain if it was mine or not.
Right,
I know I had
right,
a
'cause it's
conversation
not
with them
them,
about
right.
it. Yeah, I don't know. I had a conversation with them about them. So I don't know if it was me or not, but I want everybody to know, if it were me, this is what I said, and this is why I said it. And nobody in the mainstream media came to me and asked me. And if Kopaka's friend wants, or his family wants to come and ask me why I said what I said, this is why I said what I said. And don't come at them, because they did vet me. They do know a lot. I mean, I think you probably know more than most people. I am an open book, but I'm not open publicly. I can't do that. I have children.
Right.
But privately, you know, I am. And I will have a conversation with any parent or Kopaka's friend or I'm not coming down on him and his mental illness and what he's given.
None of us are.
I greatly appreciate. Right.
None of us are.
Right.
That's not what this show is about. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't want his friend or family to hurt. I don't. And no student died. He did, apparently. But there's a part of me that thinks, I hope he didn't. I mean, honestly, but I can't trust anything that's coming out of the authorities' mouth. And I have told them that time and again. And I will tell them that forever. I think they lie. They have been lying to us. Yeah. I think.
And, you know, I don't, all I know is from what I know over here, you know, and all of it is just until it's in a court of law.
Right.
It's always going to be speculation. This is a good question from Commercial Zone. Okay. He wants me to, or they want me to ask you if your son or his friends actually saw BLK hanging around the campus, around off-campus housing. There's talk he didn't even live at the coffee house.
That's exactly right. They have no idea who he is.
Good question.
They have really good question. And that's kind of the bottom line. The kids don't know who he is. They don't know who the roommates are. The kids don't really believe it happened. They don't know who, I mean, yes, they know who Koberger is because he was a teacher, but my son does because he's in the same program. Well, he's pre-law, but so he was the room next door. But no, they have no idea who Kopaka was. They have no clue who he was. They don't believe it even happened, I think. That's what I've gotten back from them. They're like,
okay, no hold on a second. So the friends don't even think that the SWAT thing happened?
Yeah, I think they don't think that it did, because they can't find the roommates and everybody. I know
everybody's, even Rory was digging, and he was like, he couldn't even find out who the roommates were. And
why would they put a 20-year-old with a 38-year-old? And isn't Kopaka married? Doesn't he have children? He owns a home in Illinois, and he rents a property in Spokane. So that's why I hope that, you know, he works for the feds and he's safe and he was undercover. That's what I hope. And I don't think that's a far-fetched idea. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't know. I never.
It's just bizarre.
It is.
The whole thing is bizarre.
I just never thought that. I don't know. I mean, I have had people come in chat and say, hey, you know, I think he's alive. You know, hey, I appreciate your opinion. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I hope he is. I do hope he is.
It seems crazy.
It is crazy because, like, what?
That, you know, the memorial and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's like,
But when was the memorial? I don't think anybody even knows when that was. And the school says they didn't hire him. He didn't work there. So are they just telling us so we don't sue them? Because
well, where
they're not
where
getting
did
off.
this him working at the school for the IT? Where did that even?
I think it's in the news articles. I think if you were to look up
So-
the Evergreen, it might be there. I don't know if it's still there. I might have screenshotted it because I started screenshotting stuff when I realized stuff gets taken down, which I
Yeah.
didn't know. See, I didn't know any of this before this all occurred, and I had information and then I couldn't find things. I thought, oh, maybe I should screenshot that and put it in a file, which is so beyond my depth of knowledge with tech. But I learned how, and so I did. I tried.
Right.
I mean, we'll see if I can pull it back, but things just go away, you know. I mean, they just go away. It's like, I'm not crazy. I know what I've heard. I know what I've been told. The kids all know that this apparently happened. It was on the news for a minute, but it was a minute. I would think that a SWAT shooting at a college is a huge thing.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, with what took place, a hostage situation. I mean, I have the videos from the local news. I did find some this weekend that were talking about, you know, the whole situation.
Right.
So,
but did
but
you
then
get that
again-
he threw his gun? I thought his gun was outside the window. So, and there was a change in his. There's so many different things.
All I
think
know
they're
is-
purposely putting bad information out. Right?
What were the coordinates about leading to a park in California that he posted on his Facebook right before he passed?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I haven't even looked at.
I have zero
Facebook.
idea. I would welcome his friend to come up and have a conversation, because the reality is, if his friend is if his friend is gone and he's being used as a pawn in this, I do believe his friend needs a voice. And
I would love.
Kopaska.
I would-
And I don't know how to reach him, but I would reach out to him, and I want him to know that if I am the person, because I don't know of anybody else who told drunk turkeys about it, I believe it's me, so I'm going to own it. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I'll give it to whoever wants credit for it. But I stand behind it. I did speak to them about it, and they didn't say a word. They were champs. They were You know what? When people act like you guys, like you do, and Dago and Drunk Turkeys and Lana and Jules and all of you people, like, that is why I'm here, because I can trust you. I can trust you. I can tell you something and know you're not going to bleed it out there. You're not going to throw it out there. And you can't trust media, because media's going to have you do what they want to do, which is why. So that Gunner guy, I find him a little bit sassy, a little fresh, but I'm okay. I'm an adult. But I like his.
I love him.
I mean, I have a hard time.
JB?
I would never let my.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never let my grandchildren listen.
He's badass.
But
He makes
he
me
really
think
is.
of. He makes me think of
Yeah.
like ZZ Top doing a true crime
Yes,
show.
right?
I'm like, yeah,
Right?
man.
Like,
yeah,
I would
love
go
him.
to his show.
I
In a
love
hot
him. I
minute,
love
I'd
him.
see him play.
Yeah, he's
But
awesome.
I do like it. Right, he is. But I'm like, ooh, I might not have said it that way. But you know what? I respect his opinions, and I'm aligned with them. If you got to
Right,
get past each
exactly.
other's verbiage, right?
Exactly.
I could run a mile a
exactly.
minute. You got to keep up with
Exactly.
me. Right? I mean,
Yeah, you
so,
do.
I mean, right. So I think that's what I think that tolerance part of it is, and I hate the word tolerance, because we're not supposed to tolerate each other. We're supposed to love each other. So I hate the word tolerate, but it is true. We have to give each other the room to explain what we know and what we hear and what we feel and what we think, and then consider all options. Because Harsh today said some things I thought I didn't want to hear. He said things today I didn't want to hear, but I'm glad I heard them, because he makes a lot of sense. And it regarded a couple of the parents of the 4 students who were gone, and I didn't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear in any way, shape, or form that somebody did something within the circle of, any of the moms did anything to make this occur. I don't want to know that. But sometimes facts are facts, and maybe it's not facts. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's worth considering, because nothing's making sense. The deeper we
crime.
get, more
I'm sorry.
buried
Go
we
ahead.
are. No, the
Oh,
more
for
deeper we
sure.
get, the more
Oh, for
buried
sure.
we are.
That's why you have to ask questions. That's why you
Right,
can't
right,
always believe 100% that what you're being told is the
right.
damn truth every single time. You have to ask questions.
And don't believe me all the time too, because if I'm wrong, I want to be wrong. Please, God,
Just
let me
like
be
nobody
wrong.
should believe it. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
hey, we're all human. That's the beautiful
right.
part about life is we are human
Mhm.
beings. We have
And we have to
emotions. We
speak,
have
right?
right.
If we see something, we say something.
Crime Solver, I don't think she said that he was doing that to her son, that it was taking place at the same campus, is what she
It was on the
saying.
same side of campus as my son.
Right. Yeah.
Same
Not that
dorm.
he was actually doing
No.
it to
Oh,
her.
no, no,
So
no.
sorry.
No,
Sorry
my
for the
son was not
confusion.
his roommate. My son lived alone. My son,
Next
he's
building.
a bit of a Spalding, right? He had a single, he lives in his own, he has his own room or had his own room. He will not in his next school. He's going out of state. He will not in his next school. So, so no, my son was not there, but he was not aware, and his building was shot at apparently. And one of the ones that was, well, it wasn't evacuated, the one next door was, and coffee house was, but neither of them were completely evacuated. Why do you not go and knock on every door and make sure every kid is out of there? And here's the other part of it, which really gets to me. The dean of students wasn't there. The president of the school wasn't there. Nobody from the school was there actively. Law enforcement was there. Moscow, Pullman, and I think Washington State Patrol was there, and then SWAT showed up. And it took them, I don't know how long, but it wound up being a Pullman or Washington State University. Was it a Wazoo officer or a Pullman officer? I'm not sure which boy it was, but he was back to work by the time it ended. And my understanding is it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but that could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard anything about that. But that's, but that's the thing too, like the game of telephone when it comes to all of these
All of
students,
it.
like, you know what I mean? They're all,
exactly.
and then it can just go.
Right, and before you know it, it's something like not even close to what it was.
Yeah.
What I go off of, the only information that I find completely reliant upon is information she comes to me with freshly that she's just learned and what she learned at 10 o'clock in that morning. And that is the information that I gave to FBI. And that is that they were awake, they were aware, they were there. And it was 8 hours. But since then, other information has come through. And I think that Murphy, I think, is a key to it. I don't know. But I think that I don't even know. I don't know. It's horrifying to think that nobody's gonna be held accountable here. Because I don't know how you put a man in front of the firing squad if you're not sure.
Well, and we'll see.
Yeah.
It's like
right?
I say, just as many people say that it's speculation, that there's theories, thoughts, and opinions beyond the PCA. It's also speculation and thoughts and theories to say that there's a whole shit ton of evidence beyond the PCA. They're both sides are speculation. So,
right. Don't
to
you
say
think, though,
that one side is wrong or the other side is
Right.
correct, none of us frickin' know. We're not talking to Bobby at the frickin' water cooler. We don't know.
That's funny. Actually, that's really funny. The thing is,
It's the
don't you
truth.
think the defense? I know. The prosecution owes it to everybody to give all the evidence and let it fly and let it ride. Because that bothers me so much that if I was if I was him or my child was him, God forbid, I would think you have to give me everything you have so that I can decide, I can figure it out. Because if he's guilty, I'm gonna give him to you. But if he's not, I'm gonna fight for him. So I feel like their lack of veracity, the lack of transparency, and them being so unwilling to give all of the evidence is problematic. That is not how we're supposed to be as Americans. I'm sorry. I thought we were entitled to know why we're about to face a firing squad so we can defend ourselves. Right? It just strikes me as so odd. Like, it's not supposed to be like this. It's very sad. It's a sad
Yeah.
time.
I don't know. I just want that's all I care about. The only thing I care about is the right people who are involved,
The right
are
people. Right.
convicted.
Right.
The families get justice 100%.
And Steve gets to
you
talk
know.
freely and say whatever the hell he wants every day of
Right.
every week.
Right.
And the thing is, Brian is in an orange jumpsuit for a reason. What'd you do, dude? That's what I'd say to my kid, for sure. What'd you do? You're here.
I guess there was some stuff coming out about his dad today, though. I don't know. I haven't checked it.
Know. I've
Like
heard
I
that
said,
too.
I
There's a
only
lot.
get 15 minutes in between
Well,
work and the show, and so I didn't get to check anything out. But I don't know. I figured we'd go into it another night. I don't know. I just heard something, and I'm just like, I'm gonna wait a minute because
and there was some information I didn't know if I was dreaming or if it was real about.
Yeah.
There's some information out there right now that is, and I don't even know who brought. Was it Susie? Susie has had good information too.
Oh, I'm
lately.
telling you,
She always
even
does. She's a
nervous
brilliant.
trying to go on them talk shows and Netflix and stuff, just because of what happened to Drunk Turkey Show.
Right. And
Just,
the thing is, lay people don't think it was that bad. I can tell you, I'm a lay person. I thought they did amazing. I thought they outshone everybody else that was on there. I think that if you're talking to, so how many of us was it 35,000 and 25,000 at U of I? 60,000 parents you're talking to, and you're saying you're crying about your best friend, but guess fucking what? Sorry, I swore. Sorry. Guess what? Your friend put our children in harm's way. And guess what? That's not okay. They've already come through the ringer. They're barely hanging on. We are barely hanging on as people. And you're crying and the news is buying it? Who's feeding the news?
But that's what I mean. Like, so they didn't know nothing about him, right? They didn't even know who he was.
No.
Like,
That's what the school told me.
How did they know that it was him, though?
They said
like
he
if
was
they didn't know who.
In the 911, in the whole thing that J 411, and she's actually, it's long, but she cut it down a lot for you to listen to, and you can speed through part of it. And you got to get past the police officer. She wants her coffee. She wants it really badly, and she wants her coat. I'm thinking, you got a SWAT guy. You got a guy willing to kill kids, and you want your coffee. Okay, fine. And you'll understand that when you listen to it. But there's no urgency here. You got a protected person. His name is Brent. That's all you get. His name is Brent. He's a protected person. What does that mean? Does that mean he's undercover? Does that mean he's what? What does protected mean? He's special needs? Because we have a new special needs program at the school, which is a wonderful program, and I hope they continue it on. And we really do. We have a beautiful program for kids who have Down syndrome and have special needs. Beautiful program. Is that who he is? And that's why he's 38 with these 20-year-olds? Who is your person who is protected? Right?
So J for Justice did a episode on it?
Yeah, she did. And she did it on 411. She's done a lot. She does a lot of good content too, actually.
Is it still up? Yeah, I love her.
Yeah, I love her too. She actually had something this weekend that was that's the one who said there's this whole thing she found about, well, it's very interesting, and I don't even want to dissect it because I don't understand it. And she was just opening it up and reading it kind of live to everybody. And she does a great job, and I had to go, so I couldn't finish it.
Yeah,
I love her. And so I don't want to comment on what it was about, but it was very, very interesting. And I think it was very telling and important information.
Do you remember what the title of it was? And then
it was Saturday. I think it was Saturday, and I don't know what. It was Saturday. I can try and find it, but it's a crap show.
Yeah, if you can do me a favor.
I will try and find it and send it to you.
Yeah, after you're done. Yeah, because I'll check it out tomorrow, and then maybe we'll. Because I definitely like to.
I thought it was
if we're talking about this, and then it'd definitely be an interesting. Because I know Rory said that there was like there's a 3-hour in like an 8-hour version or something.
Yeah, she cut it down for us, so it's like 3 hours.
So that's the same thing that she went over that he was talking
Right.
about last night.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Okay.
But here's the thing about that thing though. And so maybe she cut it down through the 3 hour from the 8 hour, and I didn't see darkness, but it was always light. And so I felt like that was very interesting. It was always light out when she did that. So it was never dark out. I don't understand that. And so it could have been because she cut it down from 8 to 3, right? She could have cut the dark hours out because it was quiet time. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, in 8
but I
hours,
just kept thinking it's all light. Yeah, it was 8 hours, but for us it was only an hour. So I don't know. Should we send a thank you note for cutting our angst down by 7 hours? I don't know. Should I send you a thank you note?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out.
Yeah,
because it was interesting. Rory came up and said that. Rory, let me know. I never got that. That email.
And I think if Rory's over there, you should go talk to Heather in the dean's office. She's lovely, and she's my go-to, and I really like her. And you can use my name. I'm fine with it. I don't know if she may hate me now, but she did in the beginning. But he's welcome to go in if that's a contact for him, if he's over there.
Okay.
She was very forthcoming.
Let me see. Protected. I'm just kind of going through some of the chat here.
Yeah, I don't know what a protected person is. Miss Potts might know.
Or see, Gina, that's right. Thank you, Gina. There's an 8 hour cut down to 5.5. There was a 3 hour.
Yeah.
Oh, she took the video down.
Oh, she did. Okay.
I guess.
Something happened. Somebody, I think, I don't know, was nasty about her. People need to get, I don't know, hobbies. I don't know. Leave each other alone, like, right? I don't know. Maybe it came down, but she's also it's Justice for Jay. No, that's different. But I like her. Is that different?
It's the same. No, she's the same. It's the same person.
The same
What's
gal?
the 411 with Jay is for justice. Yeah, it's the same.
Then there's another one that is very nice, but it's something Justice, and I like her too. She's very sweet.
Yeah.
There's not very many people. There's a few who but whatever, to each his own.
So have you been hearing anything about this Prius stuff since the last day?
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, I scream it in chats all the time. The Elantra that was going past the gas station went the opposite way. Went to Troy, Washington. It did not go to Pullman. Didn't. It was in the very first report. It went to Troy, Washington, or Troy, Idaho. Not Pullman, Washington. It's not the same car, and it had tinted windows.
Because somebody came in my chat. Well, because Michigal gave us the article Saturday night about them looking for a 2019 to 2023 Nissan Sentra, and then I put that out there because I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. So how is this suspect vehicle 0 or -1 or something? And then somebody was in the show last night, and they were like, hey, something about a Prius. And then I was getting ready because we were going to do Truth and Transparency Scott Roeder thing. And then when I was looking at that, then I noticed that she had done something on a Prius, I think, right?
Well, a Prius or a Tesla, but I'm going to tell you, I think it's just trucks and SUVs. There's no Prius there. There's no white car there. I think that's not true. I don't think there was ever a white car there. I think that it's that white car. The gas station lady came out with it. It went to Troy, Idaho, the complete opposite way of Pullman, Washington. And I don't think that car was ever there. I mean, unless somebody picked it up, and I could be wrong, but I just think that they found a car to work. I don't know.
I don't know. It was just weird. I
don't
woke up
believe
this
that.
morning and I was at work and I see all this Prius stuff. And then somebody came in chat last night and was talking about a Prius. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, just this whole time it was like an Elantra, right? Just two different models or whatever.
2 different years,
now all of a sudden,
and
Saturday night, it's like, damn, it's a Sentra. And then all of a sudden this morning, I'm like, damn, it's a Prius. Like, where the hell is this shit coming from?
And which makes perfect sense that nobody asked the child whose car sat in my driveway over spring break, which wasn't a launch of the right year, a question about it. Nobody ever said a word. You know what? If they find DNA in his car, then we have a conversation. Otherwise, the car is
Oh,
voidable.
sure.
It's null and void. It doesn't matter.
It's over.
It was busy
It's
work
over.
for the people. They wanted us to be busy. They wanted us to do something and to distract us. It was a red herring. It is the absolute epitome of a red herring. Honestly, they wanted us to be busy elsewhere. Put our mind on something else.
Yeah, I just never understood, if you're looking for a vehicle and you have surveillance of it, why wouldn't you put the vehicle out of the actual picture of the actual vehicle, so then you know the actual vehicle you're trying to look for, so then you can actually tell the frickin' LE what the fucking vehicle is. That's where it all got confusing.
I think they already knew.
And then the timestamps with the PCA, it was just like, not just the timestamps, but everything in the PCA. When you try and go the route that they're explaining, and even Sleuthy Goosey was going through it. It's just like,
the thing is, I don't think Idaho ever thought for 1 second this case would get this kind of attention at all. Do you? I think they're shocked by it. I think they're shocked by the absolute force behind these 4 students being brutally killed. I think they are. And they did not know that they were going to get this kind of reaction from the public. That's what I think. Did I lose you?
No, you're good. No.
So that's what I think. And I think I don't even think the car has anything to do with it. If they had DNA in the car, it'd be done. We'd be done. It'd be over. There's no DNA in the car. They've had it way too long.
DNA under fingernails. That would, especially with those types of crimes, there would usually especially.
But right. But
you got to wait for trial.
Well, yeah, because he's not going to settle. And I don't know if he did it or not. My feeling is that he did something, but I don't know what he did. But his car wasn't present. His phone wasn't present. His DNA is not present. It's just not. Otherwise, they would tell us. Fry wants to be right here. He wants a win here. But he's shut up. And he's not shut up because he wants to be or because he has to be. He's shut up because he wants to be. The judge is listening to the law enforcement. And I don't know why. I think it's bigger than this. I think that what the FBI said about being parallel crimes is true. And
parallel crimes.
Well, that's what so there are parallel crimes involved in this crime. So this isn't the only crime that's involved in this. So when you listen to Lana's got a lot of information that I can tell her like one sentence and she will find everything on it.
She's amazing.
She's amazing. I don't even know how she asked me a question once and then she goes, "Can you do that for me while I'm doing this?" I'm like, "Sure." So I call her back. She's, "I got it. I'm good." I'm like, "Well, it's not my jam. It's not what I do. I just tell you what I know and then you go." And it could be a deep dive, but it's typically not. And I think that what's scary though is that if it's not him and it's not Kopaka,
and everybody's innocent until proven guilty, whether it's Koberger or anybody else,
These kids are on that campus in 45 days. They start rush again. PC 23 comes in 45 days. And guess what happens again? And that is really hard to live with. And I know mine won't be there for sure, but I can promise you that I'm not lying to you about that. They will be out of the state, but somebody's kid's going to be there, and kids that I love are going to be there. Kids that I know that are friends with my children's friends, and they're kids. I don't care if I know them or not. We just cannot accept this from this police department and these. If he walks, and what happens to him when he walks out? Like, that's a whole nother thing. I do not think that he's going to get. I think he's going to be exonerated.
I don't know. I'm just ready for the trial because I don't know.
Yeah, but
I look at it in two ways. the families need justice ASAP.
Yeah, they do.
But
right?
at the same time, on the other end of the spectrum, if he didn't commit this crime or has nothing to do with it, then he should be able to get out of incarceration as soon as possible as well. It's both sides,
Right.
and I hope that the trial. You know how this shit goes. It's gonna get
I know.
delayed.
Yes. Delayed.
But
Meanwhile, he's spending
there's
months in prison or jail. rather.
there's been surprises so far, so
I know.
maybe it will be a surprise where we do, because I didn't think October 2nd was gonna be the date already. I was thinking it was gonna
They
be
moved it, isn't it?
next-
November already, 7th
Oh, is it, they changed it now?
to November 7th. I thought it was moved to November 7th, and something's happening June 26th, I think. But I don't know what.
November 7th now, huh?
I thought maybe. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was one of my kids' birthdays. Actually, that's why it's stuck in my brain.
Yeah. No,
Actually, that's what I thought.
it's either way. We don't know if there's more, and
Right.
we don't know if there's other theories beyond it. None of us do. We can't sit there and say
Mhm.
there's a whole bunch of evidence he's guilty 100%. Da da da. You don't know, just as much as you could say that he has nothing to do
Right.
with it. Nobody truly
Right.
knows.
So I keep asking myself this question, and I don't know about everybody or you guys think about it, but
What's
if
that?
it was my child who's there and they are so convinced they're innocent and they have a reason why, I battle with, well, you have to tell the parents because they deserve to know, because they're dying. Their child is gone and their soul is being eaten on the inside because they don't know what happened to them. And the worst thing on the planet is not knowing where your kid is. Honestly, it truly is. So I would hope that I would do better, but the other side of it is he's smart enough to know if he says too much too soon, he could wind up facing a firing squad, because that's how our justice system works. So what would you do if you were a parent with a child in this position? Or if you were in this position, if you could put parents out of their misery, what do you do? Knowing how the law works now.
Mm.
It's it's a struggle, actually. I wonder what people think. Is he doing the right thing? Is he innocent? He's doing the right thing by biding his time so that he gets double
I don't know.
jeopardy applies?
It seems like
Right?
they're doing, I don't know, I'm coming off with the impression that the defense is, ever since she took over, I feel like she has been doing, I would like I've always said, I would, if I had a public defender, I would love to have a public defender that's going to do all that. I mean, like,
And what she's gonna do.
I don't know. And what part of
But
the
the guy
PCA does it state they have video of the subject? We can go into the PCA here in a minute. I don't remember a page on the PCA that says they have video of the suspect.
You know who knows that is Annie Potts. Knows that. She knows it backwards and forwards and frontwards, and she's so good at that. But I will
Let me know
say
what
that,
page.
I will tell you, Ann Taylor's gotten clients off before, but one of them killed again. So that doesn't make me feel good.
Yeah.
Just because you can doesn't mean, right? I mean, I guess if you break. So
but that's your job, though. Your job is
her job. That's her job, right? But he is in prison now. The guy she got off before, he is in jail now. I don't know where or whatever. But
I don't know. I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Their investigator is off the chain.
Oh, for sure. I was shocked how Steve's attorney represented himself in court when we were watching it. I was just wow. It almost like he was arguing. I mean, I don't know. The judge was acting a little weird too, but
I didn't. So I'll tell you, Steve's attorney's just come off a suspension. Steve's attorney's gotten out. Yeah, so let me qualify this. So before everybody goes crazy, I don't know what he was suspended for. I don't think it was major. It was just a minor suspension. He's passionate. He believes in the law. He believes in his clients. Yeah, you can tell that. He believes in the breadth of the law. And I don't know if he I think he's very, 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 very determined not to get suspended again, not to make another mistake. And he wants pure clarification. in writing, in black and white, so it doesn't happen again. I don't think he did anything major. It's nothing major. He's a very good attorney, very smart. He knows the law and he knows clients, and he can. I think I'm not sure, but I thought he did maybe both sides of the law. But he has been in trouble. He did his time, whatever. I mean, his suspension. But I think he wants to be really, really definitely clear that he's not going to get suspended again. Because I don't know how many times you get till you're done, like till you lose license for good. So I think that's part of it, and he should be that way. He should actively be seeking not to be suspended again.
Yeah, I mean, he had he was trying to speak for the family. Totally got that.
Yeah.
It was the interaction with the judge. It's like, bro.
The judge was poking a bear. He was poking at him on purpose.
He was. In the beginning, because everybody's like, "Hey, watch this. Keep an eye out for this." And I'm looking, and he's like, doing this and all that. And so,
I think he's going to shut down media. I know he's going to shut down media, but he's going to let Gonzalez and all the families and their attorneys speak. But he's going to shut down media, and he's going to hold his attorney to the breadth of the law, to not disclose things that he shouldn't disclose. So it's all going to fall down on their attorney. But I think he's going to release some of the gag, but not for media, just for the families and the attorney. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but that would be the best thing he could do.
No, that's what I thought from the very beginning, and then he came out and said that about the media, a few weeks back. And then when you got the prosecution and the defense agreeing that they don't, I don't see, which I thought it was interesting, because then I was like, when he came out and said, I'm going to, think about it, and then I'll let you know, that's when I was like, well, he was going to see what was going around, out in the media and stuff. And so I was like,
he was going to YouTube.
Very interesting. Yeah, I was like,
he's
that's
going to
very
YouTube
interesting.
To look. I think he's looking at YouTube. The families are on YouTube relentlessly. They are watching YouTube because that's where the information is coming from. Mainstream media is not giving you anything. Susie did a thing about now I lost my train with the gag order, and what did she? Was it yesterday or the day before? Everything, all of her content is worth listening to. Can't remember, but anyway, go and listen to her because she will. It was. Oh, I know. It was parsing down why the defense doesn't want the gag order lifted, and it makes perfect sense. Honestly, the expert who wrote it was long and it was winded, but Susie did a good job explaining it. I would have never read it by myself. My ADHD would have had me cleaning a bathroom in 20 minutes flat. I would never stuck to it if she was not talking in my ears as I was cleaning those bathrooms. So take advantage of that because she has the patience to do it. But they made a lot of sense, right? It made a lot of sense. She had a lot of critical information that could affect a person's life and a firing squad and justice for everybody. So the defense has a good point. But I do think that they should. And guess what? They told me to stop talking, and I don't stop talking. No, put me in jail. I don't care. I'm not going to. I just don't care. Because if you're going to see something that's wrong, I'm going to correct you.
Oh. She might be getting a call or something. I think this is what happens when she gets a call. Thank you for the super chat there, Eve Lucky. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Papa Roger stuff. No. We actually just been sitting here talking with Kim for a while, actually. But
talk to somebody else because I got kids calling me off the chain. I think they're listening.
Right now?
I did turn them on to you. So I'm going to go talk to my kids, but talk to people. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them in the chat. But thank you for giving me, again, a platform.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome. On. You're just the best. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Right. And I will shoot you everything I can. I'll probably just text it to you, but I'll figure out your phone number first.
Okay. You're good.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Good night. Thank you.
Night. Bye.
Appreciate you up and up. Oh wow, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, Kim. It is definitely weird how. Yeah, I always thought that too. Like, why does it show up like this? If it's not, because you can see the whole like diagonal lines going across. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it back up here. Whoops, I picked the wrong thing. Hold on. Right here, like you can see the whole. The king, like the King Road, and then the
Yeah,
dot,
The
and then
King
over
Road.
here, and it's like, bro, you got Queen Road here, you got Queen Road here, but somehow, you know,
God, I know.
yeah. So that
come on, guys.
that was
Right.
always odd too.
That's really
It
strange.
was always
Yeah.
odd too. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Kim. I didn't realize that you hopped up. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay.
Oh,
Damn it.
Not a problem. It's not even a problem.
Is
I
this
can
finally
Smack me with the
WSU,
ruler
Kim?
later.
How are you, Rory?
Well, hello. You are
Yes, yes.
How are
you
you?
are tough to catch.
Well,
nice to meet you,
That
Kim.
laugh.
Nice to
That
meet you.
laugh.
It's
too.
very nice to meet you.
You too.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. I appreciate how much attention you put towards all of it, honestly, because the world, everybody really cares, which is very comforting. It was, at least when my kids were there. I'm glad they're gone from there now, but there's still kids there, you know.
Yeah, of
So
course.
I appreciate all
Yeah.
your hard work.
Right.
Hotels are no fun unless they're in Disney
So-
World. Then they're super fun.
So,
know.
Kim, let me ask you.
Sure.
Do you think the kids knew before it happened
I do not think
that it was going to happen?
I don't think they thought knew
That-
anybody was going to be killed. I don't think that. I don't think any student believed that or knew what was going to happen. I do think they knew that
that something
girls,
was going to happen, right?
they knew
maybe
too much.
that-
I think this is comes and because
Yeah,
my daughter, when she
okay.
said to me, "Stitches get stitches," that was telling. That's a
Yep.
girl who lives in a bubble, And where would she get that verbiage from? That's just weird verbiage. She said a few things that the verbiage is just like, wow, I mean, how do you know those things? And I suppose, we grew up and she's growing up in a different time. And social media, they're all very connected. So,
Right.
they just know, and they know enough not to speak because, and honestly, kids have died since, so they're right. They're right to be afraid. Dave was super brave coming up and speaking out. He
Yeah,
really
I
was.
don't blame him for being afraid. I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and are you from the East Coast? Is that right? You're from New York? So,
Me or
from
Tommy?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is it
Minnesota here.
Oh, you're from Minnesota. Oh, my husband's from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I'm actually from New York, so I love all the accents we get over. But I mean, and all the different things. So when I speak, to my uncles or whatever, they're less than happy with me. But I'm not going to not say something because, I mean, you have to say something and just be cautious. But I think that it's very scary over there. And I don't think they'll stop. Here's the thing. Kids didn't harm their friends. Kids knew their friends were going to be taught a lesson. They did not know this was going to happen. Bigger people, more powerful people who mean it, who are facing, long, like life in prison for crimes they've committed, are staying out of prison, and they will sacrifice anybody's child for it. That we're dealing with mean, bad people here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, and if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I want
Yeah,
to
me
be
too.
wrong.
I hope. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I want, but just because I think I'm wrong, if you think if your kid's really sick and it could be nothing, you still take him to the doctor. You still get blood work done. You still do cross all your T's and dot your I's. And it's the same thing. We have to cover every base so that this stops. This has been going on for years.
Yep.
I have 7 children, and 4 of them attended WSU. The 3 went to other schools. And I'll tell you what, the other schools did not. There was none of that.
That Mary had a
Like,
good
there is
point
that.
there. Whatever was on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Pull that back up if you can.
Yeah.
didn't see
Yeah,
it.
that's a
That
good
one?
point. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
That
I
Mary
can't
had
see
a
it.
good point there.
Hey, CJ, I gotta
she's-
switch to my phone. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. Maybe Mary says maybe she didn't say the words
Maybe
that Ellie suggested.
The word, the crop, the Jessica. I've thought,
Yeah, go on.
yeah,
Oh no, it's cutting out. or something.
I think the police are involved. I think that several of them are involved, actually.
couldn't.
And I don't, and I'll apologize to them later, but if I'm calling you and you're not giving me your lying, why are police? I have a problem with
That was a
lying
good
to
point,
us,
Mary.
and
Yeah.
they lie to us all the time. You want me to believe you? What are you, 2? Because 2-year-olds go into timeout for lying. I'm going to put you in timeout and see if you can do better next time. Come on, this is crazy.
Well, and what's crazy is when I was on Silky's show the other night, she was talking about something that took place in her town where she lives, where there was a hit and it was for over $40. Like it was the same kind of
Oh,
shit,
God.
but it was
Right.
it was as petty as $40. So
It wasn't about the
definitely
money,
go
though.
check
It's
out
never
Silky's
about
show.
the. Yeah. I will.
Yeah,
I
it's
did
Yeah.
check
about
it
the
out, and she is
respect.
here.
It's
But
I
about
it's
the
remember
not
when-
about the money. It's about turning on them and putting them in jail and putting their families at risk. They show you right up front. They don't care.
Yeah,
don't
I
care who
believe
you
they
are.
said in the
They will take you
beginning
out first.
targeted attack.
Yeah. And then
I'm
the
pretty
house
sure
was
in the
targeted.
beginning.
I don't believe these girls were selling drugs. I believe that.
No, I don't think they
There-
were. either.
No,
the
I
house
don't
has
believe
got
that
history
anymore
of it.
either. But I think,
But I think there were
that
drugs involved.
somebody
for sure. I do
stashed
believe drugs were involved.
some drugs in that house. That's what I think.
Well, I think
I don't
2
think they
people
were using
dealing in
it.
that house. There were people dealing in that house. That house, they were
You think
always
so?
dealing in that house. Yeah, I do. And here's why I'm so
Okay.
sure of that, because all of the kids know that. I mean, it was like in conversation with my daughter, and even my son, because I did ask him about the 2 who went to jail and then were released. And he's an athlete. You know, he's an athlete. He was so he can go Greek, but he anyway, he knew. They know who they are. Demetrius is a promoter. He's not. I don't think he's running it all, but I think he's got bosses, and I think that stuff was thrown away. And I think Maddie and Kaylee discovered it. I think Vanna knew about it. I think whatever's going on at Sigma Chi was a parallel crime to this, and I'm not sure what. And I don't know what it entails or involves, but it could be. I don't know what it is. I'm not even going to say, but these kids at Sigma Chi want me to shut up. They've been very clear about it. And no, start saying something. You should be afraid. But, and look at all the kids who I think that every child who is not at school, who didn't return to school, that's within this group, should be questioned. The students' siblings,
No
the
doubt.
students who died siblings, all went back to school.
Oh, they
That
haven't
shows
even
me
questioned
that
the
they're not
family
involved.
yet. They haven't even questioned the family.
Well,
What
hell,
the
you heard about the car that Kaylee had sold recently before the crime took place, and the dude that owned the car was reaching out to them over and over and over and over, saying, "Come check the car out, because maybe there's evidence in here," and they wouldn't even. They never even checked about it. Yeah, it's.
They
had their mind made up.
Yeah.
That's what makes me think that he's a patsy.
He is. He's a fall guy, but he's what they
Speculation.
Unfortunately, Fortunately, they undersold his intelligence level, in my opinion, that he would be capable of that. And he did something because he's in orange and he's got shackles and bracelets on. So he clearly did something to put himself into a position to be here. Whether it's what it is, I don't know. But he's smart enough to know I got to play until I can prove it that I'm innocent, because if he doesn't, he could wind up sitting in prison for 25 years trying to prove it, But so I think that it's like when I tell my kids, police stop you, you put your hands up, you don't, they don't wear hoods, I won't let them wear their hoods, but you do what they say and you deal with it later, and you lawyer up immediately. And that's how you handle the police. And that's what he did. Our kids go to school with the lawyer's number first. because it's not. It's you can be taken down a rabbit hole and blamed for something, or in the wrong place at the wrong time with new people you don't know. It could be anything. Or you could have done it. I have no idea, but they've given us nothing but lies and omissions. You tell us our kids
Confusion,
are safe.
you know. Yeah.
Yeah. How am I supposed to believe my child is safe if you don't even know the kids knew before you? And these crimes happen hours before you. And I don't think that they happen at the same time. I think they happen at different times as they came meandering in during the night. And I don't know about the audio tape. I do know that the camera was stolen off the house like a week before, and somebody has a copy of it. I don't know. He's going to send it to you, I think. I think the guy stealing the camera.
So somebody, that camera.
I don't know if it's that camera or not. I know that
Okay.
a camera, the only camera supposedly in the area, because nobody had cameras until after this happened. And then they all went out and bought them, apparently. I know we bought our daughter's cameras, and the ones that go in the light sockets, which if you have a kid going to college and they're going to be living in an apartment or whatever or on their own, put them in. They work really, really well. They're actually a really great tool. And it just goes, it's not expensive. It just goes right into the light socket and you can download it into anything. So it's a good resource to have. So it's something, yeah. Amazon tells them they're not a fortune. They didn't break the bank or anything. I mean, I think her taser, well, now she can't ever fly. Now she has to wait in line to fly because she brought her taser through when she was flying home from school. Forgot it was in her backpack. I mean,
oh no.
Thank you for this. I mean, it's just one of those, like, how many kids? A lot of kids went back with concealed weapons. I think it's a bad idea in general. As a rule, I would think that sending Greek kids to Greek Row with guns and beer is a bad plan. On every level.
What do you think about the tunnels? Somebody brought up a good question in chat. Thanks for hopping in, Gibbs.
I have a lot. So what I think about them is, I do know about the boiler room tunnels. I do know that many cities have them. Seattle has a whole underground city that you can go on tours with. So I'm not surprised that they're there, but I'd be surprised if they connected to I wouldn't be surprised if they connected to personal homes. I wouldn't be surprised. It's the perfect condition to for nefarious behavior, right? It is the perfect in and out. For prohibition, likely some of those houses were probably there.
Oh, right.
So they were rented.
Oh, right.
in,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Right.
And even during the slavery, when
That's
the
a good
slaves
point.
were running, there was so
Underground,
it's a subway system. Yeah, it's all subway system's all underground, right? So so I'm not surprised, and it could be. I want to know who holds
right
the
up to the houses
for the University of Idaho, because I want to talk to that man.
Yep.
Because, and it's also, haven't prisoners dug out of prison before? Isn't there a movie about that?
Oh yeah.
So is it possible that some drug king had some stooges do that for them? Like, the owners of the company? Yeah, it's highly probable. I want to know who holds that master key. Who's in charge? Because there's been another name mentioned since, and it's the plumber. I don't know who the plumber is. I don't know who the creeper is. I just know those two names, identifiers, or whatever you want to call them.
Oh yeah, you did say something about a plumber.
The plumber, yeah. And the FBI, everything I'm telling you, the FBI knows, and so I've reported it all, so everybody knows, and they've had a lot of time to figure it out. But it seems like they're pretty happy with status quo. They're pretty good.
That could be too, Kate.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah.
So you can find who is in charge of that key, who holds that key, because I did pull permits. So it's hard for me to get stuff on Idaho because I'm licensed in Washington State, but I can usually call in as a courtesy. But they're pretty closed mouths over there. I'll be honest with you. But they have pulled permits for plumbing and electrical and remodels. Doesn't seem to appear to be any as-built, so it'd have to be a deeper dive on that. So an as-built will tell you what's there, but literally you have to walk into that house and you have to pull up the floor and look at the subfloor to see what's underneath. You have to you have to crack the sheetrock and see what's behind it. And there are places in houses, especially in areas of moisture, where you do want a crawl space. The original structure was on a slab because it was a rambler. So then when they added on, then they've got geotech issues because it's on a slope and it's got that ravine, so you don't want to flood. So they probably had to put in trench drainage, which makes sense in the way they've got the driveway placed, and it appears they've done a good job keeping their crawls dry. But I would consider them crawl spaces, and some crawl spaces are 6 feet tall or 8 feet tall even. And that house appears like it could have some creative crawl. In my
Another
opinion.
thing that I
they
got
connect to
when
tunnels?
Rory
I don't
came
know.
out, when it came out, when Rory came out with the tunnel thing was
Mhm.
that the tunnel could have gone through the houses, and maybe that's
Very easily.
at least some of them, that maybe that's the reason they want to tear that down so fast.
Well, there's something in there that they want it down, and I think the owners,
Right.
the school was going to be able to get it torn down far easier than the owners would get it torn down, right? They get to step away
Right.
from it and walk away. They're not even in the state, but so
And who gives
you know,
away?
I don't.
I mean, that house must be like a $300,000 house or something stupid, because I mean,
Well,
it's
it was
6 bedrooms,
had mortgage. It was,
and it's a rental,
the University,
and
the
somebody
University
just
of Idaho
gives away that
Well,
money.
they really
Just
did it.
gives it away.
University of Idaho took over whatever debt was incurred, that like if it had a second or anything. So they took over.
Yeah.
So they really walked away hands clean, is what they did. They bought but that's cheaper than an attorney and fighting.
But the person that actually owned
That's true
the
too.
house
Yeah.
gave it, donated it or whatever, and that's
Mhm.
out of Colorado. How can you just give away $300,000?
Well, he owns
Because
most of
it
those.
would
If you
be,
go to the
I would
Tax
think it would
write-off.
be
huge write-off.
cheaper to give it to somebody else than have to demolish it, right?
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
cheaper
yeah,
to give it
that
to
whole-
donate
well,
than it
Tax
is to
write-off.
pay
It's
for it to be
donated.
done.
Tax
Oh,
write-off.
It's a
maybe,
huge
yeah.
write-off, right?
That could
It's going to go on his charity side of write-off, and it's also going to go on. So
Right.
he's got an insured, so he's
Yeah.
getting an insurance check for it,
Yeah.
right? Because they'll
That's
pay for all that
it's-
cleanup, and
Yeah.
he avoids having. So when you have like a fire in your house or you have hazmat in, there's paperwork, huge paperwork that has to go through to clear. You got to clear it all the way through
If
the
he
soil.
donated it, though, would
contamination.
he get insurance money? If he donated,
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
he
It
would get
happened while he
insurance
owned
money.
it. Yeah, he owned it. Yeah, at the time, unless he's
But
proven
I
to
mean,
be
there's nothing
responsible
wrong
for
with the
funding.
structure. There's nothing wrong with. I think the insurance company would fight that.
Well, the thing
Don't you?
about it, I don't. No, I don't think they could stand. I don't think they'd win. If you set your house on fire and go to collect insurance, you're not getting insurance money. But if you're
Yeah, but
in
the house
Colorado
wasn't.
and the
That's damaging the structure. I mean, this house. There's no damage to the structure. There's no. I mean, the house is still
damage.
good.
Yeah, but the
But it's damage is
biohazard.
it's revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
that could be too.
All of
That
that,
plus
that's
the
cleanup, right, which they would
biohazard.
cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
You got to be
most
like
importantly, it's
certified.
not rentable anymore. Nobody will ever
Yeah.
rent it.
No.
Nobody will ever want to live in it, ever.
No, I
You know,
agree with
that's
that.
that's the problem. And so you've lost all of that potential rental income, and that is recoverable with insurance.
Oh, that yeah, I can see that. I guess, yeah. Yeah,
So
you're right.
I mean, that's what I would think
Yeah,
anyway.
that's
I
right,
mean, I'm
Claire.
not an insurance
Yeah.
broker, just real estate broker. But I would think that, if it were my client, I would recommend them keep it up until such time as the crime was solved and everybody was adjudicated, and it was all adjudicated, and then I would tear it down and donate the land. But that I would be doing it on the up and up, because the house is never going to be rented out. I think they'll have they might have a hard time renting out the other properties around it. The King LLC owns many of the properties in that area.
Well,
I'm
this
sure.
whole thing
I'm
is
sure.
gonna hit Moscow really hard in the pockets. It's going to hit them.
Oh,
really,
and they're
really
from there.
hard.
And you know, the president used to live there. The president of the university lived there as a child. It was his parents' home.
Mm-hmm.
And then he bought it from his parents. And then they sold it, I think. Or maybe he didn't. I think I could have that wrong. Lana would know. She's got a full history of the house. But it was the place to live. I mean, what did Dave call it? The six. He called it the six something. The six room? The six man. He called it the six man because 6 people, it used to, guys used to live in there. They roll over from fraternities to sororities and they keep them as long as they can. Typically, it's weird that those girls all live together because Kaylee was an AP and the rest were Pi Phi. But because of Maddie's friendship, that made more sense that they lived with a different sorority. But it's not the norm. Normally, sororities only live with their sorority sisters. So,
Right.
so they called it a 6-man, and it was a popular house. My daughter lived in a house that was, and I won't tell the name of it, but it was a popular house. To get that house was like you had to be doing everything right when you were living in the sorority house in order to get the house she got to live in. And it was a 6-man too, but they have names. They call them alcohol names. It's lovely. It's just lovely. It's so ladylike. And but no, they're never going to rent that out again. And they'll have a hard time. He will be taking a loss probably for as many years as he possibly can. And he's from the area. I think he's a licensed real estate broker I know he is because I made a complaint against him because he was transferring the title with 2 clouds on the title that he wasn't allowed to transfer, and that's illegal. So when I heard he was selling it, I called and complained and made and I called the
No, that's not true. SP definitely was the owner of that.
She might have been getting a phone call. No Change says 6 on King Road are owned by Etsy, Never Perky.
That is not correct. It was not correct. There's plenty of paperwork with Scott Perky as the owner and Etsy.
I don't know how to get it. Is it back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay.
Yep.
So they own, but then he owns King LLC too. He's a part of the King LLC too. So he might own them. No, Pesky owned that hot property before he quit claimed it over to Etsy. He owned it. His wife owned it too. He owned it as an American. They use it for
Perky?
and Perky owned that house. I wouldn't have.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know how they work, but he's
Plenty
in
of
bed
paperwork
with
on that.
Etsy. They're partners, business partners. They own a house property in King County, which I thought at first was curious because King County is where they said they were going to pick up the charges on Robinson.
Yeah, that's right.
But they haven't. So I don't know.
Right.
And then I
haven't heard anything more either.
Nate Robinson, and I don't
What
know
does
if
Sonny
it's
mean
Nate
by that?
Robinson.
What does Sonny mean by that?
I invited her up to the panel too, Sunny Days, if you'd like to hop up. She actually was, she has been to the house and would visit the house.
Says
back
she
in the
rented
day.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
she is that.
Oh, my friend.
Yeah,
She's
she's
Too. Yeah.
Oh, she had a date last weekend.
Did you not do everything right? What does she mean by that?
I don't know. Sunny Days, if you want to hop up, I put a link out for the panel in the email. If you want to.
Oh
hop
yeah,
up
I would love to, and I can pop down so if everybody else can stay in here, unless you guys have.
No, you're
questions.
good. I got 10 chairs, so we're good.
Oh
I
wow,
pay-
that's a big
I pay-
payroll.
I pay for the extra. You guys
The
don't
night
have to
of
worry
the
about
road.
commercials, and you guys can sit at this big
That's
ass
really
table.
funny. No, I've
What's up?
been dining chairs as well, but I'm going with kids.
You gotta turn down the YouTube.
Oh, we got a panel today. How about this? Get them all up here.
The more the merrier.
Hey, Sunny
Hi.
Days.
What's up, guys? Hi,
Hey.
Lori.
Hello,
We hear
Sunny
you in
Days.
the back. You hear us in the
Did
back.
you have a
Sunny
nice
Days.
date last weekend? Didn't you have a date last weekend?
Me?
I don't know.
Hey, yeah, can you
Wish I
turn
had a
down the
date. I
YouTube
wish I
audio,
had a
Sunny?
date last
Dang.
weekend.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to mute you real quick. Oh, it's not her.
Is it me?
No, there's an echo
I'm
somewhere.
not sure. Somebody, we're getting double feedback from somebody.
I
Let
don't
me
have
see
anything
here.
on.
Okay, let me see. No. Tommy's muted. Hold on one second.
Do you want me to mute real quick?
Maybe. See if that's it. Because let me see. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's wait.
I
No,
just came on. I came back on.
no, we're good. Yeah, I think I don't know. Somehow the YouTube audio is coming through on the feed. Man.
Right. Are you there, Ron? Are
I'm
you
not
on?
sure. Yeah, he muted it.
Come here.
Yeah, it is your
It's
feed.
Rory's, I think.
Yeah,
Get
it's
your
your
radio
feed for
on,
some
bro.
reason.
Nothing, dude. I don't know.
Back out and come back in,
What
man.
should I like?
And I bet it'll.
Yeah. All right, I'll just come back in.
Yeah, just back out and come back in. When I go live, I'll show you. No change, no more. You're gonna be joining me tomorrow night for the UFO night. All right, there we go.
So sunny days. What was it you meant by that?
I don't even remember. Like, which one are you talking about? Because I feel like I put down a bunch of comments
Yeah, send
really
me.
quickly when Kim was on. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Which one are you talking about? When
it
I
was
talk about
about-
the adults, the fraternity.
Let me see here.
You had some friends that lived at that place, and then you
Oh,
said they
because I
didn't do
think
it.
Kim, yeah, because I think Kim was saying like, and maybe she was talking about the girls doing everything. I don't know what she was referring to, but I'm pretty sure she was saying something like, you had to do everything right in order to be able to rent that home. Maybe.
I was talking about my.
my.
Right. Sorry, I was talking about my daughter's house. Like in order to get the best house, like
Okay,
the
never
best
mind.
live out, right? You
Okay,
had to
never
be
mind. That's
like.
why I was like, wait, those boys did not do everything
No,
right.
do they ever? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. I was like,
It's
wait
the
a
nature
second.
of the
Those
beast.
boys did not do everything right, and they should not have even gotten that home. but they did.
So it was
Unfortunately.
adult's house.
Yes. So
Ah.
I remember when they moved out and I was still living at my place, and they were so stoked. They're like, we got an out of house apartment. You know, like when you're in college, you're stoked to get out of the fraternities or the sororities. You're stoked to be out of house.
Mhm.
So yeah, they were all excited, and it was a party every weekend, and they were so happy to be in that home. But yeah, as far as that's why I was confused. I'm like, wait, those boys did not do everything right.
Oh, and I don't think my kid did everything right when she got. I mean, she was fine, but they do everything right so they can, when they get out, they can get the best live out. So they call them, So we that possible, but and the thing is, the girls live in mansions with cooks and a house mother and cleaning people, and it's a love. I mean, they live in mansions. They live in lovely homes over there, and I'm thinking, and now you live in, I can't. It's a slum. Honestly, they're slums, aren't they? Oh, they're disgusting.
They're so gross.
Oh, they're so gross. And
they're so gnarly.
Really?
Oh my God.
Damn.
And the fraternities. I'll tell you, the Delt House was probably one of the grossest, the grossest places I've ever, it was the most disgusting home I've ever been in. Like, and they had a mom that came in. I probably saw her like once every 2 months. She was never there. And it was my friend Dom. He would cook dinners for all the guys there. Like, he was kind of the home chef, if you will. And he would do like twice baked potatoes, Caesar salads, and I would go over and help him cook and stuff for a bunch of people. But yeah, those fraternities, and maybe just because they're so old, but they were so cold in the winter, so frigid cold, and just disgusting.
And they have to sleep on sleeping porches, though, right?
Sleeping porches, and a lot of the guys would keep their doors open, and it was so cold.
So cold.
Not that I was up on that sleeping porch by any means.
Well, yeah, you're right. Well, in a story, but the sleeping porch, you have to. It's like 32 degrees. It has to be because to keep away whatever. But then they had sleeping porches, day rooms, which they would share, and then desk rooms. And I mean, the sororities do very nicely, but. I mean, I went into, my son was a Pi Phi, and before he said it was 1 week, and he said, I can't do that. But he said, I'm not doing this. This is so bad. It's so bad. And so he couldn't do that and play sports, and so he chose sports. So
never.
But anyway, I went in there, and I'm like, how are you ever gonna even like? Honestly, you don't know what to do if you can't find matching socks. Like you don't know what to do. Right? Like literally,
No,
I
it's
mean,
it's a hot mess in there. But I think that's like part of the experience. Like they're so used to their parent. Though some people are so used to parents like doing their laundry and picking up after them, and they're like, okay, here they throw them to the wolves, and they're like, okay, survive. You go survive for 4 years, and you figure it out. And and some parents even go. A lot of parents didn't even go up for Parents Weekend. That's why I commend you, Kim, for like being so, like you're so present in your kids' life and just with them at school. And I want to be the same way with my daughter when she goes to school. My parents didn't do that very often. My mom came up like once, maybe twice for Parents Weekend, but because I lived out of house, it wasn't like wasn't anything for me. Like I actually called her up, you know, because I wasn't in a sorority, so it wasn't. You don't really have parents.
That can be really lonely.
Yes,
it can be really lonely not being there.
I know it was kind of lonely, but I did have a lot of good friends up there already from Boise, because we all graduated from Boise High.
Oh, well, that was, so you had a community there.
Yeah, right? So we already had a community, and then we just transferred up there. But Rory, with the tunnels, like that video that you put out, as soon as you put out, I think I wrote on the comments and stuff. So the boys had gone through some of the tunnels when we were there, and they're, matter of fact, those are absolutely there. I can absolutely vouch for that. I have never been in them. I have no idea if they lead to 1122 or to Enon's place or whatever, but I can absolutely confirm that those tunnels are there, because those boys would go in there and party and do crazy things down there. I will
stupid,
see here,
hazing,
you know,
right?
You know, here's like a witness right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Here's like a witness right here, and I bet you, you know, police have never talked to you or anybody about this.
No. And so I guarantee. So when I look at that elevation behind, you know that how they have that grass strip, what they call it, the band field, behind between the houses on Greek Row, you know, there's something under there. I can guarantee that is likely a boiler system that goes to some other place, right? Or the agricultural system, or some form of the sewer system, which likely does lead out from the houses. But a live out's different because those are privately owned, whereas Greek is owned. UI owns their Greek the Greek area, whereas Wazoo doesn't. It's owned privately by individual. You know, their
I think the only time that we went to Wazoo, like down to Pullman, was literally like for bowling. Like we would do cosmic bowling. And like, but we did, we would do cosmic bowling and like other parties, but that's it.
But the drinking age, how long ago did you go there? How many years ago were you there?
I graduated Boise High 01, and then I was there about 4 years after that. So I transferred from. It was a long time ago. And the drinking age,
but I was there 18, right? Was the drinking age still 18 in Idaho?
It's always been 21 since I've been there. Always.
Oh, so it was 20. So they changed it. So maybe they had just changed it, but and they didn't have bars either there too. And now kids come over our way because right on the border is, you know, what is it, Cush's? What is that? What they call it, Cush or whatever? I mean,
at Spokompton. You know Spokompton?
No, the weed store. You know the. Because it's legal in Washington State. So, but it's right on the border. So the kids come that way, and now with having more bars and stuff, for some reason the kids seem to really get along. They don't. You didn't consider yourself a rival. You guys, did you feel like you were a rival with Wazoo then?
No, never. I feel like our rival would be the Boise State Broncos. So the Broncos and the Vandals were the rivals, and I went to those schools.
And UW and Wazoo are rivals.
Totally.
That's right, with the Apple Cup. So so I don't so they get, but then they like each other, and the shopping's better in Moscow. Can we just all agree with that? It is. Shopping's better in Moscow.
Cheaper.
Wait, and that's what
not even
said.
He said, it's true.
He said the shopping's better. Wasn't that one of the first statements?
One of the first statements there. Because and the shopping's better here. There,
I mean that's
right.
It's
true. Like it is. It is
absolutely shopping there. Yeah.
Everybody says it. They have a Target, and now they have a Target, so they're whooping Pullman's ass. But I mean, we have a better Walmart, if there's such thing. That's it.
We got a better Walmart.
Just wait till there's a KFC.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have one, TJ.
You have a Chick-fil-A now. Are you kidding me? The kids are living in Moscow.
Rory, I'm going to be coming. So I'm going to be in Idaho soon with my daughter. And then I'm going to go up to Moscow for just like a few days. So maybe I can get in touch with you when I'm there and we could do like a live or something together.
Oh yeah, you guys should connect up. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, because I'll be
Oh,
there.
that
for
would be
like
really great.
I know, because I'll be there for about 4 days and then I'll go up to like Spokane. We're going to go up to Montana. So we're just gonna kind of like
nice.
go up to so we'll go up
Yeah,
to like
great. Please,
Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah, please get in touch.
I will. I was gonna say I keep wanting to say texted, but it's not. It's on the live, like the comment. Yeah, I commented on CJ's last live, and I was like, "Hey, Rory, I'm coming up to Idaho in the next like few weeks, and then I'm gonna go up to Moscow. So I'll definitely, maybe I'll email. I don't have your contact information, but we'll hook up, and then
I can get you guys connected.
for sure.
Yeah.
It would
fantastic.
be great if you guys got there when they were doing when they were getting ready for primary recruitment, and I think that's like the night that all the students have to get there by. If that was the time frame, because I think that you guys would connect really well with the kids on Good Girl.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
I think
I
my
agree.
degree's in education, so I'm like I teach, and kids are like that's it. Art and
There you
kids,
go.
those are my two things. And
Oh
bartending.
yeah. And bartending. Well, you know what? Bartending pays the bills. Art is
Rory
better, and you know.
Rory and Sonny, you guys should do a live show through CJ or something.
That's
when
what
you
I'm
guys are out there.
saying. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I was like, yes.
It's up to
I was
CJ,
trying-
of course, but yeah, I'm okay.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
If CJ allows it and everything there.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm
Rory,
cool
'cause
with
you're
it.
not too
He
far
does have a
from
schedule, I'm
Moscow,
sure.
right?
I'm
No,
just
not-
almost
I'm
every
there
day,
for
but it can be whatever.
Right.
No, I think it'd be cool. No, it'd be definitely cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and you know, Moscow is beautiful. I don't want to talk poorly
Have a
about
Q&A.
the city. It's beautiful
Right.
there.
Yes,
It's
that'd be so
beautiful.
cool.
It's a nice place. It's just unfortunate what's really happening there. That's all. It's a nice
It
place.
really,
It's just-
you know what?
It'd be
yeah,
cool if you two could find the tunnels and get in them and do a live
They're-
right down
they are
from the
there. I
tunnels.
could ask.
Here's the
so
problem. Do you want to?
I'll
How do you
I-
access them?
He knows where they are. I can
I
ask
think you
Dom.
should.
CJ, I've told you about Dom.
That's what you
who's,
should
know,
do.
and he knows where they are. I can absolutely ask Dom about them, and he would
Let's
tell
go
me where
tunnel
they
hunting.
are.
Find
Yeah,
the
have 'em
plumber
call-
who owns the keys. Whoever has the master key. He's
I
the
think
one
that
you
would
need.
be a
Rory,
really
you're gonna
good
have to take me
show.
down.
That'd be a really good show. It'd show you on the ground in the tunnels. You know, these things are real.
I mean,
You
I
know?
could get.
I was gonna
access
do
to
it
them
by
and I could
myself,
figure
but
out
hey,
where
if I
they
got
are.
a PIC, then I'm more the merrier. So
I'm just
All
scared
right.
to go. Honestly, like I could figure out where they are, especially from Dom.
Right.
But I'm ever since I've been watching some of these shows, like on, it's I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared. I'm freaking scared to
yeah.
go down those tunnels. Like that's
of course,
crazy.
oh my God. Yeah.
I'm scared.
There-
So Rory, you have to protect me if I go down there with you.
Yeah,
There is
Rory
not a
needs
chance.
to be safe out there.
Listen, my God.
Yeah.
Look, this Idaho. It's I can carry a gun just to carry a gun, so don't worry, I got
I know.
that taken care of. So I will not go
You
into
can
a
do anything you
effing
want.
tunnel
Yeah,
without.
right?
That's true.
Not do that. I'm not going
Yeah, and
into
I'm
a
in-
tunnel without a piece. Not
Yeah,
happening.
no, for sure.
Right.
So
Yeah.
right, I
Don't
agree
worry,
with that.
you'll
And
be fine.
I'm
I
not a
got
gun
you.
person.
I got you.
But can I just say to you that if we find the guy, I think, who died in the Clear River in Idaho that they just found on Memorial Day weekend, I think that would go a long way in getting information.
Wait, Kim, what happened?
What?
A guy,
The
a man on Memorial Day weekend,
I
a
thought I
man
heard
was
something about
found in the Clear River, about 250 pounds, which could be bloating from water because you do bloat in water. So, but he had a red beard and two tattoos. If you go online and you Google, just Google the Clear View River and Memorial Day weekend this year, and the body that was the unidentified body that they've yet to identify. And I check every day, and he's got what I would consider
Wow.
prison
They haven't
tattoos.
identified him yet?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Wait.
crazy.
Hmm.
Fuck.
Now they did identify another body they found in another river in Idaho.
Okay, that's what I was thinking that you were talking about before.
No, that's
So-
not the one.
Okay.
And that's not. And the other boy that drowned in the puddle, the Olympic
Yeah.
swimmer that drowned in the puddle. Yeah, that didn't. He didn't drown. Hannah did not take Do you
Okay.
honestly? And I don't believe Maddie killed her or bullied her. I believe she walked in on something. I believe these kids knew too much, and they were leaving, and snitches get stitches. And Adam knew everything.
Yeah. What's up with
Yeah.
Adam? Like, where is this? Where is this cat? Where is he?
Where? Well, that's what I want to know. If your ass wasn't back on campus, and even Xana's sister was at school. My daughter had 2 classes with her this last semester, and she was there. She was at school. The twins were the triplets were there, right? Kaylee's brother was there. Jack Decor didn't go back. Adam didn't go back. Hunter J didn't go back. How many the kids who didn't go back? I have real questions for them. Why?
Yeah. Why?
And I'll tell you what, Bethany, and if Bethany or Dylan were my daughter, and they can come at me,
know
their parents can
something.
come at me,
But I'm not there
anybody
anymore.
would come. My kid would be sitting in Steve's living room right now until she spoke.
Same.
Your ass would be planted.
Your ass is grass.
Yeah. Somebody needs to start talking.
did
They know
find that
something. That's for
article.
sure. That's for sure.
Let me see here. So this is
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
this is that article. The man found has medium length brown hair and a red beard, is 6 foot and weighs about 250. This was
That's a big kid. That's not a little kid. That's wow.
Let's see, 6 foot. Found near Gibbs Eddy. Two tattoos, one circular tattoo on his right shoulder and a Celtic tattoo on his right calf. Attached are the photos of his tattoos.
That's so sad.
Right there.
That's crazy. That's really crazy. Yeah.
So there's the photos right there. And then here's the link to this article if you'd like to have it.
So he was found?
Somebody
Like,
found those tattoos.
he drowned, or what
Yeah.
was this? Oh my god.
Huh. And they found him in Moscow? Is that what you're saying? In that river?
Yeah,
river?
it says let me see, is that all it let me see, let me scroll back up. It says yeah, it just says according to NPCSO, deputies were dispatched after a body was found in the river near Gibbs Eddy. And that's basically it. They need help identifying the body in the Clearwater River. Nez County Sheriff's Office, NPCSO, needs help, and that's as of May 30th, updated May 30th, published May 29th.
Different county, right?
Nez
Perce
County.
Yeah, because like Lata or whatever.
Yeah, Detective Wendy King. 208-799-3131 is the phone number.
I still have my 208 area code phone number from like way back when. I'm in San Diego now, and everyone's like, "Wait, where's 208 from?" I'm like, Idaho.
Right.
Let's see, for a college town, they drove far, way beyond the storm. Do you still stand by the 5 people's legal names? That's an interesting question. Let's see here. I wonder if he had info. And I don't really appreciate your vibe, Melissa Jade. I've seen your shit before, so you're out of here. I don't appreciate your vibe. No, I'm just saying, like, I'm all about the peaceful and positive. And I've seen, I don't know, anything that I've ever seen. It's just not been about that. So I'm cool. It's about 45, 60 minutes south of Moscow, along Highway 13. I don't know. What is it? Said. What is that tattoo?
Huh.
What is that? Like a flower?
It like looks like a brain.
Oh, I
Like
wonder
some kind of flower or something?
did they say how long he was in there? Like where did he go into the river at? You know what I mean?
It just says, I don't know, Kim. Do you know more about it? It just says, let me see, that they just need
I mean,
help,
did he-
that they found it in the river near Gibbs Eddy, and that it says
That's
one
funny, they
circular
don't say anything
tattoo
else.
and a Celtic tattoo on right calf. Yeah, there's
They don't say much, do they?
so a circular tattoo on his right shoulder. So that would be this one, obviously.
Yeah.
So they
what
don't
is
even.
that?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of like flower petals with something green in the middle. Maybe like a flower. I don't know. It is an
I don't
interesting.
know either.
I mean,
Weird.
that's tribal stuff on the other side, but whatever this is, yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
A poorly done sea creature. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's got like the flower petals or something right there.
Yeah, it looks like a snail with an eye
Exculpatory
or something.
evidence. That's a good
Yeah,
question. What do you guys think the exculpatory evidence is?
Oh,
Maybe
poppy
an
flower.
eyeball.
Could be a
Yeah,
poppy,
poppy
flower.
Weird eyeball.
That could be. Yeah,
Poorly
it
done
does look
sea
like, now that
creature.
she said
Looks
that,
like a
it does look like a poppy flower.
seashell. Seashell, poppy flower. Yeah,
Yeah, that looks like a poppy flower.
something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a flower that eats you? Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Are red in the middle typically, though?
Is it like a membrane or something? It's weird.
It's like the membrane.
But they do look like beginning. Yeah, I don't know. It does look weird though, like a eyeball, red eye. Yeah, it looks like flower petals or something. That's for sure.
Yeah. Who knows?
I don't know. That's weird.
It definitely looks like part of a brain to me, or at least in my opinion.
I saw
Like
something
the
recently,
outline,
someone
like it looks
said-
almost like the outline of a brain, and then inside
Oh my gosh!
something else.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's something odd. That's for sure. It's something odd. Fried egg. I mean, I'm sure it can be all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean?
Totally.
And this is your
Green
brain. No.
Green eggs and ham. Beard tattoos. Yeah,
That does look like
not
Dr.
much to
Seuss.
it. Yeah,
Did
not
Dr.
much to
Seuss
it.
do that tattoo?
Pituitary gland, brain electroscan. No, all the guesses are coming out now. Oh shit! It looks like a turd.
All right.
I know. I'm craving KFC too. When somebody mentioned it in chat, I was like, "Damn, that sounds so good." The biscuits and the gravy and the mashed potatoes. Mm. Yeah.
Lana
So
Every
did
time I
it-
hear KFC, I just think of. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Every time I hear KFC, I just think of Will Ferrell running down the street in Old School.
Best
That's-
movie
And
ever.
the biscuit.
KFC
so
is
old.
solid.
It's an old movie.
Is Kim still
see.
here?
I don't know. I think.
Oh,
Let
she
me
popped
see.
off.
I'll see if I got a message from her.
Back.
I didn't even hear. I didn't even hear her go.
She'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes there's problems, and then you have to back out and just come back in.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
true.
listen.
Well, I know. Plus, sometimes she gets the phone calls and stuff. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me see.
Have you had a chance,
I'm just trying to
CJ,
see if there's
actually
anything
read
breaking.
over those new documents that have been like all the brand
No.
new documents? Me neither. I saw.
No, I
kinda
just
watched-
I just got the link. I can definitely read over them though.
Well, yeah, it's pretty interesting
You're
information.
cutting out.
Just
What's
the
that?
one. Sorry, guys. Let me close that. I live right underneath like the airport here and say it's like there's planes off tonight.
Oh wow, I can hear him.
Yeah, they're so loud.
Yeah, I can too.
Like in San Diego, it's cool because you can just fly into, like when you're landing, you're right over downtown. It's pretty cool, but it is very loud wherever you live here. But anyways,
Yeah.
yeah, the wording in the documents that were literally just posted is crazy. The verbiage, everything, like when Lana went over it pretty like specifically. I watched her live just recently, and the wording, when you really look into it, it says so much. It's pretty
really.
And yeah, Ann Taylor is really, she's a shark, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we looked her ass up right away, and you could tell for sure that she was about the business.
Yeah.
Can we can KFC?
DoorDash,
Higher
DoorDash,
ground.
DoorDash, KFC.
Right. Yeah. Hey, it's your house. Yeah, the tattoos are definitely interesting. Let me see here. There was I mean, I can read through the yeah, I can read through the documents. How long did it take her to read through them?
Not too long. I mean, we could all take turns reading if you want.
Does she have a video up?
Yeah, she has a video up.
Does she have a video up about it?
Yeah, she does.
Let me see here. Let me see. Because I put the documents out there for everybody. I'll go ahead and put them out there again too, because I know there's a lot of new people that have came in. Let me see. So is that the Idaho Ford defense alibi or something, or what?
Let me see. I wonder if I can.
Which one?
I want to say it's her most recent one.
From 9 hours ago?
Let me see.
Oh, I think it is. Ooh, that's an hour.
It is a little bit. It's lengthy for sure, but it covers.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna share that video.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Give me 1 second. I won't play it, but I'll definitely share the video and then go ahead.
Yeah, I highly recommend looking at it because there's a lot of really good information in there, and it's pretty much, I feel like in a nutshell, it's just saying, hey, we need this we need these documents from you. If you want us to represent Brian Kohlberger in the best way possible, then we need these documents and this information from you. If you don't provide us with this, then we're going to give him the opportunity to appeal this, and most likely, I mean, that they're going to have to do it all over again.
The Nez Perce County Sheriff's Office is trying to identify the body of a man pulled from the Clearwater River on Sunday. Deputies were called to the river near Gibbs Eddy.
I don't know. It just started playing for some reason.
They recovered the body of a white male.
Holy crap. I don't know. That was weird. It just started playing all of a sudden. What the heck? I'm sorry, everybody. I'm going off a mobile hotspot tonight because my freaking internet's not working. I think so. And then I don't know. It looks like Tommy bounced too.
I know they're bouncing like fun.
I'm going off of the mobile hotspot. So
yeah.
Yeah, I got people coming out tomorrow again. It's like the fifth time in a month now. Aww. It's getting ridiculous. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, that's so frustrating.
Come home today. Well, I just had somebody out here yesterday. Yeah, had somebody out here yesterday.
How many times does that to take? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
5 times. Yeah.
Internet issues are the worst.
Well, at least I got the mobile hotspot.
You know. Yeah, yeah, hotspot.
Hopefully, it's been okay for you guys.
Do you have to pay them every time they come out?
No. And I
Okay,
told
good.
them if it's not fixed this time, I'm just switching to another company. Like, this
Hell
is
yeah.
ridiculous.
Yep.
A month, and this is the 5th time. It's like, yeah, like
Who's your carrier, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer if you don't want.
it's Spectrum. It's
Spectrum.
Spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm with.
I had a Cox before.
I think I'm with AT&T right now, but I don't. I've had troubles and problems with them in the past, but so far since I've been at my new place, I haven't had any issues with them. But I've also only been here 3 months, so yeah. But I feel like all the carriers at some point or another.
Higher ground. He said KFC for everyone. It's on me. Send me all your addresses. I can DoorDash. Have burner phone, gift card.
Have burner phone and gift card. Nice, dude.
Crazy.
How you doing, bro?
Yeah.
I'll take the number 2.
But do you have bushy eyebrows higher?
So, well, when are you going up there? Sunny days.
So we just had a death in my family in my mom's side, Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I'm gonna go to Santa Fe for the funeral, and then thank you. Yeah, it's really sad. It hit our family hard. I haven't had a lot of people pass away on my side of the family, but yeah, this one hit hard on us. So I'm gonna go to Santa Fe for the funeral, and then we're gonna go to Boise, and then drive up. We're gonna do a Stanley Sun Valley trip, but we're gonna do drive through Moscow. I have friends that live in Moscow, so I'll be there for a few days, stay there, and then drive up to Coeur d'Alene, and then we're gonna camp in Montana for a little bit. So to answer your question, end of June. So, which is, yeah, my daughter's going away for a week, so it's just me, myself, and I. So I'm just going to be by myself.
I'm sorry, can I make a suggestion? Please don't tell anybody when you're actually going to be here for safety reasons, please.
I won't.
Right.
I absolutely won't.
Right.
And
Just for the both of us.
Yeah, nope. That's why yes, I said like the states or whatever, but I promise I
fine.
won't.
Just don't get the time.
You should connect up on emails.
I learned the hard way, and you're absolutely right. I learned the hard way. That happened. And sometimes I disclose too much information because I wear my heart on my sleeve, and it's hard for me to like. Yeah, but I promise you guys, I will not say when. If anything, I'll email you boys, and I'll let you guys know. Rory, yeah,
Thank
and
you.
then we can head from there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
For
Absolutely
sure.
perfect.
Yeah. Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be a pleasure to meet you. It'd be very, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
nice.
for sure. And I don't know, have you been to the Corner Club? Like we could get a couple of drinks. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, maybe we could go there for a little bit, and then maybe try and find those tunnels together.
It sounds great. Hell yeah.
I am scared.
You'll be all right. Don't worry about it. We're not going to go anywhere we're not supposed to.
I'll have Rory with me.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I promise you, we're not going to go anywhere we're not supposed to, and safety is first. So
exactly.
Okay. All right.
What's up, Ray?
Hello, Ray.
Connection. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Let me put those links out to those documents again. Give me 1 second. And then that way you guys can have them too. Definitely go check out Truth and Transparency's episode. I went ahead and posted that in the links as well. She does a read through of it. And let me see here. And then I'll put the.
So Rory, have you seen any of the tunnels first? Like, have you been there?
So actually, that's why it was such a surprise to me, because I've been to Moscow a bunch of times. That was the first time I ever heard of those things. I had no idea. I had no idea. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff.
That'll be fun. Yeah.
Definitely something to check out.
I don't think a lot of people talk about it unless it's like it's a very local thing, and it's just like the same
Exactly.
in Boise. We had a bunch of tunnels underneath Boise High, and like like it's kind of like if you know, you know, if you don't, you don't, and it's no one's just gonna like come out and broadcast it. So it's like if you know the right people, they'll take you through.
Feeling I got. That's the
Yeah, it's a
feeling
very
I got when
local.
I looked it up. And it wasn't just that. And it's like, yeah, a bunch of towns have those
Yeah,
tunnels.
tons,
Yeah,
tons.
right.
They're all underneath.
Yeah, they
Boise
are. They're
High.
all over. Yeah.
Right.
It's crazy too. There's a bunch of old, like from the 1800s, all underneath my high school. There's like old desks. We used to go down.
That's cool as hell.
And there's old desks and crazy old stuff down there. And we would sneak down there during high school, like when I was in high school, and check it out. So there's for sure tunnels. So the people, like the locals that know them, they'll take you down there. They'll bring you around if they're cool with you. They'll take you around.
See, that's my goal, is to find a local that'll take us down there, and
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. I know a couple of people. I don't know if they'll take us, but I definitely know that they know of where they are, and they could like
That's all I want.
lead us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could lead us in the direction, or at least be like, hey, this is an area that you could check it out, and then it would be up to us to try and figure it out.
Okay, I'm down for that. So that's kind of what I was planning for anyways. I'm sure nobody's going to be like, yep, I'll take you there. Wasn't planning on that.
Right.
Right. Maybe you can find a, like a floor plan or whatever, or some kind of plan.
Right. So can we
See
go
if
to
it
the
really
local
matches,
library there sunny days? Can we go to the library and get public records and look at the schematics?
Yeah, we
Okay.
could go to the
That's probably our
university.
best
Yeah,
bet
we
then.
could go to. We could go on campus to the
That'll
library.
help you a lot.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That'll
Perfect.
help you a lot. Yep.
Exactly
I mean,
what I
we
want to do.
could literally go to the Delts. Like we could go to the fraternity, because I have friends that are Delts there now. I mean, we could go over there and just check it out
Even
and
better.
just talk to some of the
Oh,
guys.
wow.
Just
Oh,
just
nice.
think of a tunnel
Yeah.
went to the house.
Nice.
Just think of a tunnel went to the house, and you actually went right up and into the
I
house.
found it. Oh, I know they do. Look,
Tell me that.
gotta
would be a
trust my
video.
gut. I know they're around there. I can't say to go straight to the houses, but it gotta be kind of
Right,
close.
right. But just think of it dead. That'd be one heck of a video, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be great.
Right.
It's gonna be a good time already. I can tell. So yeah.
Looking out at the security guard watching the place.
Wouldn't that be so funny if I pop up like right in front of it, like, and I got that blue house right there, be like, "Hey, dude, found it. How you doing?" So this is why you're sitting on top of it. Oh, I get it.
Boom. You come up through the
picture.
kitchen
Yeah.
floor. What's for dinner?
What you cooking, man?
Yeah. Baked macaroni. Oh, Kim's back. What's up, Kim?
Yay! Sorry.
Hey,
Hey,
Cam.
Cam.
If I had a rat, sorry, I had to find my charger.
Technical
to plug
difficulties,
in.
I understand.
Sorry.
I
Your
always
charger.
I'm
ask
so
them-
bad at it.
We're like, she disappeared.
I know. I was like,
At
Kim, where are you?
57,
And
I don't
then
even want to learn tech.
I know, and I
Don't
always
wanna
say,
know.
why can't I see her face? And then I realize, wait, it's Kim from Wazoo, Mama Bear. We can't do your face.
Yeah.
I realized that like very quickly, because I'm always like, wait, I
Right.
want to see her, but I know you can't.
You know, the thing about
That
it, I
laugh.
just have to respect, like, I understand. You know, I always feel like I'm fine. Nobody's gonna mess with me. But the reality is, people are getting messed with, and I have kids. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, and so I just have to do it in our best interest. I'd come up. I would be full disclosure, fully transparent, personally, like, and not hide, like, and change things and change locations and stuff. But I have to have a meeting of minds. I have to have peace in my home as well.
1,000%.
You know, and so. Yeah, and you know, but so this is how it is for a bit. But I promise you, there'll come a day, and I will have my coming out party. I promise.
And if you want,
Aw.
when I'm down there,
Can I be there?
When
you can
I'm
be there, I'll be on your show, buddy. Yeah.
Kim, when I come to Idaho,
Oh, she's so
maybe I
awesome.
could email you, and then maybe you and me and Rory could meet up or something, all three of us together.
100%, I will. Yes, 100%.
Really? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, perhaps given a job.
Yeah,
really not a big
I've been
deal.
wanting to ask you
And-
to meet Kim, but I didn't want to be too forward. So, but yeah, it'd be great to
Oh,
meet
I'm
you.
very forward.
Oh, be forward.
You can leave
Are you
that to
kidding
me,
me?
Rory. I'm so forward. You can just leave it to me.
You heard
I
me.
actually think you're charming, Sunny. I really think you are a delightful girl.
Oh,
You're
same.
delightful.
I try to be a
Honestly,
gentleman, but
and
yeah.
I get a kick out of you.
Same.
Yeah,
I
and
feel
so,
the
you know
same
what,
about you.
Well, thank
And-
you. But
and plus
you
we're
cannot
both
hurt my
mamas.
feelings to anybody.
We're both
Right?
mamas.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I
Well,
never
Sunny
thought I
Day's
wanted to, not
smile
the
is
fact.
contagious.
Oh,
She really is, and her voice and everything, and her heart. You have a
Thanks,
really,
guys.
you have a really great heart.
Thank
You know,
I
people
appreciate
don't have
hearing
to
that
be
from you.
here.
Yeah.
Like
I
Rory,
know.
you don't have to be here. CJ,
Same.
you don't have to be here. Sarge, you don't. None of you guys have to be here, but you are.
Yeah.
And I think that is wonderful. And there's so much more.
Uh-oh.
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 What happened?
Phone call.
Mhm.
I've done it. I'm a Buckeye.
Right. I mean, honestly, you're a.
Wait, Kim,
Well,
are you doing like a big? Is it a big move or is it just a small move?
It's just a summertime. It's just our summer move.
Nice. Okay.
We just have a summer place.
That's awesome. Right on.
Yeah. So you know what? When I say I feel very you know, but my husband works very, very hard. So
Yeah.
I am, you know, I mean, yeah, it's just where we go for summers and holidays and where we relax and stuff. So
Aw,
which is
that's
nice
so nice.
at 57 to have that, you know.
For sure.
Um
Absolutely.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, so it's why, you know, yeah, I'm not, but you know, you don't
I
want to
love
have,
Columbus.
I don't know, you know. It's just, you know. But anybody's welcome at any time. Like if you're in Washington State, lady, you can come here anytime and crash. Honestly,
I
promise you.
And I promise
Aw.
you, Kim, I will take you up
Aw.
on it.
Please do.
I love
Honestly,
Watch.
it's not huge.
Aw.
It's a
I've been
little
out there.
bit, but it's got a playhouse that matches the front house and the lake. It's
Aw.
great. And so, yes, you are
I've
absolutely
been out to the
welcome anytime.
Yakima Valley out there. I've been
Oh,
out to
Yakima.
Yakima.
You know what? I really like Yakima.
Yeah,
we
it's
are
like
actually we're
desert
looking
out
at property
there.
on Chelan. It's
Really?
it's amazing.
That's
Yeah.
pretty out there.
It's like
My
desert?
daughter dated.
Huh.
It's desert, yeah, kind of. Well, it's different than Western Washington for sure, right? We don't have many seasons. It's
Yeah,
all
definitely.
kind of like, I don't know, on this side. But over in that area, I love that. I love east of the mountains. Honestly, I'd go back to Long Island if my kids would all move that way. But you know, we're here, so.
I thought
But I would move
Washington
back
was
east
really
in a hot
nice.
minute.
Wait, how are the fires
Yeah.
there in Long Island? Are they okay? Is it getting a little bit better?
Yeah. Oh, they were bad. So
I
I go back like about once a month, and they were really bad. I must have just missed it. My cousin, well, she was able to fly out to North Carolina, but a lot like with allergies and stuff, people had to stay in and they couldn't breathe. It was really, really bad, very unhealthy.
My heart.
I know it was bad.
Oh.
And I think it started probably way earlier, the smoke coming this way. But honestly, where does people go? Like, where are people going to go in Canada? My heart breaks for them. What do you do for them?
I think they had to. I heard about people just being inside. They tried to put on their air purifiers and their air conditioning. They just huddled inside of places. Like even CVS, there was a bunch of people inside of CVS.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, like that's
at least being stuck at CVS wouldn't be awful because I'd finally find the right color foundation. I'm gonna tell you that would be the highlight of it. I'd have time, but you'd have food and you'd have a bathroom, and really, what else do you need?
And you can pick up your prescriptions.
Right? You wouldn't even miss out on. Actually, to be stuck in a CVC in a disaster might be the perfect place. Actually,
it's my dream home. No, I'm just kidding.
Right?
No.
Better than being stuck in an elevator.
Totally.
Which is no fun at all.
I can't.
No fun at all.
Nope. They freak me out. Ugh, I hate them.
Elevators, yeah, I take the stairs. Stairs are better for you.
No, I know they are better. I would take the elevator, but I'm so scared.
It is. It is true.
Good cardio.
Right. I mean, my kids know if I'm with you, we're taking the stairway because you
Are you
just get a few minutes
claustrophobic?
extra of exercise. I am. I'm not going in a tunnel. Thank you. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am.
no. I don't even park in parking garages. Since 9/11, I don't even park in parking garages. I had family in that building. I do not park in parking garages. I don't even go near anything like that.
Really?
I'll take the stairs. Yeah.
Like whatever makes you feel more safe.
Were you in? Were you there because you said Long Island, right?
I was not. No, I'm from. Yes, I was born in Long Island. No, my parents moved out here when we were younger, and so I was raised for my high school and college and stuff. I went to Central Washington University, and then, but my kids. But I go back all the time. Like now, I go back more because my kids are all grown. But we'd go back in the summers and stuff, and summer back there. But but I do get back there quite a bit. But no, I have family in there. I wasn't there for 9/11. And actually, I thought we had just gotten in from Wisconsin. I don't know why we were even there. My husband was visiting somebody. And I thought my husband had left the TV on a scary show because it was really early when it happened here. It was like 6 a.m., right? When it first started coming on. And I kind of opened one eye and I thought, why would he leave on the scary show? Why would he not put the news on in the morning when he left? And then I realized this is happening, and I watched Tower 2 fall because 2 fell before 1, right? And we couldn't call, but so my family owns some land back there, so they had water access and were able to. So my cousins all survived. My grandfather's business partner's son didn't, who we used to play with all the time. Many people died from the city where I grew up, and it was terrible. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It just, So
it changed everything. That's for sure.
It changed our world, and it didn't just affect the people who lost people. It changed everybody because we were attacked on American soil, and Hawaii didn't feel like American soil to most Americans, if that makes sense. Whereas New York is everybody's.
Changed a lot of things all through the country.
It changed the world. Yeah,
it changed the world.
Yeah. And people re-enlisted. My brother re-enlisted. It was really. It was. It had, and families have. I mean, and I could go on forever about it, but I can't. It'll make me sad. I know my limitations. I can write a check.
That business I was in, it affected that business big time, like really, really, really bad.
Oh, bad. Yeah.
What business were you were? Aren't you?
That's when the hard stuff started coming in. Really, we had like signs. We had like signs in Minneapolis saying, "You think it's dry now? Wait until October." They came up immediately. They shut down the borders. Really? Weed wasn't coming through at all, and then the coke started, and that's what was really messed up. Was the cocaine was coming through like crazy. It was everywhere. Well, how can the weed be shut down and not but the coke was getting through okay? And
that's planned. They want.
I had heard rumors from certain families or whatever that it was political and all the way to the top, that to let the cocaine through to numb the country out. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told.
I don't know. I think
tragic if it's true.
I mean,
pardon me?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is.
Tragic. And I think more people are afraid of pot because I think they really believe it's a gateway drug. Yeah. Look, life is a gateway drug. Honestly, communication is the key to figuring that out at the end of the day. Right?
Life is a gateway drug. I love that.
It's so true.
It's just how you handle it, I think, and some people will get addicted and some will forget to be addicted because they have ADHD.
Well, I still
go hand in hand.
I don't have no problem.
I voted for it.
Did you?
It's not my jam, but you go for it. I mean, honestly, I have no judgment.
Right.
It's not my jam,
right.
but
Yeah, it's cool.
Right.
Cool.
Whatever, what? It's not. You're not hurting anybody. It's legal. You're not breaking laws. It's not like you're pushing harder stuff. You're not lacing anything.
It just got legalized here.
Oh, it did?
So, in Minnesota,
we've been legal for a while.
Yeah.
Well, it starts August 1st. It'll be totally legal for recreation and everything. Yeah.
I find that amazing that it's not. Huh.
Wait, where is it? I mean, obviously, I'm in California, so it's legal, obviously, but I'm from Idaho.
Right.
I'm used to it not.
Idaho, it's still not. Oh gosh, right?
Yeah, I've been through Coeur d'Alene and 20 miles outside of Pullman and shit. I've been over there.
Yeah.
There's all COVID
That's
in
like
Idaho.
like Coeur d'Alene's like Aryan Nation, white supremacists. There's so crazy.
Wow.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah,
It's,
that's what it
there's,
is.
yeah, it's
Right.
bananas up there. Unless you're like playing golf on the golf
Right.
resort or like on the
Right.
boat on Coeur d'Alene Lake. But other like there's some
Yeah.
seriously sketchy parts in Coeur d'Alene.
That's sad.
Yeah,
'cause
right.
it's
You
such
just
a
have to stay
beautiful
out of 'em, right?
area.
Yep.
It's so
Yep.
Really?
beautiful. I just
Oh yeah.
You know,
Wow.
Garden City. I love Garden City.
You do?
It's amazing. Have you been there? Yes.
Well, yeah.
We went there.
We have a cabin in Garden Valley, Idaho, and then my parents
Oh,
got married
yeah?
in Stanley, and then we go to Sun Valley a lot. But Garden City was so different, Kim, when I was living there. Like that was an area
wow.
that was like, there was literally people getting popped left and right for drugs every 2 seconds. Like every Garden City was not a
Really?
place that Garden City, Idaho. That was a place that you did not want to be when I graduated 01. That was a place you did not want to be at all. That was sketchy.
Wow.
So during
But
COVID, the only place
groomed. Yeah, you're right.
It's gorgeous. Like
yes,
there's a resort there, and that's what. So I would go down. So the only place you could really play ball in the height of COVID was in Garden City or Moscow. So and he was on the circuit, so he traveled all over this country, all over the world, really. But everything was shut down. So if they had a tournament cancel, we'd throw the kids on a plane and we'd go wherever, or put them in the car and go wherever. And we would say that Garden City, that resort place. And so we really didn't leave the resort, but it's just like a picnic in paradise. You wouldn't even know anything bad was going on around you.
That's crazy.
I mean, the kids had the best time, and a beautiful hotel, beautiful accommodation. I mean, it was lovely, and you didn't have to wear a mask, which was so bizarre.
Really?
Bizarre.
Well, yeah. Whenever I went,
Idaho was different.
Whenever I traveled back from here, back home, actually, my brother, my sister, my brother, and my brother-in-law, they actually told me that people would be shit on. I'm just going to say it. They would actually be shit on from people for actually wearing a mask. People in Idaho and in Boise, they'd be like, "What? You're wearing a mask?" Like
that's sad too.
Yeah, it is
crazy, right?
Yes.
Crazy.
It was crazy when I went there.
It's crazy.
It made you feel bad.
And kids are used to
seeing. Yeah, that's into Washington too, I think, right? Look at the bust. The Tacoma bust was an Aryan Nation, and that, all that,
that is Robinson.
Yep.
Those are his stomping grounds. That's where he's from. And my son played ball with those boys because you know what? That's where the ballers are, and they are good ballers. And so you take your kid to the best. Yeah. So I took him to the hood.
But Jesse Bailey is that Emma's dad or no?
I think it's her uncle from what I keep seeing. I think it's her uncle.
Her father's name is Paul. Her father's name is Paul, and I think her mom's name is Kim.
Yeah.
Her mom has the same name as I do. Yeah. Their house is for sale in Idaho now.
So it'd be her dad's brother. Her dad's brother.
Her uncle. Is he in Tacoma?
Well, that'd be her uncle then, if it was her brother.
But they're all.
I didn't know
they're all into dealing. They're all into. I mean, it's just a fact. They're all into dealing and doing all. I mean, that whole family right there. I mean, it is what it is. People know it.
It is what it is. And I'll tell you. So there's a production picture and a picture for.
They're all into
it. Has, and two of those boys, I personally know.
Really?
And that made my blood run cold. Yeah.
Oh wow.
That made my blood run cold because these kids are nice kids. These are nice young men who are born. You know what? I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. Your zip code and your ethnicity, they play a role in where you start out in life. They just do. It's just how it is. And that doesn't mean they're privileged or people's lives aren't hard, but they can be less hard because of your zip code and your ethnicity, and that's
which is unfortunate.
And I've watched it. And those boys over there in Tacoma that play ball with my son are better kids than my kid can be sometimes. I'll tell you that. I'd be like looking, and those mothers are good mothers. I love their moms.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time up because my cousin went to Gonzaga, and she had a full ride up, and so we would travel. That's why whenever you hear me say Spokompton, that's what we refer to it in Moscow.
Yeah,
we call it Spokompton because it's literally it's Spokompton.
We do here too.
Yeah,
we do here in the bubble, right?
Yep.
I mean, in Washington, you don't have middle of the road. You have and have not. That's it in Washington State, and I think Idaho is much like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that's how the drugs come in, right?
Well, my zip code would be pretty bad because I'm from the res, man.
Oh, you are?
You know what?
Yeah,
Can I
I'm from
tell
the
you?
reservation, so yeah.
I absolutely our reservation here in our area is I love it. Like
I have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect.
Best. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I would.
A hot game of bingo, and
I
I'm
wouldn't
all
live
in.
in your house, man. Really. Yeah. But yeah, I was a white boy raised on a res, man.
Yeah, good for you. I mean, it's a. I have so many other places I can go with that. The problem is our kids don't know history, or a generation before us forgot history, and we need to teach our kids history. Our kids need to know the real history of our country.
That's the problem. They're not getting taught
Absolutely.
the history. They're getting taught narratives.
They're not getting it right.
All my
and so
kids are native.
Narratives.
All my kids are native.
Yep.
Absolutely. I have 2 Hispanic sons, and they're pretty so much I tell them.
No, they're not. They're not. Yeah.
They're not. What? They're not what?
I think Kim thought you were saying they're not Hispanic.
Yeah.
Mine aren't. I have 2 Hispanic children.
No, I thought Kim was saying that you thought that you said they're not. They're not what? So you didn't answer.
Who, me?
I don't know. All I heard.
Are your children Native American?
Yes.
I thought that's what you said. Oh, yeah.
And I lost my oldest to murder in 1998.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It is interesting, Jeff.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. And was it ever solved? Was the crime solved?
Yeah, we know who did it, but they never spent 1 minute in prison or jail or nothing.
No way.
Wait, we should be covering
that. Is the death.
And there was a
major
lawsuit.
Talking about this.
He was murdered by 5 security guards.
Oh man.
At a place and an establishment. I'm not going to say what kind of establishment and nothing on the show here.
Oh my God.
But it was kind of major news in law and politics magazines throughout the country. It was very political. We had a lawsuit, which we won, but
whoa.
Wow,
I'd rather sorry to hear that.
You won, but what did you win, really?
You know.
Yeah, you didn't win anything.
I'm sorry about that. I am so sorry that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear about that.
Wow, yeah.
I had a foster child whose his murderer never spent a day in jail. It's like living in a desert.
Wow.
Right? It's like there's no justice, and you have to find justice within yourself.
Yeah.
God, my heart just like breaks.
I'm so sorry.
That's so sorry.
You know, I love it here. Beautiful. If I can come back in and get a lot of static or something. I'll be right
you're
back.
good. I'm gonna have to end the show for this evening. It's already getting kind of late.
I know, right?
But,
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna box out here for a minute and come back in.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, this is a good conversation. A lot of conversations. So it's nice.
It's nice to be able to talk and converse about and just kind of get to know each other a little bit. But it's nice to talk about.
Thank you, Kib.
Too.
Yeah, and make sure you guys hook up out there in Moscow, man.
Yeah,
we will.
For sure, Tommy.
I will 100%. And make sure you give my number to everybody on this panel, because my number, I don't need to be private like this for, it's just, for other stuff, but you and because I'll shoot a text as I can shoot a text for days. My kids call them essays, but I got a lot to say. So be prepared.
I don't believe
Take
you,
a minute,
Kim.
get
I
a
don't
cup of
believe.
coffee.
I don't.
That's
believe
why we
that-
love you.
I don't believe
What?
that your texts are. I said I don't believe that your texts are just like one little sentence long. Yeah, right.
No, they're essays. No, almost a novel.
Essays,
Literally.
yeah.
And I try and make it shorter, but I feel like God gave me verbiage so I could
Yeah, they're great.
articulate it.
Yeah, they're
They're
great.
not really. They're
They're
long.
great.
And if I'm not wearing my glasses, then it's like you got to figure out what I was trying to say. It's like some other language. Yeah. It's like it's blind English. That's what it
Oh,
is.
whatever. Your messages are inspiring, just like when you talk. Give me
I
a
so
break.
appreciate you for saying that.
I
I'm going to show
I
my
read your
kids. I'm gonna share
messages
that
and I'm
with my
just
kids.
yeah, and I'm just like, wow, like
Oh my
what
gosh.
a special person.
Wait.
Right?
So Kim,
You're out of
Can I
time.
get? Would you be okay if I reached out to CJ to get your phone number and then I could
I'm
text you?
absolutely. I welcome it. I absolutely
Okay,
welcome it.
cool.
You can call me.
I just
Even.
wanna
I
make-
answer
Rory,
my phone.
Go
Rory
ahead.
too.
and
Yeah,
I
you give
answer
mine
my
too, no
phone.
problem.
my number too.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think he
Yeah,
just has
call
my
me.
email.
Okay.
And it's
Will.
probably easier to call me and not use
I will.
because I answer when it rings, right? And then it doesn't always text, right? So, and I forget to look at it. I will literally put my phone down for 24
Oh.
hours and forget it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So
that's fine.
if I don't
that
get back right
takes
away, you're not
so
nagging.
long.
Yeah,
Okay,
call
that's
me.
not a problem.
Oh, cute puppy.
Right? I'm old
I can
school.
do that.
Right?
Old school.
Old school. So, yeah.
No
Yeah, I'll
problem.
do that. I'll go ahead and
Yes,
I'll
life
share
is a
that with everybody.
conversation. It's in your face. If we took away
Yeah.
the computers, oh, what a beautiful place it would be.
Well, come hang
agree.
out with me tomorrow night on UFO night.
I might
You know
pop
what?
in there. I got a story for
Yeah.
you. I got a story for
Yeah.
you, bro.
Good.
We're
A
just gonna be
shocking
hanging
one.
out, chit chatting, checking
I
out
wanna
the
hear your
whistleblower, and yeah,
Right.
I know, I'm going
Because
to
I-
hear your
think you should
story. I
invite
know it's going to be
Ashley
great.
from the Reckoning.
no chains, no
Do you know who
more is
Ashley
gonna
is from
be
The Reckoning?
hopping up.
Yeah. And
Uh-uh.
I think
I
the
love Ashley.
I think so.
The Reckoning Co.
And my mom lives in Santa Fe, and she has some in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Not like Roswell stories or whatever, but she has some seriously crazy banana stories that would blow your mind that we could talk about too.
That's so cute. You should have your mom gets on chat sometimes, which is very
Yeah,
cute.
I know.
For the
She's
record.
like,
Super
yeah,
cute.
she's all proud. She's so like CJ. She's like,
Good. She should
he's
be.
so cool. Yeah, she she's old school too, but she just loves she loves all of you guys, and
Yeah.
she's very old school, but very like artsy, and I don't know. She's chill, So she's a trip though. She'd be
Right.
fun to have on live. And she's got
I
some
love
Yeah,
that you say that
anytime.
about her.
Seriously.
yeah.
And
Your
higher
mom
ground.
is
Yeah,
very blessed
let me
to
know.
have you as a daughter. That's a nice
Aw.
thing for you to say about her. I
That's
hope
so
she just thinks that's lovely. It really
Thanks,
is.
Jeff.
Good
Yeah,
point.
I'll tip the cable guy. Maybe that's the difference is tipping the cable guy this
Yeah,
time, right?
give them 20 or something, bro. Be like, hey,
Yeah,
right this time,
yeah.
huh?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Gotta be something,
Yeah,
man.
maybe that's the trick. Yeah,
But
fifth
call
time in a month.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gosh,
Right?
I'm telling
I got
you.
rid of it. I don't
Right.
even watch
Figure-
it. My
fingers
husband said, I'll
crossed.
save $350 a month. Well, do you just watch YouTube?
I have no.
No, I
have
don't
nothing.
have internet tonight. I've
Nope.
had to run the show off of my mobile hotspot tonight because my internet's not even working.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
God. I know what
What's
that
up,
means,
Atheist?
but I
Thank
have
God,
no
dude.
idea how to access it.
Mobile hotspot. Yeah.
I could.
Thanks,
I
man.
cannot
ridiculous.
do that.
Yeah, I was like, I
Honestly,
cannot
CJ,
not go live. Uh-huh.
CJ, you commit. Like when that's the thing. Like you're so good. Like if you commit, you commit.
Oh,
So
for
when
sure.
it comes to like having a hotspot and then not having internet and a hotspot, like we appreciate you. I will say that.
Well, thank you.
No
Yeah,
problem.
because everybody was not everybody, but I had people reaching out like, just take the night off, this and that. I'm like, no, I at least got to make an attempt with this hotspot,
Wow,
But
it
it's worked. I think
That's
it's worked out pretty good. So
Yeah, bro.
it's
yeah,
surprising.
I think it
Definitely.
worked out pretty good.
okay over there?